barrier, went airborne, and rolled several times. The truck then moved to the left, eventually went underneath the bridge, shielding it from passerbyers, and above the road and partially submerged in Salt Creek. There's a creek that went by. Nobody could find him. Well, two fishermen, I guess, ventured out to find a fishing spot, and they came across his truck lodged underneath the bridge and went up to the driver's side window to look in and moved the airbag and then saw a body and realized, oh, my gosh, this guy's alive. And then they called authorities.
Wow.
But at first, they didn't know what was going on.
Can you imagine?
And his family's been
6 days.
wondering where he went.
Yeah.
He's
6 days.
checked out, missed Christmas.
6 days.
He was reunited yesterday. I think that's why I saw what I saw was he was reunited with the guys that found him.
God.
And he was all grins, man. I mean,
when the fishermen, I'm thinking what they're probably thinking, and that is that the truck's abandoned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna look in here and just see. Yeah. I'm gonna move the airbag. Oh my gosh, there's a body in here. Oh, it's alive.
Yeah.
Wow, what a story. But I've thought about that. You up and down mountains. And just in the middle
that's
of
one
nowhere.
of my worst nightmares, by the way. Running off in one of those spots.
Yeah, like a deer run out in front of you, something you swerve, and there you go.
Good night.
Good gracious alive.
Now you've planted that seed with me.
I know. Just take those curves slow. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Trying to find a needle in a haystack? Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Jackson Hewitt has a plan to get your tax refund fast with a buck here, buck there. Here a buck, there a buck, everywhere a buck.
You don't have to wait weeks for your tax refund. Get money sooner with a no-fee refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt.
On this loan, there's a money today guarantee. E-I-E-I-O.
Don't settle for chicken feed. Get fast bucks at Jackson Hewitt today. No-fee refund advance loans by Republic Bank offered to eligible clients. Money today guarantee if approved for a loan on a prepaid card. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
To avoid digital threats, turn on NordVPN. It's trusted by millions of users. Just visit NordVPN.com. One of the fastest VPNs on Earth will block web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. It will also encrypt your internet traffic while maintaining a smooth connection. So improve your digital privacy and protection against hackers with one simple click. Get the special deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number smart bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 smart bed is so smart it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. The Queen Sleep Number C2 smart bed is now only $9.90. Plus free home delivery when you add any base. Ends Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We got 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. We were discussing off air, and we brought it up yesterday during the live show, the new Netflix movie that has to do with the plane crash. And we were surprised because it has subtitles and
it has English over people talking.
Oh, okay,
the mouth
okay.
Don't
All
go
right.
with
I got you.
They'll have a subtitle
so the mouth
now
doesn't
and
match
then
up
because they're about the language
Yeah.
deal. But the majority of the movie, because it's a foreign movie, and people were just going crazy over it. It's like the number one on Netflix, but their mouths do not go with the words.
And I've watched movies like that. At first, it kind of bothers you, but then you kind of get used to it and you move on.
It's like the old Godzilla movies, the Japanese,
Yeah,
or Ultraman
yeah.
when we were kids.
Right.
Ultraman, it was
Godzilla's
Japanese.
coming.
Yeah, it's just like that.
How did it go?
It's irritating.
Well, they just are talking and it doesn't match up.
No.
But you were discussing
Like Lancelot Link.
it's based on a true story.
Yes.
And I know that you sometimes are skeptical of those type of
He'll
movies.
give this one a pass, though, because he likes it.
I guess
Oh, yeah.
so.
Because he brought it in.
Yeah,
Well, there's things
You're
they
very
made up.
consistent, but then
But here's what did
inconsistent
happen.
on some things. Because you'll get into some movies and go, yeah, that's it.
No,
but
what
talk
did
about
happen-
the true story and how this
Now,
works.
some of the little inner stories are probably made up. But bottom line is, and we've all heard, I remember.
Hey, but he's giving it a pass.
Listen,
Sure.
I remember being a kid, and there was a book out. I'm talking about a young kid, and it was called Alive. And it was the
Yeah,
story.
that's
I remember
right.
that,
We've
yeah.
seen that movie.
Oh, well, that's it.
Okay.
It's the same story.
Yeah.
So
So this is a kind of remake
it's a
of
remake.
that? All right.
Well, it's a different. They just tell it different, I guess. I don't know. I saw the other one. I just don't remember it.
Okay.
But I did see the other one too.
Okay.
But when I was a kid, it was a book, and I remember because we were amazed because the main thing, let's just call it, is because the people who had died, they got to the point where they were eating the meat from humans to survive.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
if they hadn't, they wouldn't have lived because they were out there. Oh God, a long time.
It's a tough decision to make, but it's one that we
Yeah.
probably all would make if we were in that.
And then
in
it
that
even got
spot,
to the
right?
point where like people that felt like, hey, if I die, y'all can go. Don't feel bad, y'all can
Yeah, I'm not here.
have at it.
Right. They
But,
said have at
but
it.
the main thing is, I mean, obviously you're stranded for it was a long time, and they're in snow, just deep snow, and they finally 2 or 3 of them said, we're going to go and try to find somebody, and they eventually did. But
Okay, so I didn't realize the movie Alive that we've probably most everybody has seen. I didn't realize it was the same thing.
Yeah, the same.
Okay.
The
All right.
rugby team and the plane crashes in the Andes, and they end up having to eat people.
Yeah.
Greg, thank
There
you.
it is. There it
Yeah,
is.
I've been waiting on that.
And that brought up the discussion off air. Are y'all I've got to go find somebody, or are y'all I'm staying here, maybe we'll be rescued?
I'm kind of, I'll give it a day or two, and then I'm like, I got to try and make something happen. And then you do that deal where you go so far and you go, now I've messed up.
Yeah, I've messed up. I've left.
I should have stayed where I was.
Yeah,
It's not a good scenario.
Yeah. yeah. They were rescued a day later, and now we're in the middle of the wilderness.
Exactly.
And yeah.
But it's a tough decision, but they finally.
How many ventured out?
I think it was 2. I think 3, and then one guy had like issues, and he had to turn back.
Uh-oh.
And,
What do you mean issues?
He was sick or something.
Oh,
I
okay.
can't remember. But and I don't know, like I say, you know how movies are. They'll exaggerate something. Like it even showed them that they had found a radio and hooked it into the batteries, and actually heard them where they had called the search off.
Oh.
But I don't know if that really happened. But anyway, but the main story of this whole thing has always been basically, what would you do to survive? Would you do what they did?
Right.
And I mean, hey.
I mean, it's easy to sit here and say what you would do until you're in that situation.
Yeah.
And I know that was a tough one for them. But which movie do you feel like was better?
I can't remember the first one that much, but I don't know why they're making such a big deal out of this one. One, like I say, it gets on my nerves because the mouths don't go with the words. But, I mean, it was good, but I don't remember it being any better than the other one. I mean, they're calling it over the I think it's even up for a nomination for something. Netflix's new #1 movie is shocking audiences everywhere. Hey, guys.
I watched the trailer.
This isn't a new story.
Here we go.
You hear me?
Right.
Shocking. Oh, I can't believe it. Who? I mean, like
Well,
I said,
I
we've
think
already
maybe-
had a movie about it
Right,
before.
but that's so old that most people probably.
It wasn't that old, was it?
Well, I mean,
know
I
time
guess what I'm
flies.
saying is the younger generation, they probably haven't seen that.
That's true, but again, I knew the story from when I remember I was a kid. I'm talking about like 4th grade. We were just shocked by it because it was a book.
Right.
It was called Alive, and in the book, the front picture was, because they had cameras and stuff there, that it was all of them posing in the wreckage.
1993, Greg, is when the movie came out.
Wow, was it really that
Yeah.
long ago? Well, never mind that. I get it.
Yeah.
But that movie actually, people's mouths actually go with the words, so I'm gonna go with the '93 one. Because you know how I hate stuff like that. I hate subtitles, and I hate when your mouth don't go with the words.
Yeah.
Don't like it. Sorry, it ruined it. And they never. A lot of times, the voice doesn't match the way the person looks or the way their voice sounds. It doesn't match. You know. So, but anyway, I mean, I watched it. It's worth a watch.
It is worth a watch.
I mean,
Okay.
it ain't life changing.
I was in the other room yesterday and heard you discussing it, but I misunderstood what you said about. I thought they were subtitled, whatever, but it was just the words in the mouth.
Yeah,
and all that.
it's obviously
I
it was
can get
made
past
in a
that.
foreign language.
Can you?
Yeah,
And they've
I think so, I
replaced
can.
it with English.
I've watched some of the Netflix and other streaming option
Stuff.
movies, and like I said, at the beginning it's like I don't know about this, and then
Now,
you kind of.
I'd almost rather they
used
be
to it.
what you know where I'm going.
That's where I'm going.
I would rather be subtitles than have to watch these mouths
Not me.
be off.
No, I'll take the mouths off all day long.
Yeah.
I can't watch the movie because I'm reading.
Yeah.
You know,
I
I'm
get
going to
it.
look
I
up,
get
look
it.
down. I got to hurry before they pull it off the screen. Let me make sure I get what all he said.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
No, I get
I
it.
know exactly what you're saying.
ain't no reason to do it. No reason.
No. Last night, speaking of that, I thought about you, Greg, because we, Terry and I, we had a little bit of time and we watched the show about the blue regions of
where people live longer and all that stuff.
Yeah. And we kind of got into it, but it was like one was in Japan, one was anyway, they were all over the place. There was only one U.S. It was Blue Dot, not Blue Spot. I don't know. Anyway, it was full of like subtitles and stuff, and I struggled a little bit with that.
Are you talking about the Blue Zones?
Blue Zones, thank you.
That's the one Rick brought to the table.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's the same one, right? It's not something different.
No, I had started watching it, and then when Rick saw it, I kind of knew what he was talking about. Well, then last night. No, he basically spent 20.
Said something about brushing teeth left-handed.
He spent, This is not new, but it's there's Netflix. Did you see the one where you are what you eat? Did you see that? It's a new one out or something. They go through and they have identical twins and they put them on 2 different diets, and they see how their blood work comes back. Well, related to that, I saw I saw this, and I was like, oh, you know what? I never finished that. And Terry, you hadn't seen it at all. And she said, we weren't into like, hey, let's watch a movie or anything, but it was right around dinner time, and so she said, yeah, let's watch it. And before you knew it, we were off in it. But he basically goes to these different regions and to these blue zones. It does about 20 years of research to try to figure out where to go, and studies that culture to figure out what they have that everybody else doesn't, and how come their lifespan is
No,
so
this
much
ain't
more.
the twins.
No, this is different. This is the blue zone, live to 100 or whatever blue zones, and it's very.
There's certain things going on with their culture,
interesting.
their environment, all these things that play a factor in them living longer.
Yeah, and each region is different in the things that stand out, but yet they're very similar when you get down to the nuts and bolts of it. It's pretty cool. It's very interesting to say the least.
Yeah, it's kind of like 1,000 Pound Sisters.
Yeah.
Greg
What in
Burgess.
the world?
No, y'all need to watch it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Has come forward. We think we know who it is, and they have left the plaza.
It is not the golden ticket seats because they had not had access to it yet. Now they're disappointed because
Now
there
they're
weren't any.
mad.
Yeah.
And so now they've been back there, but the whole container is gone.
Yeah.
And you think it may have been taken by?
I think it was in the Dawson family. It's
Yeah.
either Scott or Hunter.
Yeah, I think.
They've took our corn dogs.
When did we notice the
Where
corn
was
dogs
Hunter
were
going so
gone?
hurry?
The mini corn
Hunter
dogs were
come in
gone.
here?
Well, Hunter
No,
Hunter
he
all
was
of a
in
sudden
there.
went missing. But I will say
He had
this.
to go somewhere.
He came in here, told his dad goodbye. He was in the kitchen by himself for a period of time.
Boy.
Came in here, told his dad goodbye, and I saw him go out the door. Now, I did not see him holding a box of corn dogs.
Well, and let me say
possible.
this. Scott, okay, prior to him going on the air, when we were talking about the food that was laid out beautifully on the table, he looked at me and he goes, hey, what's that? And I said, that's mini corn dogs. He went, oh. That's
He went-
pretty
he went,
substantial evidence.
Well, I'd like to take those.
Hey, Rick, this was his reaction.
Corn dogs.
Like, hey, I like
It's
that.
like, oh, now you got me.
Yeah.
Can you get Dawson on the phone?
I can.
We got to get to the bottom of this.
All right,
We can't just have Buffalo Wild Wings come up
There's
here. and
Mini
put-
corn dogs missing. There is a container missing. The
It's but they're-
top
but they're
to the
completely
container is not in
See,
there.
that means they
so
took it to travel.
someone put
The whole thing's
top
gone.
on the
Somebody put the top
container
on it
and
and
left with it.
Or it's Adler.
Or it's in Speedy's office with the razors.
I hate.
Or Speedy took it just like he does the Dollar Shave Club rate.
Guys, I'm on the phone over here. I can't defend myself.
Hey, listen, I'm going to say this. Now, Greg, I hate to go Jessica White here, but those corn dogs were for you to borrow. They weren't for you to have.
No.
They're
Nobody
not
said-
your. Hey, they're not your corn dogs.
You can have some.
You can certainly have a handful if you like.
Plenty.
But you can't. They're not yours.
Not to have. Not those costly dogs.
Not those costly dogs. They're for you to borrow. They're not for you to have.
That's right.
And I tell you what, if you want to turn this car around right now, let me go back and get my costly sunglasses.
Ain't gonna be some trouble.
There's going to be trouble. So it's definitely Dawson's.
Dawson did it, yeah.
Because I don't think Natalie, the sales manager, would have taken them.
No, I just threw Natalie in there just for fun.
And I don't
Where
think
was Hunter going in such a hurry?
It's not like him to leave and not tell us bye. By the way, I usually get a bro hug from him and a fist bump, and he's out the door. And I didn't get that today. That's what concerns me about that.
And keep in mind now we have Dawson taking our corn dogs and sticking his foot in his mouth. What he was saying before he left.
I missed that.
A classic Scott Dawson foot in the mouth. I mean, a classic. Have I even told you about that yet?
No, I missed it.
Oh my gosh!
Hey, Scott, it's Speedy. Hold on. We got to talk to you about the dogs. All right.
Dawson,
Scott, you're live on the air.
You're on the air, Dawson.
What did you about the?
Oh no!
Yeah.
What did I do? I'm sorry. I thought it was Buffalo Wild Wings.
No,
No, we're not talking about that.
This is
We're not
different.
talking about that, Scott.
Next time you spend time with your friend Jordy Henson, figure out the restaurants he's developing. But let me go back to this. Did you take our corn?
Talk about Hunter. Don't talk about Hunter.
Did you take our corn dogs?
Corn dogs.
They were mini corn. They were mini corn
That's
dogs.
what I would say too.
And the Buffalo Wild Wings spread, and the entire
Somebody
container.
took the whole container and put the top on it. and
The
left.
entire container is gone. Did you take them?
No, but I did take Calitran. Sorry.
That's no problem.
No, that's all right.
Saw that.
Yeah,
You're
we-
allowed. You're allowed.
Did you see anybody?
did.
Were you,
Calitran.
were you chasing little corn dogs with it?
Did you? You're telling me that you didn't leave with what was left of the mini corn dogs?
No, I did not. I ate a couple of wings back there. And
Oh yeah, that's fine.
That's fine.
because
They're fine
I
for you
cooked
to
them to
enjoy.
help
They're
out.
not for you to have. So did So you didn't take the mini corn dogs with you?
No. In fact, it was Greg Burgess that told me there were corn dogs back there.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you were like, "Ooh, I'd like to take them." Remember?
No.
See.
Do you know if your son took them?
Nope.
I mean, not
wow.
saying they did anything wrong.
No,
but
just-
It was
just-
good to see Hunter today. Seemed like he was in a hurry.
I mean, there was a lot of containers. In there.
I'd like to know. You know,
it's just a mystery.
It's a mystery. I mean, he certainly. I would have been happy to give him some. But do you think that hey, I'm out here. I'm newly married. These are some corn dogs.
We can eat on these for a week.
We can eat on these for a week. Look at all this food out here. Rick and Bubba will never miss them.
Yeah, that could have happened. Greg, did you take these?
I promise, Scott. It's
No,
not
this
me.
is Scott. This is a mystery that's really bothering us because we don't really care. We just want it. We're going crazy. We don't know where they are.
we don't want anybody in trouble over.
We're getting this close to an alien got them. I mean, they vanished into thin air.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I've got to ask a question here too. Is it possible? And I presented it, and y'all were like, "No." Is it possible that the staff just ate all of them?
No.
But there's no container. There would be an empty container.
There's
in
nothing
the
in the
trash.
And I
No.
saw where it was at the last time, and Bubba had hit it pretty hard.
He had hit it real hard.
And there was still a lot left.
Yeah,
A lot.
And Bubba had hit it all he could, but there was
And it
plenty.
wasn't even really noticeable.
Right. Yeah, and he put a dent in it, but there was still plenty for everybody.
It tells you how many were in there.
You're right. Because he's trying to do better. Now he's seeing floaters right now.
Today.
But all right.
Well, you know,
There's a white ring in his eye.
Right, and just a slight blurred vision. But
What it is?
so Dawson, all right, we're clearing you.
Dawson?
We're going after Hunter next.
hey, I think it could either be Hunter, could be Tim. Maybe they're taking it back. He loves them.
I don't think Tim.
Tim's got plenty.
No, if Tim was mad at your statement, he would have taken all the food back.
Rick Dawson's fixing to dump it on Natalie.
Yeah, the way he's going.
Poor
Look,
Natalie. He's fixing to blame Natalie.
and thanks for the way everything ended, Scott. Appreciate you.
Hey, you talk about a near perfect moment.
Yeah.
I
I thought we had a great.
we were this close
Great
to being
visit.
perfect. Is that? Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba show. How about it? A brand new hour has begun. We thank you for being here with us. Here's our national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past. How are you doing? The Rick and Bubba show. We are coming to you from Big Boy Studio. Yo, Big Boy. How you doing, Big Boy? On the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home Alabama to the world, it is another hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy have already knocked out a kickoff hour. Get that archive or catch it live every single Monday through Friday. They kind of get things rolling, and then Bubba and I join them, and we all go forward. Look who's back. Eddie Van Adler joins us, YouTubers. So he produces our YouTube channel, and he is back from the joys of commercial air flight. And he'll update us on what it was like to be treated like livestock while paying for it. All that coming up on the program today as we get a recap. Also, Wednesday Bible study back today. We continue through 2 Corinthians, getting interesting feedback on this Bible study. I think maybe a lot of us might have thought, well, 2 Corinthians, I know a little bit about it, and it doesn't have that pop that say we're studying the Revelation. But now that we've dove in, boy, we're all going, this is rich, rich stuff. So we have that again today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. So Adler's back for that. And then it'll be archived soon after. You'll find the archive, as you do every week, on our YouTube channel. Or if you want an audio-only archive, you find that on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge today. That's also part of today's program, a check going to another great organization and delicious food from Buffalo Wild Wings. Speaking of food, there's the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates, everywhere. Come on in.
And may my love travel with you everywhere. Sing it, Tom Petty.
Yeah, about it.
Bubba, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Well, we've got, as you heard, there in what we call the billboard. Crazy and wild today. The billboard's ready to go. He's coming for it. It's we've got a lot to cover. Adler is back. We've all, I guess, everybody just about has come on this program at some point and said, "Let me tell you about my life in the airport."
Yeah,
and
or I'm stranded. I won't be there.
Yeah, I'm stranded.
Yep.
Stranded on the toilet bowl. Stranded. Can't find the toilet roll. And Adler, when you slept in the airport, anytime I've slept in the airport, I never quite found the comfortable place to sleep.
No.
It's a rough sleep.
Why? Okay.
It's not made for sleeping.
People get stranded in the airport all the time. Why aren't there any beds in the airport?
I know, because it's not like it's abnormal.
Right.
Would you want to go into a bed that was in an airport?
I mean, something, a flat surface.
Right.
Every bench in the whole place has armrests.
A couple of futons.
So you can, something.
Right.
Some gym mats.
Them uncomfortable hospital chairs.
Right.
That when you're they're better than that.
Recliners.
A pile of rags. Anything.
Right.
I would
How about
take
some straw?
anything.
How about some straw?
Some
baby bed
Here's some
mattresses.
straw.
Please. Anything. Baby mats.
Well, because all of you are
I could sleep in it.
Yeah, all of you are making the same point. Sometimes somebody says, well, we need a whatever. You go, well, that's not worth the investment. That rarely ever happens.
Right.
But at the airport, you go, you think we need a place for people to sleep comfortably? And people go, yeah, because that's going to happen a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, not just in the winter. We had it in the summer.
Oh, yeah.
Thunderstorms move in, shut
right.
the airport down, and immediately everybody needs somewhere to stay.
I've had it happen to me just because the airline can't get their act together.
Yeah.
There was no other reason for us to be delayed. And I know this time it was weather.
It felt a little bit of both, though, frankly.
Yeah, okay.
Frankly, a little bit of both.
Well, we want to hear all the details about it.
Can I tell y'all this? And I know y'all thought about this, and I know we come from a different era, and I know not everybody, had the influences in their life that we did. All that, got it. But I still think it in general, and I said something about this last weekend, and it drew a little bit of response. Is when did it become such a lofty goal to simply have your act together?
Yeah.
When did that become such an unreachable, lofty goal? That used to be such a given. Everybody was kind of required to get their act together.
Right.
Right. And now it's become like this lofty goal. Like no
Well,
one,
it
no
started-
one can get their act together. It's just I can't do it.
Yeah.
Or we can't do it, or whatever the case.
It started when we started dumbing down everything so the people who didn't have their act together could feel like everybody else.
Right here.
Instead of going, got a
Right here.
problem.
You're right.
I need to correct it. No, lower the standards so I'm just like everybody else.
Which leads to my second point, and Bill Bubba Bussy, you are 100% right.
Thank you.
I'm also tired of now you've
give me the bow.
Hey, you have set me up for my second comment. And here's the other thing. I'm kind of tired because it's not even that high of a goal, okay? That's the reason. Don't hear me being arrogant. I'm kind of tired of feeling like I have to apologize for simply having my act together.
Yeah. Or simply
like somehow making you feel bad about yourself. I'm not doing anything all that extraordinary. I'm just simply trying to have my act together.
Yeah.
You know,
and just wanting people around you to at least try to get to the same level.
I think y'all are hitting on it because it's
and we all mess up. I'm not talking about that.
Yeah, it's a bad recipe. You have the airline industry and people that their standards have been lowered, and they're not trying to be excellent in what they do. And then you have a lot of people that show up not acting right. So the passengers most of them ain't got their act together either. So together it's a mess.
Yeah. Well, the thing goes back to all this that Bubba said.
Yeah, we
you're
got
saying,
an airplane story today.
Yeah.
Oh, it's awful.
That Adler's talked about with equity. I had Sherry and I had dinner the other night with a couple from our church, and we're trying to get to know them and whatever. And they've been very successful. And there's a tie to the Rick and Bubba show with them, by the way. They've been very successful. But see, when you see where they are now, you're taught to hate them, and you're taught to say, why did they have things I don't have? But he says, but what nobody wants to talk about is when my wife is outside in the pouring rain, and we haven't had a day off in 8 months, not one day, while she's changing the price of gasoline on our magnetic sign.
Yeah.
And we've been there, and we worked 14, 15-hour days and didn't have anything.
Right.
He says, see, nobody knows this took a long time and a lot of hard work. And, now they feel like they have to walk around apologizing for simply having their act together.
That's it.
For simply working hard and doing a good job and being responsible.
Yeah.
So, like, somehow that's bad. Yeah. That used to be what we all tried to.
Yeah.
But
That
now,
was the goal.
But now it seems like the preference is I need to be a victim of something, or I need to have something wrong, or something needs to be unfair for me. That's how I want to be get attention. There was a time you got attention by actually doing excellent.
Yeah.
We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, let's go to Tim's place. All right, so
I've been wanting to go there. I was wondering why Tim said, "Give me that check, man."
well, Hintz is partners with Tim. All right,
When that happened?
All right, Dawson, you're clear.
All right, thank you guys.
Anyway.
Have a good one.
Enjoy them corn dogs.
Greg, also don't forget the attempt to make it all put together.
Right. And then I jump in like I'm putting out a fire.
Every statement that Dawson made about trash, it was awful. He'd been better off just to stay with the first one.
I tried to be sharp.
All right. So is it Dawson's boy?
I don't know.
Well, Rick, it's down to him or Natalie.
It is.
We'll blame it on Natalie.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right. So now someone has suggested this should be called Corn Dog 411. I think I can now clear any Dawson.
Yeah.
I think we have cleared both Dawsons.
Well, we've done an investigation.
We've investigated. We found
involving Adler.
We found in the trash can what would normally not be the type of a container that the mini corn dogs were brought.
Okay.
It was a smaller container this time.
But we wasn't sure what was in it or had been in it.
Had been in it.
Right.
So we had Adler take it out of the trash and eat the crumbs.
We made
From
him,
the trash.
We made him sample the crumbs out of the trash can to identify what was in that box.
Yeah. And when he ate the crumbs
out of the trash,
he as soon as he ate them, he goes, "Those are corn dog crumbs."
Oh boy.
So Bubba, I think we're back to you ate them all.
I don't think I ate that many.
All right, well, here's what I don't understand. When we were talking about this, is there no one who says, "Oh yeah, I ate the last one, then I threw the container in the garbage can"? Nobody remembers.
I'm
that?
gonna tell you this. I got like 2 or 3.
I ate 3,
and when I got them, the box was nearly full, and it wasn't that long after. So whoever ate the last ones had to have ate a lot of them.
Bubba, how many you think you hit?
I think I ate 6.
That's a low number.
Which
my friend.
means
That means 12.
yes,
That's a low number.
11 or 12.
10.
I would say 9
Bubba.
tops. Absolute tops.
Bubba,
9.
those little mini corn dogs, you could eat 6 of those and never knew you even did it.
No, because usually, let me tell you what I
Involuntarily.
I had 3 trips. Okay. And I had
I think you're skipping a trip.
I had a
Within
couple
30
pieces. I had 2 or 3 pieces of chicken in each trip.
Little Asians.
I put the sauce in the container also that I was eating out of.
Yeah.
And I had like 2 corn dogs or 3. I couldn't have had more than that. It wouldn't have fit in there.
Okay.
No.
And I don't. The corn dogs are not the main meal for me, and they're the side meal.
That's me. I
So
may
two,
eat 3.
3 trips. It's either 6 or 9 tops.
See, my
Pull
deal.
something else out of the trash, that Adler sample it. Maybe we'll
Like
And I may have eaten one in there while I was just talking.
Oh, so now we're in double digits.
Yeah.
But that would be. I'm talking about absolute max.
Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings, who was kind enough to bring us the food today. Tim, what happened with the corn dogs?
Rick, I really, truly am sorry for bringing on a national crisis.
Yeah.
But I cut back on the corn dogs this time and brought some cheesecake bites.
Which I'm hammering as we speak.
They're good too.
Golly.
And, you know, I guess there was no communication. I just brought a smaller box of corn dogs. I have learned my lesson. It's never going to happen.
No, Tim, it's not. Tell us this. How many were in there?
Yeah, no, it is your fault,
We're
Tim.
trying to figure out who ate a big pile of them.
Tim, I'm going to cut to the chase. This is your fault.
Tim, how many were in there, you think?
I'm not there any longer. Y'all talk about whatever we need to do.
Tim, how many was in there, you think?
There was probably 25 corn dogs in there. Maybe
Oh,
30.
Bubba could eat that and not even blink.
Bubba ate half of
you
them.
admitted half.
I was
Bubba,
10.
you ate half of
I
them.
was 9 to 10 at.
Well,
that means you ate
almost
15.
half.
It's almost half.
yeah,
Tim's
but
almost
still,
half.
that's not all of them.
Yeah, but
It's a big hit.
I ate 3. I know I ate 3. I just remember the
You
box
let me
saying
Hash Brown
Let's try to count
Hero.
'em up.
Hash
box
Brown
scene.
Hero had 5.
he had 5. That's who ate them.
Chad had 5.
All right, let's go back to.
Let's count 'em
I
up,
had
Chad.
3.
I had
I had
3.
3.
I had
12.
at least 3.
Rick, 3.
Yeah, 3 or 4 for me for
3.
sure. I don't know what I didn't count though.
Greg, what'd you have?
3.
3.
I remember it.
What'd you have?
I hate admitting this in front of Rick. I'm not a corn dog guy. I don't eat
You had
corn
0.
dogs.
What about you, Hash Brown? Did he say
5.
5. What about Adler?
Adler?
Adler.
I had 0.
Yeah, I don't think Adler.
Not counting them out of the can.
Yeah.
Greg, here comes the number.
Trash can, 1 out of trash.
Now we don't. Greg, here comes the number. Tim, stand by for this number.
Tim, how many were in that box?
About 25.
I was 25, 30. I had one.
Tim had 1.
Tim had
had
1.
one. Let's
All
get
right, yeah,
that
Tim
down.
had 1.
Natalie did
Natalie,
not.
how
I
many
didn't see.
did
I
Natalie
didn't see Natalie get
must
into
have had a
them.
handful
Did Dawson
of
have
them.
any?
No,
No.
he didn't.
Natalie ate a
He did not
bunch
eat
of
them.
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, another active show today. And, you know, you've heard the trials and tribulations of commercial air flight on our show so many times involving various members of the program. This time it looks like it'll be our very own Eddie Van Adler. So we have a story today
Say a
too.
little more of that.
Yeah, we have the story today too involving Delta. I know that that I don't even want to bring it up. I'll just
You
say
let it lie.
Apparently a pastor did before the other one got on, but but anyway, someone had sat in a seat and had an accident.
Boy, had they.
Involving relieving themselves, and unfortunately, it was on the number 2 end.
Yeah, excrement.
Yeah, and left it on the seat, and it smeared all over the seat, and it was never cleaned up until the next bunch got on to go from Birmingham to New York. Is that right? Or New York to Atlanta. So it was that little jump plane, which we've all been on many, many times.
The description of the scene is what's really terrible.
Well, we're not going to get into that.
Not needed. I'll say that.
Not
I
needed.
got it.
How
Not
does that
needed.
even happen?
A child apparently had some sort of accident, and they left it on the seat smeared, and it was not dealt with until the next bunch got on. I will tell you, as if commercial flying is not traumatizing enough. And remember that, and I keep saying we're to the point now we're being treated like livestock. This is a little too much of an example for that.
Yeah.
Yes, it is, Rick.
All right,
Yes,
so
it is.
Adler, you were going. Unfortunately, you had to go for a funeral in San Antonio, Texas. Anytime we talk about this a lot on the program, anytime any of us on the show jump into a tight window of commercial flights, and if the window works, we all leave work when work's over, and we get back before work starts.
We're amazed,
but
usually
it's a tight window. In commercial airlines, frankly, they don't work well on tight windows.
Yeah.
And so tell us what happened, Adler.
The thing about flying is that it's supposed to be faster than driving.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
It's supposed to be less of a hassle. It's supposed to take less time.
That's the idea.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be.
Right.
So we were, Luke and I flew to Texas for a funeral. This was a very sweet lady in our lives. Luke and I growing up, we had a friend who from our church who had 2 daughters that were around the same age as Luke and I. And so I think the reason why we were such good friends is that my mom wanted Luke and I to be around some girls. Just please, these kids are wild animals. Someone please civilize these kids.
Okay.
And so we always thank the Hearn girls for civilizing Luke and I, because we're not quite as bad as we probably would have been.
Which is a terrifying thought to all of us, frankly.
Yes. My wife, in fact, will say every couple months or so, like, I'll know about something like Clueless, like a Clueless reference or something like that to that 90s movie, you know?
Yeah, right.
And she'll be like, I can thank the Hearn girls for that.
Okay.
Thank you, Hearn girls.
I got you. Okay.
So the Hearn girls' mom passed away, and she was a dear friend of ours, almost like a nanny type aunt kind of relationship.
Understood.
I sat with her in church for years and years and years as a kid. And so who knows how many lifesavers, like the candy. That it's probably in the thousands of dollars worth of lifesavers that Miss Tricia gave to me in church growing up. So it was sweet to get back to San Antonio and see a bunch of all those people, all those friends, and all those family and things like that. So Luke and I, we flew out on Sunday, and we get there. We got in late on Sunday night, but the funeral was on Monday, and that was great. So we get there, no problems, and it's just Luke and I. So we don't have our kids. We don't have anything. And we look at each other,
Stealth.
and we're like, I thought flying was bad.
Right.
Flying's easy.
Oh, you went ahead and said that out loud?
This is a breeze. I was making jokes like, this is more relaxing than my regular life. I'd be chasing babies at home right now. You know, we're joking about, flying's a breeze now. Ha, ha, ha.
Oh.
We did that at the reception.
scoffed at it.
We made that joke a lot. Frankly, and so that was probably on us.
You know better than that.
It's probably we
You
probably
know better than
ourselves.
that. We don't believe any of that stuff, but we just don't do it.
We mojoed. So you don't.
I don't believe in it, but I don't believe in taking chances.
Right.
Yeah.
And a carry-on only flight too. No check-in.
No check-in. We're stealth.
Love
man.
it. I've taken a couple of those lately, and they are solid go.
It's easy. And so Luke and I actually, we find out once we get there that Luke and I are going to be in the second limo with the family.
Oh, my.
Going to this funeral. We're in the limo with the family.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Okay.
We're family.
Okay.
And so we're taking the limo ride to the funeral, and we're driving around San Antonio, and we start bringing up San Antonio memories. And, of course, San Antonio, Six Flags Fiesta Texas comes up. And so, what do you think comes up? Because Luke is a big Greg Burgess fan.
I know exactly what comes up.
Yeah, you know what Luke brings up? So Luke brings up the fact that I stole a keychain, the one thing I've stolen in my life.
Right.
Luke brings it up in the limo full of the family.
That is so good.
I'm
proud of Luke.
Because of Greg.
I'm so proud of him.
Luke brings it up. We're on the way to a funeral. Luke's making fun of me for getting busted for stealing a keychain at Fiesta, Texas when I was in 4th grade.
Don't forget,
7th grade, whatever it was.
Don't forget, it was like your first visit to the park for that whole season.
Yes, ruined my whole summer.
You got land.
And by the way, don't forget, because of it, you'll never be able to be a deacon.
Yes.
But anyway, you hadn't got that bullet keychain.
One of the women in the limo started referring to me as the criminal. I'm like, why do we have to even bring this story up?
Rick, he was trying to show off to his friends.
I was trying to be cool, okay?
And you know what they
ruined
think?
my summer.
He started as a criminal. Now he's got long hair.
They started
Still a
looking at me. I mean, I didn't know many of these people in the limo. Now they called me the
even
criminal.
better. All right.
I'm like, couldn't we talk about HEB and the San Antonio Mall and stuff
Right.
like that?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Hey,
Adler, where Chris got arrested.
Adler, let me ask you this: Why are you in a limo going to the funeral?
it is
With the family.
The family.
Okay.
So they had two limos. We were in the second limo, and then there was the procession behind it, and it was a police escort and all that.
Yeah, this
The
is
limo
what, they
cut.
put the family in
What's
these two
that?
cars going to the graveside and going to the funeral.
Yes,
I've just never been to one that fancy.
Yeah.
Well, it was fancy. I was
Fancy, yeah.
underdressed.
Yeah.
I bet you
there's a
did.
shocker.
I actually
There's
wore,
a shocker.
I actually wore a
Ours
full
is usually,
suit.
"Hey, Mama, you want to get in the truck?"
So that Dimebag Daryl T-shirt didn't go over.
No. So I actually wore a full suit. I did good. I actually overdressed over Luke. I beat Luke. So
Okay,
he was
good.
mad.
Oh,
And
did
that's
you go,
always
did
the
you go
goal.
bun or ponytail?
I did both, depending on
Okay.
the situation. If I needed to be more nice, I'd let my hair down. But if it's more of a casual environment, I put it up in a man bun.
Right.
So
If someone brought up past criminal charges, I went with the bun.
the bun, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
And you know what they're thinking? He probably served time.
Oh yeah, they
He's
did.
probably done
Looking
that.
for tattoos.
They probably asked you how was it in there.
So yeah.
I will come back. I will come
Okay,
back.
we'll come back. All right. I didn't think this funeral was going to be that. You know how you have this expectation in your mind? You're like,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is going to be a funeral. It's going to be sad, but it won't be like that bad. It was that bad.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, I'm just getting wrecked and destroyed right now. My parents are singing.
Oh no! What?
My dad did a quick little message. My parents are singing. It's horrible. But it was a good celebration of life. But it was also terrible.
You're right.
But
Well-
then the plane was even worse.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No.
She was tearing them down.
No.
All right, what you got, Bob?
Well, I hadn't done it all. Tim, is it 20 or 25?
No, she said 25.
He said 25 or 30.
Big handful.
At least 25.
So it doesn't come in a pre-count.
No,
you,
sir.
you just
No,
okay.
sir.
So we don't know exactly.
But you're
the number,
guessing
do
at
we?
least 25.
He said 25
Let's
to
say
30.
30 to make
his,
everybody
his,
feel
his,
better.
his last statement was 25 to 30.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm well versed
Oh,
in
wait.
corn dog.
Wait,
That's
no,
true.
Natalie
Man,
said
no.
Natalie said she had two.
Okay.
All right, add two, Natalie.
All right.
All right. So there you go.
My dad.
Rick, I think we got a case of Tim didn't bring enough corn dogs.
Well, I'm going to address that here in a minute.
15.
Especially
So,
if Bubba's in the room.
Without,
Especially with Bubba
without
all
me,
around.
we can account for 18 of them.
I
Without
thought you
me.
said 15. Oh.
No,
And that's
5,
12.
3
12
is-
for you.
5 and 3 is
Okay.
8. 8's 11. Another 3.
So you had 12.
It's 15. 1 with Tim. 16. 2 from Natalie's 18.
So,
Okay.
so you had 12.
You had the rest, the
So
other 12.
I had how many?
10 to 12.
I think it was 10. That's about where it was. And that's more than Tim said he brought. He said 20
But what
to
I don't
25.
understand is
No,
He said
whoever
25
he said 25 to 30. He's
Well,
never said
25
the
to
word.
30.
He's never said the word 20.
25 to 30.
Bubba's got himself down to 2.
The number 20 was never
So
uttered.
10 would be 28. That would be the middle
Yeah.
of the estimate.
I
So
would think
that's
10's
fair.
a good.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
Now,
Think
who's-
about this.
But who ate
that
the
many,
last one and
that
don't
many,
remember?
That many corn dogs is in your stomach right now.
Look, and I
Oh,
want
and
to
it's got- hey, and it's got
can
some
I-
friends.
Please, can I, Rick? That's what I was going to say. But when we started this segment,
Hey, they're not lonely.
Rick, when we started this segment, he said that was not the main course; it was the side.
It was. The chicken was the main.
You realize 10 corn dogs for somebody would be all they need.
All right, Bubba.
I'm saying 10 to.
All right, let me get this
think
in.
it was about 8.
Rick, I
think
could
it was
feed
about 8.
6 kids at the middle school today.
Bubba ate
I
all
think
the
it was
food.
8. I think it was
Bubba made all the food for a village in Ethiopia. All right, so listen.
I ate the village.
Where's our food? Well, Bubba decided to have his first. All right, listen, Tim. Before you go,
That's why I'm not a first pick on foreign missions.
all right, how about this, Tim? This is where you can't mess up. This is where you can't mess up. You don't have to bring 2 helpings. But never assign the corn dogs the box. The corn dog needs to be in the same size as the boneless wings in that plastic covering and the bowl, that big that popcorn bowl.
Or the large
How
thing
many,
with onion
how
rings.
many did Scott and Hunter eat?
None.
Oh, they didn't eat none.
Scott didn't
No,
eat
they
it.
didn't.
They did.
Oh, come
Hunter
on.
ate chicken. I saw him eat
Yeah.
chicken.
He had one of those.
Tim, thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Tim.
He had at least a few corn dogs.
Don't put the corn dogs in a tiny container again.
And count them before they come.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past. Here we go. Thank you for being with us as we roll through another one. TheraBreath and the Rick and Bubba Show. You know, I love hearing, you know, these longtime sponsors, you know, coming back year after year after year. And there's a reason for that. And that reason is all of you out there, because it works twofold. You're responding to the product, but then these advertisers have to have a good product, or else you might try it, but you're not going to stay with it. And the fact that they keep coming back year after year means it's all working the way it's supposed to. You're out there, you hear the message, you respond to the message, they have great products, you like them, and then you keep responding. Well, there's a reason. All of us, if we were honest, there's nothing that makes you less confident than wondering if you have stink breath. Mm-hmm. You know, and you know, if anybody brings to your attention, hey man, I want to address that, or you know, your spouse says, "Whoa, wow, coming in there." But TheraBreath, it's not like some of these products that have been around for a while. They don't really do anything. They mask bad breath maybe for a very short period of time, but they don't really go after what's causing the bad breath. And of course, Dr. Katz researched this because he loved his daughter, and his daughter struggled with this, and he wanted to find something that would actually help her regain her confidence. And he did. And now all of us benefit from not just the products that first came on the market, and that's the TheraBreath mouthwash and the TheraBreath toothpaste. Those are great. But now we've added, you know, the lozenges, so you can, those times throughout the day where you've had a few cups of coffee, you know, and now you've maybe ate something that was spicy, and you're like, I don't have my confidence again, and you take those, and they're great. They also help you if you have problems with dry mouth. You know, you maybe make presentations and things like that. So, and now their whitening oil rinse is phenomenal. Their gum rinse, phenomenal. How many times have we been warned by Dudney, hey, watch your gum health now. Watch it.
The gum is
keep an eye on the gums.
Now, you can find these products at over 100 different retailers, but you can also just go to TheraBreath.com and find them all there. So TheraBreath.com, the link's also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, or you can go out to the retailers, look for that orange cap, and you can find those wherever you shop. All right, so we're talking to Eddie Van Adler. He's back from a trip. He had to, unfortunately, go for a funeral. Now, when we left this story, and this is
he's in a limo,
and he's about to get to. Well, the bottom line is it's really irrelevant what type of vehicle it is. The story is that for some reason he and his brother Luke are riding with the actual immediate family, and they're friends of the family, and they're in with the family, riding to I guess the graveside service, and so you know how you do the procession, and they're in the vehicle that the immediate family is in, and this became a bone of contention for your mother. She didn't understand what y'all were doing in there.
My mom. Okay, so my parents were. This was okay. So everybody was at a hotel, and then we took the like trip to the actual service and back, and that was it. So it was just hotel to service and back.
Okay.
But I have a text that says you are in the second limo. I have proof of that.
Right.
I have proof written. But my mom didn't know that. She and my father sang in the service. So they were there earlier. She's out of the loop on all this. I hadn't seen her actually since I had even been in San Antonio. So we walk into the service with the family. And my mom is like,
she thinks you've overstepped your bounds somewhere.
What is my ratty-haired son doing with the family? So
Right.
she didn't know. So she kept claiming that we snuck in with the family. But we clearly didn't.
They told you to get in that.
It is amazing you made the cut, though.
Well, I am amazed I made the cut.
Time.
Yeah.
Looking back, you wish that your brother Luke had not been in there with the family because
Right.
he
Yeah,
wish
decided,
he
to,
had made the
he
cut.
decided to go for the laugh.
Well, they had a family memory.
Yeah. Because of Luke, we had to sit 3 deep in the back row there of the car. But,
All right,
you
so
know, it was
let's-
fine. It was a little tight. It was frankly a little cramped. But
Okay.
that's fine.
All right, let's-
And that was our fault.
Yeah, really, y'all shouldn't be in there.
Right.
All right, let's go to this. You had violated, not that we believe in any of this, because the word mojo actually comes from a lot of old voodoo stuff. So we don't agree with that, but we don't mess around with this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm sorry, real quick,
Yeah.
because I'm going to get to the mojo, and after the service at the reception, I mojoed myself very badly. I did
More than you already have?
Yeah, because
Yes.
you're over there
Yes.
chanting how great the
Because all you've been
airline-
telling Luke is how easy the flight was, and this is awesome.
A little sarcastic.
In
about
the
it.
service, the service was beautiful. It was great. My parents sang. It was really sweet, and it was tough to get through, but it was a great celebration of life for Miss Tricia. She was a sweetheart, an amazing person, and it was great. I left my sunglasses in the pew of the church. So we're getting back to the procession, and I'm supposed to get in.
You talking about when everybody's somber?
Limo number 2.
You talking about when everybody's somber?
I'm talking about with the police escorting us. I realized I forgot my sunglasses, so I have to go run back in.
You actually went back for him.
I went back for them, yes. And I'm fighting traffic, too, now because the crowd is leaving. So I'm like, oh, excuse me, sorry, excuse me. And then I get caught up talking to Tara Geary. Haven't seen her in 25 years.
Yeah,
Hey,
nobody
Tara.
knew she'd be there.
Yeah,
You're like, wow,
how's
same size.
How's your family? You know, all that. We're the same size, Speedy? Were you
No,
saying
I'm
that?
just saying you hadn't seen her in so long, and she's like, "Wow, you're still the same size
Okay,
when you
Fred.
were young."
All right. Okay,
You got a beard. That's the only difference. You actually have a beard.
All right. Nobody said that. Everybody said, last time I saw you, they were this tall.
Right.
Of course, their hand didn't move as much.
Right. As you
It
know.
didn't- they're like, last time I saw you, were this tall. Now you're this tall. Okay, a couple inches. Pretty good.
Right, yeah.
Considering I'm an adult.
Look at you growing 2 inches.
Yeah, I wanted their hand to move more. You wanted their hand to move more.
Yeah, right.
Come on up.
So I did make the whole procession wait on me.
All right, let me raise my hand
So
on
there
that.
were police officers waiting on
Can I
me.
raise my
so
hand
that
on
was
that?
bad. That was
Doing
bad.
this.
And I hate to point this out because you know that's not our nature here to make each other feel bad.
Yeah.
But I want to point out the only thing worse than somebody maybe inviting people into an area that maybe not everybody else was fired up about, especially because now it's cramped in here, and somebody thought they were doing something, and everybody's like, why are they in here? The only thing that makes that feeling worse is when something like this happens. So now the very people
Now,
that shouldn't be in the limo are delaying us.
Yeah, yeah. So that was bad.
Right.
That was bad.
Yeah.
So I ran, got the sunglasses, and we got back in, and then we took off. The police were waiting. And
If they knew the word bip, somebody would have used
yes,
it.
that's right. That's an annoying person for people that don't know what that is. Okay. So that was bad, but then everything was fine. We got back, did the reception, and that's when I mojoed myself the worst. Because
The
you're
worst?
talking, yes, that's when you're talking about the travel, and it's like, oh, hey, traveling without kids, that's a breeze and a half.
So you keep saying that. Now you're going in a
Smooth
half
as
breeze.
glass. It's smooth as glass when you travel without kids. Woo. My regular life is so much harder than this. Well, another drink, please. Y'all got some peanuts or pretzels now? It's pretzels now. Okay.
Yeah, right.
So Luke and I get to the airport, and we're supposed to fly out, and we're supposed to arrive in Birmingham at my original landing time was like 11 p.m. So, hey, I land at 11. I'm in bed by 11:45 maybe, sleep for 4 hours, and I'm back to work on a Tuesday. That's the plan. We get from San Antonio to Dallas. So we're in Dallas now. And I record a video for my kids like, hey, Daddy's getting on the airplane.
No,
See
not
y'all
that.
tomorrow.
Oh, you're so confident.
I ended up recording 3 of those because that's how many airplanes I got on in Dallas.
Got on them.
Got on 3 planes. I get on plane number 1, and it's a little bit delayed, and it's windy, and we're sitting at the terminal for a while. I'm like, oh, man, this is not good. So then all that wind delay means there's tons of people in line, tons of airplanes in line. So we sit on that runway for 2 hours.
Say that word again.
For 2 hours, we sit on that runway.
Would we all agree we'd rather be in the waiting area for 2 hours than on that plane for 2 hours?
It's so hot. It's because they have to do something with the engines or something. It's so hot, and they're revving up the engines like, and you think, okay, now it's go time, and then the engines go back down. So I'm sweating.
It is an emotional roller coaster.
It is.
I'm sitting there sweating, and I'm seeing we're not moving. And then behind me, over my shoulder, after about an hour and 50 minutes, I hear a flight attendant say something about crew time.
Oh, no.
Crew time. And that's when I know we're done.
It's
we're
over.
Sunk.
It's over.
We're sunk. And I'm starting to get elevated. So I said I said a few things.
Did
on the
you
plane.
say something
I shouldn't
out
have
loud?
said them, but like when they're
Were you the voice of the plane?
when you're on the
Always
plane
am.
for like 2 hours and over the intercom they go, oh yeah, we've heard that somebody's seat is not all the way up, so please keep your seats all the way up. Over the intercom, they said that. And I go, why? We're not going anywhere.
Oh, you did one of those?
Did you really? Like we're taking off anytime soon.
Okay, so
I said that loudly.
So you were the belligerent
you start being that guy.
I couldn't help it. Every little thing they said, like they would be like, we'll get going soon. I'm like, yeah, I'll believe it when I see it, friends.
Oh, yeah. That's when I get my hand squeezed and I get the whisper, you're doing that thing you do.
Yeah.
And he goes, and then over the intercom, hey, guy, here's your pilot. And
He's so low-key when he tells you this.
Unfortunately, because of the delay, the cruise time has timed out.
Oh, I hate this.
It would actually be illegal for us to fly now, so we have to go back to the terminal. It would be illegal. And I was
couldn't
like,
believe it.
And I'm like, yeah, it should be illegal. How y'all are treating us? That's what should be illegal.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Echo it halfway down the plane.
That's right.
So did you have people join in with you and
you
start
gotta
going?
pick
That's
those up,
right.
yeah.
No, they were like, sir, you need to calm down, kind of thing. Like looks over shoulders, not like I agree with you. Looks like, oh, is that guy gonna?
He's going to say,
fly off the handle?
Yeah, what that kid said. He's an adult. Bearded kid. Sorry, I thought it was somebody's kid getting unruly.
People complaining about whoever his parents are. I need to get that kid's haircut.
Yeah, he needs a haircut. He needs to watch his mouth.
I will come back.
I'll wrap it up. I'm sorry.
No,
I'll wrap it up.
No, we've all been there, buddy. I'm sorry
tough.
you're there. You elevated a little quicker than I expected.
Yeah.
So I
2 hours of sweating. 2 hours of sweating.
Yeah,
It's just
we'll be
so
right back.
sweaty.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Overdrive. Did you shift right to BTO?
I said BTO.
Yeah.
Now, how about Grand Funk? Did you ever call them Grand Funk Railroad?
I did.
They were at first.
Yes, I did. I sure did. Yeah. And as I remember, I don't remember what was on one side, but I remember our dad, who, the older I get, I realize our dad was extremely hip musically.
Oh, yeah.
But I remember he brought us in the 45 of Grand Funk Railroad, Walk Like a Man.
He did. That's funny, Rick, because we were just old enough to be getting past Disney music.
Yeah, what were we doing? What were we doing? That song?
It was we got
Did
a
Disney have
record.
music back then?
Yeah, oh yes.
Oh
We
yeah.
had the whole collection.
Disney records. They were tons of
The
them.
Bare Necessities.
Oh,
Bubba.
we
Are you
could sing
kidding?
it.
Oh, the Jungle Book. Okay.
Y'all that, and they were on little
I
records.
got you. I had that
And
one
had the
too.
Disney
They
label.
had the Disney label on the inside, and they had little 45s.
But Dad,
Oh, I thought, well,
Mom,
man, that's awesome.
we one Christmas we got a record player,
Yeah.
and they bought a bunch of 45s and some albums, and we had like the Allman Brothers,
yeah.
and they exposed us to good music.
They really did.
Grand Funk Railroad,
Looking back, were we a little young for some of that?
probably.
But it was.
No, back then it wasn't.
I mean, I'm sitting in there. I don't know. We were 10 maybe. Me 10, you 8 maybe, or 9.
yeah, we were young.
We were pretty young, and we're in there singing Grand Funk Railroad, Walk Like a Man.
Oh, it's great. Rambling Man by the Allman
Oh,
Brothers.
Rambling Man, baby. We had it all. So we'll.
I think we've had an Osmonds album.
I'm sure we did. You had to have that.
Yeah, I had Donnie
Doobie
Marie's.
Brothers.
I had Donnie
Doobie
Marie's
Brothers.
Deep Purple. I remember that.
Yeah.
Remember the album cover of that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we didn't know what Doobie meant. we were sitting in there with the Doobie Brothers album.
I thought it was their last name. There's the
I did too.
Doobies.
I did too. I didn't know what Doobie was.
That's some really good music.
They did. So anyway, we'll unpack that today. We'll sound the alarm if your fan base has been picked to have Beth Mowens do play-by-play for your teams. We'll talk about that on the program today. It has become this year's college football tradition. On Friday, we'll look at any of the games that might be of interest. We certainly have We have a story today, and I know that you guys were discussing it a little bit in the kickoff hour. It's going to be one of those moments where we're gonna see something, and we're going to hear something, and at any time in history, other than right now, we would never believe that this person could potentially be serious. I mean, we would be saying there was every time up till now, you would have said, well, that right there that's just a plant. That's somebody trying to be controversial. Somebody's trying to create some. But now you think to yourself, it is possible this person honestly believes this.
I know it.
Now,
are we talking about the AOC town meeting?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Now, that girl's either a really good actress that's trying to, be a smart aleck,
Yeah.
or she believes it.
Did you notice AOC as she was trying to get out?
She didn't know what to do
her
with
eye
it.
started twitching a little bit when she's trying to. Anyway, that is so bizarre.
we've got the audio.
Yeah.
We'll unpack that for
There's
you.
video. Too,
Oh, yeah, we're both. Yeah.
So Kamala Harris.
Oh boy.
Yeah. You're talking about some secondhand embarrassment.
We'll get that. Remember this: never ask a question you don't know the answer to.
Yeah.
So we've got that coming up. But
I hate to say this too because you hate to use the word dumb, but I don't know if it's just her dumb audience members is why they said no, or if they really meant no. Because you know how sometimes you don't really listen to what somebody said.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
There may be that in play.
Right.
We were listening to it. They may be. The audience was so stupid they didn't realize the answer no was not what she was looking for.
Right.
Yeah, that's very possible.
You know what? That's
Also,
a good point. I don't know how you could have thought that, but
Well,
I
Eddie
asked-
actually brought it up.
I asked you guys before the show started if you had seen, because I just saw it this morning, the new trailer for the Richard Jewell movie.
I haven't.
And Clint Eastwood is directing it.
Oh, good.
And it's got some big stars, and it really looks good because we live that history.
Yeah, we
so
do.
it's-
Oh, look, everybody done wrote him off. He was a psycho bomber.
That's a classic case of the media getting
And don't
it
forget
wrong
the side
and
story.
destroying somebody.
And I know it's isn't funny because he's no longer with us, right? Didn't he have a heart attack or something?
Yeah, I think he passed away
But
not too long ago.
what about when they would show footage of him and his bar band that he played in? He's up there singing Leonard Skinner and stuff. Do y'all remember that?
You, of course, remember that. I don't.
No,
but of course you
that.
do.
There's Richard Jewell up there in his band.
For some reason, that's the kind of stuff you locked in
Oh,
on.
in fact, that's the only thing I remember. Then I go, oh yeah, the bomb. Yeah.
Rick, allegedly, didn't he call the show one time?
Yes, he did.
Yes,
Matter
he
of fact, and I wrote it down and had his name and number in my contacts forever.
We'll have to review that.
Yeah, let's see here. If I
So we got a lot to do today.
No, that was Buddy Jewell, the country.
No, he did. I remember when the intern came running in here and going, I think Richard Jewell's on the phone right now. Back when we were on Turner South.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you're right. That actually happened.
Yeah.
15 minutes past. Much to do. We'll start unpacking all these things we talked about and more right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The charge update. We got that for you coming up. Tomorrow night, a couple of man churches going on from themanchurch.com, our men's discipleship strategy. Tomorrow night, Ridgecrest Baptist Church, Dothan, Alabama, News Talk 103.9. I'll be there kicking that off. This is year 2 for them as they go into their second curriculum. Year 1 kicks off with Kevin Derryberry tomorrow night, too, over in Hope Hull, Alabama at the Hope Hull Community Church. Kevin Derryberry will lead worship and do the message, so you guys are in for a treat there tomorrow night as well. Find those details at themanchurch.com under events. Wednesday Bible study back today. 2 Corinthians moves on, and that'll be noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. It'll be archived soon after. All right, Eddie Van Adler is recapping his trip. We thought we would only be without Adler one day, and that was Monday, but due to travel delays on commercial airlines, he missed an additional day, but is back with us today, going back through the perils. He has got on airplane number 1, sat on the tarmac for 2 hours. The crew timed out. Always a pleasure to hear that. Sometimes I just want to say, let's chance it. But anyway, so they go back. So now you're back in the airport again?
Yes, and when I found out that we were going to be not flying from Dallas to Birmingham, we were in line to take off. The crew times out, but now we're still stuck in line. So now it's 20 minutes of waiting for the planes in front of us that are going to take off, before we can even turn around to head back to the terminal.
My hands up. This is the one that really bothers me. Here's what I want to know. Was the weather so bad, no matter whether the crew timed out or not, you would have not been able to leave? Or if they had not timed out, would you have been able to leave?
Yes. Planes are leaving. Planes are leaving.
No.
It's just the timing of the crew. So really just a slight weather delay.
Oh, no. Oh, that one really stinks.
So now I'm waiting to not even fly, not even take off. And then Dallas Airport is so big, it takes 20 minutes of taxiing. You're taxiing for 20 minutes to get back to your terminal. And just I had to repeat to myself, you'll still see your family tomorrow, Chris. You'll still see your family tomorrow, Chris. You'll still see your family tomorrow. Like I said, I had recorded a couple videos like, hey, Daddy's getting on the plane. That was number one.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Did you seek solace, though, and you said, maybe I won't have to see Greg, though?
That helped.
One less day of Greg this week?
A lot that helped.
Right, yeah.
Repeated that. That was like my mantra. No Greg, no Greg, no Greg, no Greg.
A little trade-off there.
So we get back. We get off of the plane. We're in the terminal, and it is like, I think, 12:15 or something like that. Midnight. It's around midnight, which is when I was supposed to be landing.
Of course. Don't ever let that creep in. And then don't start running the numbers. If you just got in the car and driven, you'd already be home.
Right.
Yeah, at any point, let me ask you, did you consider just going and getting a rent-a-car and go, I don't care, at least I'm going to be moving?
Yes.
Because I get that way.
There's something to that, yeah.
You know, if I'm stuck in traffic, I'd rather drive 90 miles out of my way
Absolutely.
than sit still.
Absolutely.
I just can't do it.
Absolutely. And like we said at the beginning of the story, the whole point of flying is that it's supposed to take less time than driving.
Yeah. That's why they charge so much
got-
more for it. That's why they charge so much. Don't forget, all this is happening to you. It's not free.
Yes.
Rick, you remember
None of it.
when we got stranded in New York, which was supposed to be a one-day trip. We were thinking, hey, how long will it take us to drive back?
And by the way, I know that number, and it's not good.
Higher than you want.
I'm looking at other flights while on the plane that did not take off. I'm looking at other options. I'm like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And I haven't said the name of the airline, but I'm not going to trash the airline. But I don't think it's a coincidence that they have the same initials as Alcoholics Anonymous. I think that's who's running the company. I think that is who is running things.
Did they give you any
guess.
kind of flight vouchers or anything for all this?
So we get back to the terminal, and everybody that was on
Isn't
this
that
airplane,
misnamed, by the way, too? I know there's a lot of
Yeah.
comedy bits about it, but I don't want the last thing I see when I fly something that says terminal on it. You know?
That's good.
Well said.
So we're sitting there, and we're just all waiting. Everybody that just got kicked off this flight, we're all miserable. We're all waiting to find out what our fate is. And they get over the intercom and they say, your flight has not been canceled. It's just been delayed.
Oh, that's the way they do it.
They got to play that game.
That's the way they do it.
Okay. Till when? 7:45 tomorrow morning. So, so not right now. So it's not even, okay, all right. So I look at my brother, and everybody around me is cussing. I heard one bomb go through the entire terminal of the airport, and I was like, sir, I agree with you.
Second.
I second that. So on the intercom, they say again, and because it was a weather delay and it's not our fault, we will not be issuing any vouchers.
Yeah, I saw that coming. They have all the little games they play.
What? Okay.
You're right.
Luke and I then do the math. We're like, all right, if we left right now to a hotel, we would have about 4.5 hours in that hotel. But we would have to leave the airport. We'd have to go get a hotel. We'd have to get there. We'd check in, and then we'd check back. And we're like, well, I guess we're just going to sleep in the airport.
That's it.
So now this is our house.
Yeah.
Nice
This is our
Adam
home.
Sadler there. Buddy.
Yeah.
And don't forget that everything that you could enjoy closes.
Oh,
There's nowhere to eat. Nowhere
it's
to get
Ghost
something to-
Town
yeah,
City.
right,
I paid $5 for a bottle of water from a vending machine just to live through the night.
Right.
So we just start walking, just looking for anything, looking for a bench that doesn't have armrests. Every single bench in the airport has armrests, so you can't lay down on it. People are just collapsing in corners. Many people just sat in the chair that they were in when they got the news, because when I returned to that terminal, I was like, oh, wow, so you're just still there, guy. Hey, how's it going? Let's get on this plane now. Luke and I are walking, and we find a bench that doesn't have armrests on it. This is at 1 o'clock. And I'm like, all right, buddy, there's your bench. I got mine. So here at 1 o'clock, here I am, gang, in my
Oh my
in
goodness.
my hoodie. And look how much I'm so small, yet I don't fit on this bench.
No.
Can we get a 5-foot bench? Or is 4 feet the most?
Adler, can I tell you, with your facial hair, your long hair, wearing a hoodie, laying on the bench in the airport, you look very natural to be homeless.
He really does. I mean, you could be homeless
you
and
fit
right.
the bill.
Let me tell you, when this whole thing here we're doing falls apart, you're going to transition quite nicely.
Yes, for real. I always wear a hoodie when I fly, by the way, because you got to protect your. I mean, you don't know whose hat. I wouldn't wear a million hats.
Right.
So Luke and I, we slept on these benches last night in the airport that night. Here's my brother. He looks a lot more nice. Look how nice he looks.
He does.
What
you
a
know
dapper
what? You know
young
what?
man.
He looks like he's a stranded traveler.
He really does. Yeah,
You look
stranded
like you were
traveler.
homeless.
Do you guys see this little track in the floor right here?
Yeah.
That little line that are in the airport floors, those strips of metal?
Yeah.
Did you know that anytime any wheels go over that line, it makes a sound that sounds like this? Did you know
Speed
that?
bump. It's a
So
speed bump.
that's going to occur every 16 seconds. Also, when you're that close to the bathroom, you're going to know it every time it's used.
Every time.
My face was so puffy, guys, after sleeping in that airport. My phone was like double looking at me like, is that you? My phone wouldn't unlock. I had to enter my code. So we slept in the airport, got on the plane.
Bless your heart.
Got on plane number 1 that did not work from Dallas. I had to get on a third plane from Dallas, got to Birmingham, slept in a bed last night, got to see my family, and hey, I survived. It's supposed to be better than driving.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, and then you and I, we had to roll through. It was an active birthday boy yesterday.
Yeah, it was busy.
Well,
busy.
we had to do our little podcast yesterday.
And we had a great podcast with Eddie Van Adler, and it went so good. We really, I think, might need a part 2 at some point.
Yeah, I like this profile format because when we were first, going out to all of you, the audience, and saying, look, this is going to now be something added to the Rick and Bubba content. It'll be its own content. It'll be its own format. There's some surprises when you get ready to see it this weekend, and it'll be available starting tomorrow. You're going to be, those of you that get to see it. We always have it on the YouTube channel, and then we have the audio out there. There's some funny things that take place throughout it. So I think you'll enjoy the profile of Chris Eddie Van Adler.
Yes, he's. It's hard to capture him in just one podcast.
It is. I mean, he's definitely somebody has to have another podcast at some point because we never got into the things that he and Bubba wanted to talk about that I was. Under her again.
Oh yeah, it does.
Yes. Is this one of her town meetings here?
Yeah, a little town hall, Rick.
I mean, beyond what would normally happen.
Got him.
They're coming to take me away.
Speedy just told you, Queens, New York, she's having herself a little town meeting, Bubba.
Yeah, Congress is out. It's hard to imagine that with all this impeachment stuff going on, but they're actually in recess. So the members go home and they hold town meetings and, talk to their constituents about what's going on and what they want them to do for them in Washington.
Well, remember now, we'll let the audience, we can all talk about this, whether we think this woman is trying to make a point with coming up with a really, really bizarre scenario, or is she so nutty that she's being serious? Now, I will tell you this. There's no doubt that this push of overpopulation, we're overpopulated, the world is overpopulated, and, people, of course, were saying that in the 1700s. But anyway.
A lot of space out there.
Yeah, a lot of space. But anyway, part of that is, remember, that also is another way to push people to saying, well, look, the aborting of these babies, I mean, if nothing else, it helps us not be overpopulated. It just not be overpopulated.
Yes, what a convenience that is.
So in net zero and all this. So now this woman in the middle of all this.
Well, you'll hear it from her own
it's
mouth.
Bizarre,
and
guys.
I think she has a shirt with it printed on it too.
She does.
Who makes that shirt for?
Well,
right.
So here's what I want on my shirt.
Well, Greg, you have to make it. If you turn it down, people take you to court.
That's
basically she is. She's promoting the idea of eating babies.
She is, and now she's got a jacket on, and I can't tell. Well, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not going to say she's pregnant because then I'll make that mistake again. But she looks like she is, but she might not be.
Rick, I'll
don't
say
know.
this:
Maybe
if she is an actor, I'm hiring her tomorrow if I'm in that world.
Can I tell you this? And this is a very grotesque thing we're talking about. But if she is saying this while pregnant, that gives a whole new term to "I've got one in the oven."
She might not be. I can't tell. I can't tell. Let me. Can I?
I don't know.
No,
that
you.
I just got.
I'm sorry, I had no response to that.
That's well done.
Maybe she's not. I don't know. No, she's not. She's not.
What?
She's not.
I mean,
Speedy added that to the.
Well, it looked like at first the
What's
way she
Underwater
was.
Man think about it?
She's not.
Well, let's just take that phrase in general. If you have this point of view, say, so you got one in the oven. Whoa.
Yeah.
Y'all, I hate to say it, she may be too crazy for anybody to get that close.
She's not. She's not.
point.
Okay.
Rick,
so she
she's
takes off
crazy.
her jacket halfway through, and as
You ever
Bubba
been
said,
She's
she has
crazy.
this
been around men.
Rick, this is a whole nother level.
Good point. Rick.
Okay.
Rick,
This
that's
is
a
a
good
whole
point.
nother level.
Okay.
I thought she was, but she's not. Here we go.
Let's see.
Here we go.
Let's see.
Here for much long because of the climate crisis. We only have a few months left.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour from the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Reminder, the brand new Rick and Bubba CD, the best of moments of 2023, called Rough Patch. You can get hard copies if you want. We got those at rickandbubba.com under the store, but it's also available now on all the different digital formats for you to go grab it if that's what you prefer, and most of you do now, so you can grab it there. It is there now. We got the gang all here, as you just heard, but it's a Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge Day. Here we go. These are opportunities for you, the Rick and Bubba audience, to go to Buffalo Wild Wings locations that are participating, eat delicious food, and help great causes all at the same time. From Buffalo Wild Wings, welcome back, Tim Spencer.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's good to be back, Tim. Thank you and your company for providing food today for our guests and for everybody here on the show.
Greg has gone missing.
Yeah, he's gone missing. This is when we say goodbye to Greg. He is gone, and he is camped out. I went in there a minute ago, and he had the wings on him, and was that talking buffalo from y'all's TV commercials.
Hank.
Yeah, he turned into Hank. So anyway, it's good to be back. I hope you, Tim, and your family had a great holiday season, Christmas and New Year, and and all of that. And this is our first time to visit in 2024, and we're off to a great start.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. Walked in the door, said Happy New Year, and Greg got on to me.
I know. Well, too many days.
What did he get on you about?
He said it's too late.
Too many days have passed. You can't say that anymore.
It's too late.
Yeah, so.
But it was the first time to see you.
Yeah.
That's what
I think you get a little
side.
bit of lead on that.
I would agree. I would agree.
Well, everything at Buffalo Wild Wings going well?
Yeah, well, 2024, we're really looking forward to it. We're happy. Would have been nice to get one more game Monday night out of our group down here, but we'll give it to Michigan one time. But 2024, we're looking forward to it.
How about this? Next year, you're going to have a lot more games.
We're really looking forward.
Well, here's what I was going to ask you, though. I know that your locations are in Alabama. So there was no SEC team. Alabama wasn't in it. Auburn wasn't in it. Any SEC team was not in it. But did people still, to some degree, come out and watch this game at a Buffalo Wild Wings?
Not really.
In Alabama?
Not really. No, not really at all. Okay. We've been blessed over the last decade that we always get these extra games at the end of the year.
Yeah.
And we were looking forward to it until overtime. The Rose Bowl.
Yeah, there you go.
But no,
I would think people would still come out.
A little bit of takeout. Take it home.
Yeah, maybe not to the full. Yeah. But I know historically our part of the state is usually one of the top ESPN markets for football.
Correct.
No matter what's going on.
Right. Mm-hmm. All right. So the locations we talk about, and we've added. I mean, we got more now. So Alabaster, Alabama, Birmingham on 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, John Hawkins Parkway, downtown Birmingham, 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, Chelsea. Now in Vestavia and Northport.
That's right.
So there we go. So those are all out there, and they're all participating, and we'll give you another opportunity today. But first, let's look back. The last one was for Created Ministries. Mark and Dory Carpenter are here. I've known them for a number of years. And Mark and Dory, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hello.
Yeah, Mark, you were telling me this was your first time to Helmsley's mic's not working, by the way, again. And we found out what was wrong last time, so Speedy will fix it. But I know that I didn't realize this is the first time y'all been to the Big Boy studio and been here in this one. You were talking about the difference. I know you'd been to the other. So this is your first time in here?
Yeah, it's my first time in here. It's a big difference from the last studio. So, like I was saying earlier, there's not people walking back and forth on the window making faces at you. And stuff.
I know.
I kind of miss that.
Yeah, you won't see one shirtless fat guy today.
Right.
You know, so that's kind of sad. Dory, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm great.
So tell those that went out and participated, what is Created Ministries and what are they going to be helping with today?
So first of all, I want to say thank you to Buffalo Wild Wings for this. It's going to be such a blessing. So Created Ministries helps youth that age out of foster care.
Mm-hmm.
In the United States, 23,000 youth age out of foster care every year, and automatically 20% of them become homeless, and that's kind of unacceptable. So what Created Ministries does is we come alongside these youth, and we provide them a stable adult, meaningful adult to come alongside them. We help them with housing, food assistance, financial coaching, career coaching, as we come alongside them and help them reach independence, because most of these youth are having to make adult decisions much earlier in life than their peers.
Yeah.
So we just come alongside them, help build them up by providing tangible needs, but we're also able to provide spiritual needs with them. The biggest thing that we talk about is that they are created in Christ, and because of this, they can live with hope. Because when you come out of foster care sometimes and you're homeless, you don't have that hope. So we're able to share the gospel with them and show them that they can have that hope because of what Jesus did for them.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and that's such a, like you identified, there's a gap, that needs to be filled there. How do you transition if you're at that age and, some of the things that were available to you and programs are not available to you anymore, and boy, nothing can get you ready for that next step in life, quite like first getting your physical needs met, but secondly, getting your spiritual needs met.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can be prepared for what's next.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, tell me, would you like to tell them the check
it's a
today?
big one
It's a
this
good one
time.
today.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
a good one
everybody
today.
showed up in December.
Yeah.
Must have been a holiday.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah. So it's a good check today.
And we were able to raise, with the help of all our guests mainly, $5,800.
How about that right there?
$5,800.
How about that, Carpenter?
Will.
We'll take that, Creative Ministries.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
And with the stuff you need to provide for those that are transitioning, that kind of money goes a long way, doesn't it?
That money does go a long way. That will cover about 3 to 4 months of expenses that we have to help these youth. So
How about
it's
that?
a blessing.
Awesome. Well, that's really good. And a lot of you may not know this, and Mark, we can speak to this. So Mark Carpenter and I were part of a leadership group when we were going to church together that started, I'm talking about the groundwork to what is now themanchurch.com. And so Mark was in those meetings when we were, and those men were trying to hammer out this discipleship strategy and make it work. And it's kind of cool to look back on those days and look where this thing continues to go too. So thank you for your efforts in that too. And it's really paying dividends all over the country and even around the world.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. And it's funny to see how, God took that leadership group, and it's been a Paul and Barnabas type situation where everybody's just gone their own separate ways and are able to share the gospel how God's told them to do.
Yeah, all doing our own things now, but we all started in that one little hub. Right. So that's great. So good to see both of you. And looking ahead, this is kind of, I want to thank Tim and all of you at Buffalo Wild Wings. January, for the last several years, has been where we will raise money for the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund, because on January the 19th, that's when Sherry and I, our youngest son, Bronner Burgess, went into the presence of the Lord. And the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund was started by some friends of ours, and how it operates is it gives grants to evangelical ministries, and we vet those out all over the world. I can't tell you every month what a joy it is to go into these ministries, and the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund has been helping month by month, because those monthly grants really help these ministries to thrive. Just recently, I met with a young man from Romania, and he's doing this evangelical, it's called Heartbeats Festival in Romania. He brings in some of the most sought-after speakers from all over the world and all the sought-after Christian bands from all over the world, and they do this enormous music festival that features the speakers, too, sharing the gospel, and they are reaching thousands of Romanians for Christ. And it was so cool to sit down with them, and because of people's response, we were able to give them a meaningful grant, because they try to make it free for everybody to come, and there's a lot of expenses to put that together. So that was a new one that just happened, and there's so many others that you guys help, and thanks to a lot of you that donate on your own. We don't do really any fundraisers. We usually fund it through the speaking engagements and themanchurch.com and those royalties, and through coffee sales of BuzzBox Coffee. But also through the charity charge of Buffalo Wild Wings. And this month, we will be we'll benefit from the charity charge. So thanks.
We're so happy to do. Happy is a simple word, but we're just so excited to be able to do this again, Rick. I think this is 8 years.
Yeah.
8 times.
Yeah.
And I know you guys are celebrating a big number this year too.
Oh yes.
But being able to do this for 8 years. On our side, we're just excited to do it as a team.
Well, it is. I'm thankful to you guys and all of you who participate, and the impact that continues to be seen all over the world. We try to take the grants and just say, what did Jesus tell us to do? Well, Jesus said, don't forget Jerusalem. So a lot of the grants go right here to Birmingham, Alabama, to inner city ministries, and there's great things going on here and events that go on here. Then he said, well, you need to also take care of Judea. So we do things in our state. All over the state of Alabama. He said, well, don't forget Samaria. So we do things all over the country. Mm-hmm. And then I want you to go to the ends of the earth. So we give grants out to the ends of the earth. We just simply follow. So sometimes you hear people go, well, I tell you, I see people doing a lot of stuff around the world. They don't do anything here at home. We do it all, from right down the street to all the way into Romania and South Africa and into India and just all over the world.
Well, I can tell you, everybody can go right down the street on Monday and eat.
Yes.
We can do this for everybody.
Yeah, that's right. So, and this will not be sacrificial. All you have to do is go eat delicious
That's where
food.
I come in.
There it is.
Let me tell you this.
We all have a different skill
The ministries that you and Greg support along through eating Buffalo Wild Wings is great.
That's just the way we give.
So thanks to all of you, Rick and Bubba audience. Thank you, Buffalo Wild Wings. Thank you for all you're doing. And Mark and Dory, thank you for what you're doing and recognizing the need for this ministry and filling that gap with Created Ministries. And we'll, in the break, give you that big check that you can't deposit at the bank, but it makes a great picture. But
it won't go through the tube.
We'll get you the real. We'll get you the real check too. So there it is. Created Ministries. If you'd like to find out more about them, they're a 501c3. You can help them in other ways too. So we put their link in show notes at rickandbubba.com. The Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund link is also in show notes today for the next charity charge
all at rickandbubba.com. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But it's not getting rid of fossil fuel. It's not going to solve the problem fast enough. A Swedish professor saying, we can eat dead people, but that's not fast enough. So I think your next campaign slogan has to be this: we got to start eating babies. We don't have enough time. There's too much CO2. All of you're a pollutant. Too much CO2. We have to start now, please. You are so great. I'm so happy that you really support a nuclear deal, but it's not enough. Even if we would bomb Russia, we still have too many people, too much pollution. So we have to get rid of the babies. That's a big problem. Just stopping having babies is not enough. We need to eat the babies, and this is very serious. Please give a response.
Thank you. We'll go ahead.
Please look at everybody.
Okay.
Look at AOC.
She don't know what to do with it.
No,
she's still standing there.
No.
Watch her eye start twitching, her left eye.
Thank you. So I think.
Look at this guy. He can't believe what he just heard.
They have no security.
One of the things that's very important to us is that we need to treat the climate crisis with the urgency that it does present. Luckily, we have more than a few months. We do need to hit net zero
She said, no, we don't.
in several years.
There it is.
But I think we all need to understand that there are a lot of solutions that we have. And that we can pursue, and that if we act in a positive way, there's space for hope.
Oh my gosh,
y'all! When she said we don't have a few months, in the back of here, no, we don't.
She keeps going, Rick. She keeps going just with these general. Well, we have time, and then she let it roll a bit.
That's all we have.
She says hope. You always got hope.
Yeah.
And she's just stalling for somebody to get the straitjacket on this one.
We had like 2 seconds left.
Now, I don't know if she's a plant or just a nut.
All right, so now let's kick it around the table. Is this a person that's trying to say this is how ridiculous y'all sound?
Yeah, so I'm gonna.
Well, she's good if she is.
Or is she really believe this?
I don't know.
I
didn't see any evidence that we could go. She's this or that.
Yeah.
She's either crazy or she's acting crazy.
Yeah, I want to say it's a plant because I hate to think that those people are actually walking around.
Maybe that's what I'm doing. Right. I think I'm trying to protect myself by offering that option.
If she's a plant, she is really good.
When this lady takes off the jacket to reveal that she's got this writing on her shirt. AOC goes, okay, so she's like, okay, wow, I see where this is going. Okay, this is interesting here. And then she takes the shirt off. And then you can tell AOC goes, oh, wow, okay, so you have it just printed out right there. Okay.
My first thought.
Please look. Oh,
my first thought.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. All right.
My first thought would have been, did she come through a metal detector and is she strapped with a bomb?
Exactly.
Well, you can see some concern from AOC. Now, AOC probably is also the one. A congressperson can have security that is paid for us by the taxpayers, and she's probably one of these that goes, "I don't want somebody carrying a gun around me. I don't want that." And of course, there's nobody there to cut this lady off till they finally find somebody.
I'm like, who prints that shirt?
But I'd like to know
where does that get made?
Oh, you can get that printed. You can go online, just click it and say, I want this on it.
Oh yeah. Well, I can have that done in 30 minutes.
And it looks like that's the kind of service it came from. It came out one of those internet services.
Almost or stick-on letters type.
So let me go back to this.
Not the iron-on.
Let me go back to this.
There it is.
Let me go back to this. So we see the person with the mic and all that trying to give questions, of course, and that person's got we got. This is why you don't just put a mic out in the middle of the audience, by the way.
No.
But this security guy that eventually shows up, where is he right now? Is he trying to say?
I don't even think he's in that room. Somebody went and got him.
He's in the bathroom.
I think he's just a tall guy with a suit on.
Rick, I like to give credit where credit is due. I can't believe I'm about to say this. I think AOC handled this in a good way. Like, she handled it better than I think most would have.
Well, I think
she didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
Well, I think you do. I think you can. There's certain things that you can say.
It's never too late.
Her reaction. You got to get close to see that. Look, guys, I know we don't want to give her any credit. Okay, I got that. I'm just saying the way she handled that was better than most would have, because I'm like y'all. This lady is a nut job, and we need to Hey, we would have been tackling her.
But honestly, AOC is about as nutty as she is.
Well,
her new Green Deal is not that far
Bubba, that's
off.
why this is so surprising to me.
Well, no, what I'm
There's
saying
not
is
a big difference in those two.
She just didn't mention eating babies.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please.
So here we go, 23 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Bubba, this is a little something that we've done many times throughout the year. Let's ask the audience.
Yes,
for some help. It's called the Audience Assist Rick and Bubba. And they've been very good.
They are.
Now
They're
usually
pretty good. Sometimes it's more information than you can deal with.
Now, here's
especially if it has to do with medical things.
Right. Now, what I was about to say, I would exempt that in the future, I'm not going to ask people about my health anymore because they always convince me I'm dead.
Right.
That I have no chance.
You have no idea how many different diseases your symptoms could be.
And it's hard to discern between the 5 emails that tell you to do this and the other 5 that say if you do that, you'll die.
Right.
You know it?
Yeah,
So,
that's always a problem.
Yeah, but,
well, one of the things that I catch a little bit of grief, and it's just a little bit from my wife, is that I don't like to travel.
Right.
And it's not that I don't really like to travel, it's just there's usually a lot of things going on around here. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
If I can put it in those terms. Now, I mean like go on a trip, where and I'm not really big on traveling abroad. I know you do, and that's great. I'm not really to that level yet. I'm still in the training wheels of traveling, if you look at it that
understood,
way.
Yeah.
But I don't mind going around the country,
Right.
long as I know, we're in a good old USA. And
so but you don't like leaving the country.
Not that much. I'll
Right,
go.
right.
I'll go to central. Well, the Bahamas, down the Cayman Islands,
Understood.
something like that. I'm all right, and that's officially leaving the country.
And you did that. When's the last time you did that?
Been 4 or 5 years. It's back before COVID.
Right.
And it's not because of that. It's just we don't. When we have time off, it's usually things. And honestly, the last few years, we've had a lot going on. We've had some health issues.
Yeah, sure.
Had a tornado hit. We've well documented that in the Rough Patch, which, by the way, that CD available now on your favorite streaming services.
Right. Yes.
But we've talked about taking a couple of trips, and one of them that now Betty wants to go to Napa Valley. She wants to go see Northern California. She wants to go see the vineyards. All of that kind of stuff.
Non-denominational.
Yeah, well, it's
Right.
that's more her area.
Yeah, you're right.
And I'm good with that, and I will support that trip. And I've talked to some people who've been on those kind of trips. But for me, I want to go see Montana, Big Sky Country.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't even know what I want to do, but I'd like to go see it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, me too. That's on my list.
And so I know a lot of people in our audience have done that kind of thing. So I'm not wanting to go and take my life in my own hands by riding a four-wheeler on the edge of a giant cliff that's 15,000 feet. I'm not talking about that.
Not a thrill-seeking trip
No.
to Montana.
No, but I don't mind a Jeep ride through the desert, those kind of things.
You're thinking more like a Yellowstone trip?
Yellowstone, baby.
Well, I don't know.
Because they have those.
If you're out that far, I guess you probably need to see
Oh, if you're going to go to
Yellowstone.
Montana, you have to go to Yellowstone.
Grand Canyon kind of thing. I
Of course,
know
that's
Adler
different.
did a little bit of
Yeah,
that. But I don't know. Just out there somewhere.
Right, yeah.
You know.
Do you want to go to
I wanted to
Montana or
go-
the Grand Canyon?
Well, I think Montana.
What about
Maybe.
Napa Valley? Is that out in this?
No, this different trip. That'd
Okay.
be like
Which one
trip-
are we asking about? Montana.
This is Montana.
Okay.
Yeah. This is the Big Sky.
And I know you, but so written because I know some folks that have like
I don't even know that-
rented a cabin and done horseback riding and all that, but you're out with that because I know you don't ride anything without a clutch.
Yeah, I don't ride anything without a clutch. I really don't want to. This is we're not looking to rough it. Okay,
That's
this is
important.
not a camping
That
trip.
is important.
I've got a great contact for you two. by the
We're,
way.
I just, we want to go somewhere and see sights, and if we're even on a bus tour, that's fine.
Don't get on a bus. Not
You
in
know.
Montana.
Well, you know what I mean.
Right,
Just,
yeah, right, yeah.
A group thing. I don't want to, I don't want to struggle.
So you
with all
want
the
it to be a
details.
real touristy thing. You don't want to
Yeah.
have here are the things that you do if you don't want to just be in the normal tourist groups.
Yeah. I
You
think-
want to be a
I think-
full blown.
I think
I'm
level,
a tourist in Montana.
level one tourist.
Right.
And then if we see things and go, we need to come back and rent a cabin there.
So you
that
want to
might
stay at a
be
hotel?
later. That
You
might
want to
be
stay at a
later.
hotel?
Oh yeah, I think so.
You don't want to stay at a cabin, even if you could do all the other things.
I think we want this to be hassle-free as possible.
So you're thinking Wyoming, Montana, something
just,
like that.
I just want to go see big sky.
And you said you had a guy?
I want to see planes. I want to see.
This may be my
open-
guy right here on the phone.
I want to see mountains. You know, snow-covered mountains from the
only
valleys.
problem I think is the guy I have can take care of everything, but the only question will be is his ability to get you where you need to be, where you want to be in Montana. But even if it's not, I bet he can help you with the other.
Well, this is. I'm not necessarily looking for a travel agent. I'm just looking for ideas.
This is not a travel agent.
What I'm
This is a
talking
person who goes to Montana all the time.
Oh, well.
And has a place there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do I know him real well?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, well, I probably need to ask him, don't I?
You're near him down at the lake.
Yeah, real near.
Yeah.
He's got his driveway a lot.
He's got this covered.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So he does this all the time?
All the time.
Really?
Has his own place there.
Well, I knew he did.
Whose guy is he? Yours or his?
He's actually a combination of both.
Yeah, he's in between. He bounces around like a rubber ball.
He's frustrated with me. Hey, let's put it this way. He so wants to help us go to Montana.
Do you have any guys?
Hey, he so wants to help us go to Montana. He's upset with me that I won't go. He's asked me to go several times and told me I could go.
Well, he's apparently Rick's guy because I've never had that invite.
Oh, really?
Well, he didn't know you wanted to go. I told him I wanted to go.
Hey,
and
can I
he
borrow
said,
the guy?
Here you go.
What time
I'll
of
go.
year? See, here's another question. What time of year?
Oh,
is
you
the
want to
best
go in
time
the
of year?
spring?
Spring?
Mm-hmm. Don't want to go in the winter.
Tough, huh?
Well, you better have 3 of those vests.
But like, when you say spring,
Get a larger
you
one.
mean March, or is that more like May?
You need
good
to-
spring break
Hey, you
trip.
need to help to my guy.
Huh?
He'll know.
He'll know. See, that's the thing. You got to know that stuff. I don't want to go in there just not knowing.
Right.
Have y'all ever used me as y'all's guy? Like when somebody says something, I got a guy.
Absolutely. You're a guy on a lot of stuff.
And I don't have any guys.
I just realized I don't have any. I mean, to all my guy friends, I mean, they're my
that's
they're
different.
my buddies.
But you mean a guy you
I
go
always have a
to
guy.
for whatever subject, like you got a guy you go to for auto repair.
Right.
You got a tire
Oh,
guy.
so-
Oh, absolutely.
I got a
You got a
golf
gun
guy.
guy.
I got a golf
Oh,
guy.
you need tickets? I got to go.
Yeah, ticket guy.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
I need a
You
ticket
got to
guy.
have
I got plenty of tickets.
Did you say he's offering up his place in Montana?
Yes.
I want your guy.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Right.
What I'm trying to
AOC said just don't have them to begin with.
What I'm trying to say, if I'm a conservative up there, then everybody expects me to go. You're a raving lunatic.
Right.
The problem is AOC's caught because these are her people.
Yes.
And so she's saying things like Greg said, y'all said, that are close to this. Now this is beyond what, in all fairness, what AOC is saying.
Right.
Now this is
Well,
showing.
that's what I'm trying.
Yeah, this is showing where she's going. But I'm talking about she has to handle it a little bit differently because her audience. She doesn't know how they're going to react. Her audience may go, "Hey, man, she's got a point. Yeah, you got to be careful how you treat this
Their
one
lot will
because
start chanting, "Eat the babies."
That's my entire point of this whole thing.
So she just basically stands there and goes, now that eye did start twitching.
It did.
Yeah, that sure did.
I think that happened when you started looking around the room, as she did too, and saw that everybody else was like, "What the heck?"
I want to believe that somebody sent her in there, and we're going to see some internet group saying that we planted somebody. They've got it on their YouTube channel.
Right.
And that's what I'm hoping.
And if that's the case, I hope we do more of that.
I do too. Yeah. I do too. That's right. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Richard Jewell story was very interesting at the time. Like I said, we had the Olympics in Atlanta. We have a bomber. We have people killed, hurt. I don't remember what officially how many people was hurt, but anyway,
didn't it kill just one?
Maybe it was. It turned everybody, on their ear. And then didn't Richard Jewell find a bomb that had not exploded?
Well, he was a security guy, right? Worked for a
See, I don't
security
remember
company.
the exact story, but the bigger overriding story was that the media and the FBI made him a suspect, and it turned out it was not him, but it destroyed his life.
Oh, yeah.
And I think even with the media today, I think that it would be good to pause and look back at how that mistake destroyed an innocent person. And that story has never really been told, and I think that's what this is about. And Clint Eastwood is the director, and the trailer looked really good.
Well, and I think he's making the point, and you and I can both say it. And I look at one part, I was as part of it as anybody doing the show because I thought he did it too. So what happened was this is one of those things where the media completely put somebody on trial and convicted them, and we were all completely wrong.
And he fit the profile of the subject that they had come up with, the suspect.
Right.
You know how they do profiling.
I don't think we jumped on it as hard as some of it.
I did. I thought he did it. I was making fun of the fact that he lived at home with his mom.
He fit.
He fit the profile.
I was guilty. I did every bit of it.
Yeah.
Well, let's look at the trailer. I think it's going to be a good movie. It looks interesting to me.
Right. Yeah. All right. So here it is.
It's not coming from me. I think it's.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, that's where that communication.
Nobody told me to do this.
I know.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Welcome to Speedy's world.
And then in the end, come to find out, it was Eric Robert Rudolph that actually did it.
Right.
Who was the bomber of the abortion clinics here
in Birmingham,
and then hid in the woods in North Carolina for how long? Before they finally found him.
And now he's in Supermax.
Yeah,
out in Colorado.
he was actually the one that did it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Have you looked at the list of people in those Supermax out there? I mean,
It's a celebrity.
It's quite a list, buddy.
You got you some heavy hitters there.
Yeah, him.
El Chapo.
Chapo's out there. Reed, the shoe bomber. I mean, there's a bunch of
about
them. There's a bunch
shoe
of
bomber.
Richard Reed.
I remember him every time.
Ugly guy.
I remember the shoe bomber every time I'm at an
Oh,
airport.
yeah.
Taking
How do
my
you
shoes
forget
off.
that name? Every time you had to take your shoes off.
Yeah.
That look it? Like it's it?
He
Okay.
tried,
Yeah, that's
he tried to lie to shoes. Couldn't get him to lie.
Who's got it? Which one?
Me.
Okay.
I like that.
Richard, you're a national hero now.
Thank you, sir. But I was just doing my job.
You always look at the guy who found the bomb just like you always look at the guy who found the body.
Jewel fits the profile of the lone bomber. A frustrated white man who is a police wannabe who seeks to become a hero.
We're running it.
You're a suspect.
You don't talk. I talk. Say it.
I don't talk.
This might be the only way to clear your name. I want you to say there's a bomb in Centennial Park. You have 30 minutes.
Stop trying to be their best friend.
I was raised to respect authority.
Authorities are looking to eat you alive.
There's a bomb in Centennial Park. You have 30 minutes.
I'm sorry, what?
His accusers are two of the most powerful forces in the world: the United States government and the media.
I do want to help y'all. I'm law enforcement, too. There is a bomb in Centennial Park. You have 30 minutes.
Did he do it? Richard Jewell is an innocent man. He's a hero.
There is a bomb in Centennial Park. You have 30 minutes.
One more time, just a little louder.
I report the facts.
You've ruined this man's life.
There is a bomb in Centennial Park. You have 30 minutes.
Do a couple in a row.
My son saved people's lives.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. We're back. Relief Factor. I've already taken my first pack today. Another successful partnership with the Rick and Bubba show. And you, the audience, you have really responded. It is all natural. A lot of times when we find ourselves in discomfort and pain, we go after things that side effects and addictive properties, they're not really good for us. And we certainly should not be taking them every day. But with Relief Factor, you can. It's all natural, 4 botanicals. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor since we started a partnership with them. That Quick Start Kit is $19.95, and around 70% of those who tried that Quick Start Kit go on to order more because they see substantial results. And I have too. I don't ever want to live without it again, especially as I'm aging. So go to ReliefFactor.com. ReliefFactor.com. Go ahead and get your Quick Start Pack. I want to get an email from you talking about all that it has done for you, just like all these others we get. So ReliefFactor.com, or go to RickandBubba.com. You'll find them there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, this is going to be a 2-for-1 because I, too, have talked to my wife, and it is on my bucket list. I've been to Wyoming, which I loved a lot, and I know that that's a similar experience. I want to go to Montana. We talked about it on the show before. We have a guy who I think can take care of us. But you want to go to Montana at a 100 level. I don't know anything. Please don't put me in duress, but let me see the beautiful things.
Yeah, I think
let
so.
me eat
Maybe as a level 1 trip.
Right. And let me eat the delicious foods. I don't want to rough it. I don't want to be out in the wilderness. I will tell you, you remember the fun you had on the snowmobile ride?
Yes.
That's the only thing that makes me go. Of course, in the spring, they may still have enough snow to do it if you go at the right time, but they have a snowmobile ride that's fantastic.
Well, I would like to avoid taking our life in our own hands like we did when we went down the toilet bowl.
Correct.
I didn't feel qualified to do that.
You might want to explain
I'm somewhat
that.
amazed that
you might want to explain
well,
that.
that was the name of the 100-foot drop we went over in a snowmobile that I actually left the ground on.
Yes.
And that's the kind of thing I want to avoid, Rick. I don't need that kind of thrill seeking. But look, when
you
want
to see pretty things, you want to
Right.
eat good food. And now, are you concerned? Because I know one of my greatest fears, and this is what Sherry told me. We just discussed Montana in the last 3 days, and Sherry said, I don't like high places and mountains, and I'm not all that crazy about really large wild animals that could kill us. And
now, I love high places.
Yeah. Now I know you're not a fan of large wild animals that can kill you.
No, not
Right.
unless I am defensible.
Right. So don't mess with the buffaloes. You know that. And
I can't carry my 300 mag.
And watch the Grizzlies.
Yeah, well, we'll
Okay.
do that. But Rick, here's the thing: like when we went to the moon, we circle the moon.
Now you didn't go to the moon.
No, when
Right, you're right.
when NASA did, when
Right.
we did in the we circled the moon, then we landed on
Right.
the moon. So I may want that high level trip this time where we just kind of see everything and then go, that right there, we may want to go back and see.
Let me tell you this: our guy,
Mm-hmm.
which is his experience is, I think, maybe a second trip experience, but he can help you with the proper first.
Right.
Yeah.
I want your guy on my first trip experience. I'm
You
the
wanna
type,
jump to him.
I want to go, and and so do my boys and Terry. I want to go I want to stay somewhere that's way out of the way. I mean, I want to get on a horse and ride it around. I mean, and act like I'm, I live there.
Right.
Go see things. Just
Okay. That's definitely my guy.
be out and to ourselves. And
Now-
to your point, if we want to go in somewhere, then we go.
I want to warn you.
Okay.
I'm not talking about my guy that giving this to you for free.
No, I didn't
Okay,
say that.
I just,
No, I just need
you'll
help.
You'll have to
I need
pay
help
for
with
it.
your guy on
Right.
where to go.
Right. Yeah.
You know.
But it'll cost.
Of course, I'm not looking for free.
Okay,
I know
I'm
y'all
just-
do that.
Well, no,
but
I'm just.
I know.
Right.
I know.
Look, I'm talking to you as a person who's been in radio as long as you.
Sure.
When you work in what we do, you do have to learn that sometimes you pay for things.
Yeah.
Because we are a little spoiled. We do
You're
get a lot
saying
of
this
free
is
things.
not a buddy deal.
I remember the first time I found out they actually sold music and movie tickets. I didn't even know that.
Yeah. I remember JT talking about wandering up and seeing that window out in front of the theater, and he didn't know what it was for.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right, and the first time I bought pizza, I didn't even know that was. I thought that I thought it was everybody had coupons for pizza.
But your guy's in Montana, not Wyoming, right?
Correct.
Your guy's okay.
I had a guy, and I tell you, Adler's family is very well connected with
Does he
stuff.
have a
And
guy?
Adler's been, he's been on this van trip. He can help you with a lot of this. This is kind of his world, Bubba, that you're walking into. Now, Adler does it in a way you don't want to do.
Yeah, let me know if you want to borrow my van, Bubba. You can stay
Your
in
sharp van.
it. Yeah, you can fit a family of 4 in there, easy.
Rick, this is funny though. Like I'll get one email here that says, do not go in the summer, and go when there's no kids out of school.
Yes.
And then you get the one that goes, go in the summer. That way you can go and do
that was
this
just
and
what I
do
told
that.
you about.
Yeah.
When people give us these contradicting
I know.
emails, I think spring is best for you. Maybe fall.
Yeah, it may be, we may have to do it when we have time.
Chandler, Birmingham, Alabama. Chandler, welcome to the program. How are you?
Pretty good, guys. I wanted to call and give Bubba a quick synopsis of my first Montana trip and what I recommend.
Okay, this is good, Bubba, because he says this is what happened to me when I was a first-timer, and you're going to be a first-timer.
I feel like I need to make
And I'm going to
notes.
be a first-timer, so go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So I'm a out-in-the-woods kind of guy now. When you first go, you need to go to Glacier National Park. Fly into Kalispell, go up to Whitefish where all the snow skiing is, go into Glacier National Park, do the Going to the Sun Road. It's not for big, wide rigs, if you know what I mean. So, you're going to have to take a smaller car. It's on the edge of a cliff, but you'll be fine. You can go up to Waterton National Park in Canada, and that's got some beautiful views, a lot of historic hotels. You can go south of Kalispell to Hungry Horse. It's a huge dam that you can go to. You can float the Flathead Rivers and go fly fishing and stuff. So I definitely do West Glacier National Park.
A little too much adventure for Bubba. I'm just telling you. I will tell you
you want
this.
to go and stay in a hotel room? Or something?
Yeah, basically, and eat at one of the restaurants and look at the mountains. That's all he wants to do.
Okay.
Now, and I understand that, by the way.
It's an expeditionary mission.
This
see,
guy's
to
talking
find
to you,
out
Speedy.
more.
That guy just talked to you.
Okay, yeah,
You need
yeah.
to listen to him.
Yeah, I
was your-
really do.
That was your trip.
Yeah.
And I realized when you said edge of cliff, I'll never get to go because my wife's not going to do that.
Uh-huh.
So is there a way to go to Montana and not be on a cliff? If there's not, I'm never going to get to go unless I go by myself or with the buses. All right, let's continue. Let's go to Mark in Tennessee. Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, has Bubba ever been out west? Have you ever been to Yellowstone, Bubba?
No, I have not.
Hey, the trip to Jackson Hole, flying in the airport and seeing the Grand Tetons. I'm an old country boy from Tennessee. The first time I rode out there in an airplane, I'd never even been on an airplane before. That trip alone, just to see the Tetons, is worth the trip.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Love the Tetons.
Yeah, I did that trip, and that trip was fantastic.
The Grand Tetons.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Of course, and how it got its name funny.
Yeah,
sure.
How it stayed with that name is even better.
Yeah.
Stuck with it.
Yeah, you would think that somebody would have said on all this name changing we're doing.
Yeah.
Now you want to take
you would have think they would have got that before Lee's horse. Really?
Yeah.
Bubba, you need to do you got to see Old Faithful.
You got to. That's a must.
Yeah.
That's a must.
Now you want to take your ham radio and do like POTAs and stuff, or
park on the air? No, I'm not a big POTA person yet, but I appreciate the people who do that. I think it's really cool.
I just didn't know where you were on that.
They got sidewalks. They got benches right next to Old Faithful. You can sit on a bench and watch Old Faithful.
Don't be one of them Nimrods that goes over and gets burned up.
No, you know I'm not.
Andy, Birmingham.
Now this
Andy,
is aside from my high tech trip I'd like to take with guys that love high tech stuff.
Okay. Y'all need to know this, and I've even heard his daughter give him the nickname. Bubba does not like not to be safe. He loves a safety approach to everything. He don't want anything that's going to be perilous.
Yeah, right. He thinks things are going to get him.
Yeah, Andy, go ahead.
Well, who?
Hey, morning, guys.
Hey.
Hey, when you talk about spring and fall, we went in March 2 years ago to Yellowstone, and it's still winter wonderland out there.
Okay,
now,
but is it miserable?
Like.
Is it miserable in March?
Not at all.
Okay, so that's good.
Not at all. Not at all. They've got these winter tours you can do. It looks like an airport shuttle that you can get on in this a guided tour all through Yellowstone Park.
Oh, Bubba.
Yeah. There you go. All right, send Bubba that info.
Is this good to go with like 2 or 3 couples? Is that a better arrangement?
Absolutely. We were in a cabin in West Yellowstone, and there was 5 of us in our group, but we could have had more. And the tourist company set up, it's designed for big groups to go around, and the tour guides know all the sites. They know all where you pull over, where you don't pull over.
Bubba, you can do things without Bobby doing.
So Bubba needs to go on a tour, just what you're talking about, Andy.
Betty's still scarred from the La Brea tar pits in L.A. But
I thought that was good.
I loved it. I thought it was the highlight of my trip.
Did she think it was boring?
Well,
Betty?
she thought it smelt bad because it is tar bubbling up from the inner of the earth, Rick. I mean, come on.
Yeah. So is Betty going to get her Napa tour, or are you saying Montana's moved in? Is she in? Is she excited about Montana?
Oh, yeah. I think she's just excited that I'm more willing to get out and travel and not just, hang out at the lake. All
right, so Montana... I'm gonna give you know who the guy is, right? I don't need you to send me his contact, right? All right. Talk to that guy.
I'm hearing a lot of Jackson Hole.
Jackson Hole, and I've been there. Now that's fantastic. That was a beautiful, beautiful trip.
You got to brag, Rick.
Well, no, I didn't have anything to do with it, but I was invited on the trip. So.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There is a bomb in Centennial Park. You have 30 minutes.
You set that bomb.
There is a bomb in Centennial Park. You have 30 minutes.
I don't know how to protect you.
I think your client is guilty as hell.
They want to fry you. You ready to start fighting back?
Well, I'll tell you what, you're right. They got some great actors in it.
They did.
Looks Sam Rockwell, I like him.
I love it. If Sam Rockwell's in something, he's becoming one of those guys. If he's in a movie, I'll give it a chance.
Yes.
You see the line at the end, the whole world will finally know the truth.
Yeah, it was, and when I think about this
I'm like
story,
you, Rick. I thought he was guilty.
No, I did think he was guilty, and because you know what, I was going off the information the way the media was presenting it, and so when you go to, I think about modern day. This sounds like I can never remember. I'm sorry about that. The officer's name. This is Charlottesville. It's the same thing where we take this policeman and destroy his life on Hands Up and all that, and then you get back and none of what everybody said he did happened the way they said it happened. But his life is ruined. I mean, that officer's life is ruined. Richard Jewell's life was ruined, and they never really can recover from it.
Rick, I want to. This is a long time ago. Remember, we just been doing the show 2 years. Mm-hmm. And I know you think you felt that way, but I think we were saying due process on this, like you hear on here a whole lot. And I think that's why he called us later.
I have
I'll
no
have to
record.
go back and find
All
some
I,
tapes.
the only
'Cause
thing
it's
I
been
can
a while.
remember, which is sad, is I remember saying, "Look, any of these guys that live at home with their mom at this age, you got to watch them."
Right. I remember you saying that. I
And
remember you
that I
saying
want to be a hero mentality.
Yeah, and we did have to see some of those fake things that had happened.
Oh yeah, well, we saw several. The first few years.
I'd like to say I didn't go after him, but I think I did.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We've already had the the notorious AOC have a woman get up and say, we only have a few months left. We need to start eating babies. But so that was already awkward. But now Kamala Harris, and I know we've had a discussion about this. Obviously, her supporters don't understand the question, right? I mean, because the way this sounds is really, really awkward. They're saying that this is her version of, you remember the very awkward please clap that came from Jeb Bush, and it was a terrible, terrible, awkward moment.
It was.
She is going to ask a question, and it seems the way she asked it, they don't understand that at the end when she says, "Is America ready for that?" what she means is America ready for what I just said about me
Right.
me being the
It's like they were
president.
half paying attention.
The question was too complicated for a rowdy crowd.
Right.
Yeah.
And so what it sounds like is here's Kamala Harris with her supporters, and she's asking them, are they ready for her to be president? And they start chanting no.
Exactly.
So
she's kind of pacing on stage, holding court.
I'm
And
at
listen
the stage
listen
of the
up.
campaign where I'm kind of like, you know what, I'm just going to engage in real talk. I don't want to waste your time with anything else. Let's just have some real talk. So, real talk. In this election, in the last kind of couple, maybe couple months, certainly a few weeks, there's this whole conversation that's been coming up about electability. Focused on our campaign. Is America ready for that? No. Well, yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
How about I didn't understand what she was saying?
I don't either. I'm confused.
Is America ready for that? No. Well, yes, they are. Is America ready for that? No. Well, yes, they are. Is America ready for that?
I'm missing her point.
It sounds like there's 8 people there, too.
So here's,
it's packed.
Well, because here's the quote, and you can hear it.
Imagine that versus a Trump get-together, which we've all seen.
Yeah.
First of all, it's one of those moments, and look, I've been there, where it's almost like she was handed the mic, and she was like, now what am I going to talk about?
I know.
And,
She's scrambling.
And there's even just a little hint that maybe she's been back there, maybe there was wine at the reception.
Okay.
But because what she's trying to say is people are talking about her electability, okay? And the electability focused on our campaign. And what she means is America ready for us? Is America ready for us to finally take this thing in the direction we want to go? Now, she posed the question terribly.
And you got to be real clear if you're going to have people chanting. You got to be real clear.
Sound like me Tuesday.
She thinks, she thinks, wait a minute, you've got mad tone. So I guess whatever you say to us, we're supposed to scream no.
Right.
No.
But unfortunately, what you just asked us is America ready for you, and we just. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us today as we move forward. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, 2 Corinthians. We've already had a fascinating time in this very, at time, controversial and interesting letter from the Apostle Paul. We'll walk through that again today. We'll continue moving forward with that. The archive is available on our podcast channel and our YouTube channel soon after. So make a note of that. A couple of man churches tomorrow night. I'll be in Dothan, Alabama at Ridgecrest, going into year 2. Kevin Derryberry at Hope Hull Community Church in Hope Hull, Alabama, coming up tomorrow night as well. And you can find all those and upcoming man churches at themanchurch.com. And also you can find out other things that the Rick and Bubba show is involved with different members of the show at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events as well. All right, so you should be getting plenty of information now about Montana. And
pouring in.
It's pouring in. So you should be fine. And go ahead and talk to our guy.
Yeah.
And put him on this too. And so you're thinking about trying to do that in 2024?
I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I was hoping to get down and see more rocket launches, but they keep pushing a lot of those back.
Right.
So,
That's tough. Yeah.
I may push them back to 25.
Now I know you're going to be off a day or so in February.
Yes.
Is Betty going to go with you to the world's largest ham fest?
It's not the world's largest.
Okay.
It's getting close though.
Okay.
And no.
Okay.
No, that is a guy.
Is it the country's largest?
It is the largest one east of the Mississippi.
Okay.
And this is the one you took last year.
Yes. Yeah.
Did you go to this one last year?
I did.
Yeah. Remember they drove all the way
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's why.
right.
That's why we're going a little earlier this time.
That's right. Are y'all driving again?
Yes. Oh yeah, Rick. Sure.
Oh, the night gang.
Yeah.
Y'all, do you need a little help? I mean, y'all can fly it if y'all want to.
Well,
I hate to put you through that kind of
miss out on all that fellowship time. Of course, some
Well,
of the
you
guys
got-
I'm
No,
going with,
according to
they,
Adler's story and many of my
yeah.
stories, if you try to fly, you get a lot of fellowship time, and they never get you on the plane and delay you for 2 or 3 days.
The guys that I'm going with, some of them carry stuff to sell at it, so we actually have like a table, booth that you have.
Oh, really? Oh, so you got to take
Wait a
gear.
minute.
Yeah.
You got to take stuff for your setup.
Yeah.
You taking
And-
merch.
And then I got to have something to bring back the stuff.
Right. Yeah.
You gonna holler shotgun? Not get stuck in the back?
No, I'm just glad to be going. I'll work wherever, but I'm gonna tell you that back seat's tough. All the way from here to Orlando.
Bumpy ride.
Let me tell you,
I didn't know my knees would go so far back.
I've driven my family to the wonderful world of Disney, all the way down there and back, and hey.
Yeah, that's why I am begging Terry to fly. JC opens their baseball season in Daytona, but they play one day in Orlando, and I'm like, can we please? Southwest has a nonstop. Let's just land in Orlando, rent a car, ride over to Daytona. It's about an hour, and then fly back.
Why is she resisting that? Because she doesn't like to fly, right?
She doesn't like to fly. It goes back to that Miami trip when Tyler and then we're down with Jack State playing FIU, and she goes to get on the plane. Says, I can't get on this plane, and I'm like, it was 8:00 Sunday night. I'm on the air the next morning at 5. I'm like, no, baby, we got to, and she did.
Yeah.
But I don't know why. It's like she flew down there fine. She flew on her honeymoon fine. You know what I mean? But we have not. I think she could do it now, but just the thought of it.
And
I
the thought
think it's just too much.
I know we've talked about this.
She'd rather drive.
And I know you probably interviewed her about it. Is her anxiety when it hits about flying? Is it, hey, we're going to crash? Is it the claustrophobic? I'm in this tube.
I asked her about that.
Right,
Is it close quarters? Is that's what's bothering you or whatever? And she can't really answer it, even though I think the anticipation and knowing it's on the schedule and knowing we're going to fly, everything leading up to that, I think she just would rather not deal with that. And I told her, I'm like, well, I want you to enjoy this trip, and I definitely don't want you to have anxiety over this trip. So if that means us drive, then we'll drive, just so you can enjoy it. I don't want you to be miserable, just because and then fly.
Well, you just said I'm going to drive to Orlando, but I don't want somebody to be miserable.
Right.
I don't. I think those are mutually exclusive. You're going to be
it's
miserable.
2 miserables. I think
You're
one is,
picking a
are we
different
ever going to
miserable.
get there miserable?
Right.
And then the other is I'm flying miserable.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
But I mean, we're all on the same page sitting at this table on what we want to do. But and she is. I mean. She's amazing, but this flying thing, she is not about it.
No, I got you, and like you heard me say a minute ago, and this was actually later in life, is this thing of Sherry being afraid of heights involving mountains.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about standing up on a high ladder.
Just being on the mountain.
It's a whole different. It came out. It's brand new.
Yeah,
and so I realized that it doesn't matter how much I can talk about how we should be able to ride on mountains.
Yeah.
If she can't do it and won't do it, what are you going to do? I mean,
she ended up getting on the flight from Miami back to Birmingham, and as we were getting in the car, going home, I said, "See, you did it." Mm-hmm. And she said, "You're right, I did." And so, I think she could fight through it. I just don't know if I want to die on that hill or what.
No,
I just know on the way back. I haven't said let's rent a car, drive it to Orlando, leave it there, and fly back, because on the back end, it's going to be tough. He plays at like 11 local time on Sunday, driving back and then being on the show the next day. That's going to be a long haul.
Do you know how long it takes to get back from Orlando?
8 hours. I've looked and I keep searching.
It can turn into 10 really easy.
Oh, sure it can. You're one interstate problem from it being 12.
Yeah.
You know, God forbid you stop me eat.
I know. Well, you know me, I don't like to stop, so we're gonna have a problem.
Home.
We're gonna have a problem there. But
I don't like to stop either. But when I get to the point I want to stop, I need to stop. I stop.
Because when I stop, I keep thinking about where I would be if I didn't stop.
Yes.
No. This thing, the great statement. Sherry said that she's so thankful that they've never come up with an automobile that you could drive and never stop. That she's thankful for empty tanks. And she said, my only hope is empty tanks.
Yeah.
Oh, she goes, if we don't run out of fuel, I know we're not stopping.
Well, you know why? You're making time.
Right. She goes, every time we look at a car, I look at how many gallons are in a tank.
Yeah.
That's got a small tank.
Well, it's not over yet. I still keep talking to. Even the boys have jumped in and tried to help me, but I really don't want her to be so miserably just sick about it that it just ruins.
Well, you got to measure her
trail.
miserable or you're miserable driving, see how it weighs out.
Let's be honest.
I think I'd rather
try
be
to balance the
miserable than
scale.
her.
Yeah,
60-40 your way.
If those of you out there that aren't married yet, when you're married and it's a choice of misery, the husband will pick his own misery over the wife's.
I'd rather do that.
Because if the wife's miserable, you're going to be miserable.
You've added
anyway.
more misery.
Yeah, now you're double misery.
I'm almost to
You'd
the
rather be
point.
single misery.
Yes.
If she's miserable, we're all miserable.
in either scenario.
I've almost gotten to the point where I've given up on the flying attempt and said, "Hey, let's schedule a road trip and let's schedule and have a blast." You know, I'm almost there.
Have you ever
good
sat
to
down
you,
and
so-
said,
Yeah,
and
just-
she may be good with it, have you ever sat down and said, based on you not wanting to fly, because Greg's been through this too, is these are places we will never go?
Yeah,
I mean, if I can't drive,
It's unattainable.
Yeah,
we don't go through the air.
And she does bring up a good point on the flying thing. She's like, okay, so let's say we're flying, and JC, and then they start at whatever
point.
time
Yeah.
on that Friday. What if we get an Adler situation where we're stuck and sitting there on the tarmac, we can't lift off, we miss a game because you wanted to fly.
well, there's always that.
Of course,
And
you
I
could
said,
have
well,
car
that's a good
trouble
point.
and traffic too.
Yeah, I mentioned that. That didn't go over well, but I did mention
Kind
it.
of is a wash either way.
Yeah, but
How
anyway,
about it's just hard to travel?
It
Bottom
is.
line.
If you got a long distance to be somewhere at a certain time, that's hard.
we all know I'm riding and driving. We know that.
You might as well just go ahead and accept that.
Let me tell you, that we don't need to talk any longer.
No.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, look here. I'm holding right now. I've got them. Just got them from our friends at MD Hearing, the Neo XS digital rechargeable hearing aid. Let me tell you right now, it really is a sad thing, and I'm so thankful for MD Hearing for feeling the same way and doing something about it. Is that a lot of people need help on hearing, but the cost of hearing aids is astronomical to the point that some people just go on, being out of conversations and unable to hear the way they could if they could just afford hearing aid. And MD Hearing understood that, and they are FDA registered rechargeable hearing aid that costs a fraction of what the typical hearing aids cost. MD Hearing's brand new XS model, here it is. I got it, I'm holding it right here in my hand. Okay, it is over 90% less than clinic hearing aids. And the XS is MD Hearing's smallest hearing aid ever. You will not believe it's so discreet. It fits in your ear. No one will even know that it's there. It's comfortable in your ear. They've sold over 1.5 million hearing aids, and they offer a 45-day risk-free trial with 100% money-back guarantee attached, so you can buy with confidence. So right now, just go to MD Hearing. Here's the website. You ready? Go to shopmdhearing.com. Hear me loud and clear now. Shopmdhearing.com. Use the promo code Bubba and get the new $397 offer when you buy a pair. That's shopmdhearing.com. Promo code Bubba. Get the new $397 deal when you buy a pair right now at shopmdhearing.com, the code Bubba.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yes, they are.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're looking at the headline. Didn't the headline portray it like they were people against what she was saying? It didn't, or I didn't read the article. Did they go in there and go that they just misunderstood? But I thought it was portrayed like that she was getting people like almost booing her.
Not in this one, because they're trying to say it was nothing but a Jeb Bush moment, meaning it went south. She thought she had something, and then the crowd's response. Not in this particular story from Fox News. They're just saying it was an awkward.
But they thought they were being positive towards her by saying
correct.
No.
Yeah, I don't think.
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean, what?
Yeah, I don't. I think these people were on the ready to be told, "What can we do for you?" and we're ready to do something, and we're not understanding what you're telling us to do. And so we're just screaming no.
And there were people there that did understand, and they're looking at them people like, "What are you doing?"
Right.
Yeah. So anyway,
moron.
Everybody on social media, as I said, is referring to it as her Jeb Bush moment.
That's funny.
How about Bubba? I didn't know this. Harris has had a dramatic drop in the polls in the recent weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, Elizabeth Warren is the one going up, which is a head scratcher for everybody.
I'm telling you.
But you know what? I think this is why Kamala Harris does not handle crowds well. She doesn't come across on stage as a good speaker. She's a lot better in the debates, but I think as she's going around on stump speeches, she's not very. I mean, look, it ain't a big crowd. They're not fired up. She's not leading them the right way. It's just I don't know. It ain't clicking.
Yeah. Well,
no,
I really thought she would be the one that might come up in all this.
Well, you just hit it. You have people that what I call are comment people, and that's where they shine. They'll shoot a hoe or make a kind of a dig comment at what was somebody else just said. But if you then give them the floor and say, "Will you give us a monologue, please?" You heard what just happened. It gets kind of convoluted, and they can't get it all together, and they can't get it smooth. They're really better at being the person that says, "There's a jab, there's a jab," and then you go, "Okay, you have the floor." People in recent weeks, and America ready for that? No, yes they are. What? You misunderstood me. Do you have it again? Because listen to her try. Listen to her.
You want the whole thing?
Yeah, listen to her try to build it. She's trying to. She can't really get going.
Okay.
I'm at the stage of the campaign where I'm kind of like, I'm just going to engage in real talk. I don't want to waste your time with anything else. Let's just have some real talk. So, real talk.
Real talk.
In this election, in the last kind of maybe couple months, certainly a few weeks, there's this whole conversation that's been coming up about electability. Focused on our campaign. Is America ready for that? No. Well, yes, they are.
See, what she's trying to say is what
I'm still confused.
That's confusing. She doesn't speak into the mic clear. She's
Rick,
mumbling.
your wine theory may be.
I'm telling you, don't discount my wine theory.
But something's going on.
Shouldn't have had that last glass.
Well, wait a minute.
Thought I was good.
I thought I was good. I started. Well, the lights are on.
I'm rambling.
Hey, wait a minute. The lights in here are a little different where we were.
My brain and my mouth are not.
Can't make a point.
Is there any way I could do this speech with just a lamp on? But anyway, so
some reflected light in the corner over there.
If I turn this off, somebody cut a lamp on.
Can we do this again?
Now, what she's saying is that the people are saying about her campaign, "Ooh, is America ready for that?" She's trying to go racial. Yeah. She's trying to go, we got a hard-hitting, strong-willed African-American woman, and they've been talking about our campaign. Is America ready for that? No! Whoa. No, I'm saying they're saying that. We're supposed to say yes. Yeah. Oh, yes, they are. Yeah. So that's what she tried to do, but she got so sharp and such a rambly, they didn't understand their instruction to what they were supposed to say. And
it's good stuff.
Yeah.
No.
But
yes, they are.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, they are.
Look, hey, you know what I always picture on this, and Speedy, I know this really bothers you. I'm now picturing everybody back in the car.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Going, hey, did y'all have to open that bottle of wine before she went out?
Right. All right, back in the car. Look, and of course, you have to be a yes person, which you're no good to anybody if you are, to the can. We're going to get you 6 minutes past the hour from the Big Boy Studio. Out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. On various platforms, live and or archive, never again do you have to miss a moment
of the Rick and Bubba Show. Catch it on your own time if you're limited to what you can catch on our time. So all those options are available for you. Here they come. Conferences coming up this year in 2024. I'm honored to be going to Hendersonville, Tennessee, Robbie Gallaty's church. We're trying to get him on the show. We'll talk about this because it kind of works this way. I'll be going to Hendersonville. David Pollock will be speaking January 26th, 27th. Scott Dawson will be speaking. I think we'll announce, they've been telling you there's this mystery speaker that's coming and that has ties to Tennessee football. And we'll kind of let you know that if they haven't already. And then I'll be part of that coming up at Long Hollow. That's the 26th, 27th. Then back in Birmingham, Alabama on February 16th and 17th is our first Man Church Conference this year, our second annual in Birmingham at the Wright Center, Samford University. And Robbie Gallaty will be coming to Birmingham, where he will be our first speaker for the weekend. And then we'll also hear from Rich Wingo, Andy Blanks. I'll be speaking, Chuck Hooten doing worship. There's still seats available to Birmingham, but you need to get those. They're almost gone. And we'll see y'all then. And then March 8th and 9th in Starkville, Mississippi is the second Man Church Conference of the year. Granger Smith, he walked away from country music, of course, after the earthly death of his son. He's got a new book. He's out speaking and talking, and just really the depth that he's growing and hearing him speak about the Word of God is incredible. Granger Smith will be there. James Spann has an incredible testimony. James Spann will be there in Starkville. Scott Dawson will be in Starkville. And then Andy Blanks and I will be there with Chuck Hooten there. And there's, again, a handful of seats still available for Mississippi for Starkville. If you want to get tickets to any of these, either go to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events or go to themanchurch.com. And you'll see it right there on the homepage, okay? And we'll see y'all out and about this year. I'm excited to get rolling and look so forward to these conferences. Bubba, I don't know what this says about us, why, after all this talk about travel, about Speedy's wife not being crazy about flying, after what Adler went through flying, that we're going to do this 2A and 2B, Adler, where we have now problems with an Alaskan Airlines flight. None of us want to hear that we are flying and we're forced to return to Portland International Airport because a section of the fuselage suddenly blew off the plane. Now, I don't think any of us want this. I hope Terry's not listening because you certainly aren't going now. So this is. Should I play audio of this, Adler? Yes or no? Okay. So here they are on the plane.
So there is a door missing, right?
Yep.
Yeah, the door blew off. Yeah, landed in a teacher's backyard. I think.
Shirt off of
Oh, look at that open, Bubba. Look at that gap.
You can see the night light.
The guy sitting closest to it was seatbelt in at the time, which saved his life, by the way. His shirt was sucked off of his body.
Say that again.
His shirt was sucked off of his body, even with him wearing the seatbelt. And he has a picture of him sitting there shirtless after this.
Good night.
Stripped him naked.
Deliberate night.
Can you believe?
Oh, my goodness.
And from what I've understood, I've seen several stories.
Would y'all be terrified?
They have blamed some loose bolts for the problem.
Yeah, we have a woman from the National Transportation Safety Board is going to explain why the Boeing jetliner suffered the blowout over Oregon. So we'll it says now, too, that this is not going to be used for flights to Hawaii. So that let's talk about this. Here she is in explaining all this to us. Go ahead.
Now, our systems group began looking at all the aircraft systems. They documented the entire flight deck, and they asked about the auto pressurization fail light that did illuminate in 3 previous flights. There was a decision by Alaska Airlines to a restriction, actually, they put in place. They call it an ETOPS restriction that prevented that plane from being flown to Hawaii over water, so that it could, if some light did illuminate, it could return very quickly to an airport.
Oh, thank you for that.
Thanks for that.
How about the cause of the light illuminating? Maybe find it.
Greg, here's what we said. We're only going to let y'all crash over land.
Yes.
We don't want some hassle having to come out in the water to get you, so we cut that out.
Makes our job really hard.
Yeah, so... Well, I'm sorry, Speedy. This is the kind of stuff. Can you imagine if you talked Terry into getting on a plane
or Greg, you talk Lisa into getting on the plane. Two that are not crazy about flying, and all of a sudden.
Oh,
I mean,
and be looking
you never
at
get them on one again. I bet probably wouldn't even drive by the airport.
Yeah. You know,
It's that look with her oxygen on.
in the investigation of Terry, what was so weird is that she's flown, but it was that one time, and I think there was
She had
like
flown days before?
there was like a 4-hour delay, and at Miami International Airport, everybody was piling in on top of each other, and I think it was the close quarters.
I got you.
That just made her feel that way because she's done it before, but because of that experience, that's all she remembers, and she's like, I don't want to do that again.
I am so.
Oh my goodness!
I'm so.
There's the guy shirtless.
Oh, there he is. I'm so addicted to making good time.
Yeah.
And I'm almost willing. I think if the door would have come off and I felt like we were all safe, I would have been screaming, "Let's keep going."
Yeah, let's just keep on going.
I mean, and even though I know that's probably not the thing to do.
Same type panic situation, and I'm not. I know you think I'm hacking on you. I'm not. You were that car that time.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
For no reason.
No reason.
All of a sudden, you said, "I got to get out of this car."
Yeah, and then I had to go
when
down.
he was down here at Barber Motorsports.
Yeah,
remember?
at the paddock.
And he was doing something
when I was
for the
driving
show.
that car
No,
for
you're right.
Continental.
No, I've had
I get in, and it was like
You were like, "I got to get out of here."
I don't know what it was, but because here I am. I've been buried alive. I don't think the
And
close
you've
quarters
been
is
in cars going around the track.
Yeah,
Ain't
but
like you ain't done
something
it.
about that, I had to get out and walk down and gather myself. If you remember, I
Yeah,
had to
I do.
give me 5 minutes and then let me get back in.
Got to get your headspace.
But yeah, it was I got to get out of here.
Yeah,
I was riding on that motorcycle that day.
Hey, Helmsy, and the fact that you were like, "Hey, my grip was really," I was struggling to hang on.
Don't forget he was decked out in leather.
By the way, was that much harder to do than you expected it to be?
Well, I made it harder because I felt like I needed to grip it harder than I was. I mean, I shouldn't have been gripping it as hard.
Yeah,
At least it didn't
awful.
look weird.
Yeah,
correct.
Right.
Because you're going.
Greg won't let it go, will he? If he's got you, I mean, you've had it.
We
I wanted him
his
holding the
instructions to me were you make when I lean and because I couldn't see either. That was another thing. I couldn't see in front of me. He said, "So watch me. If when I lean, you better lean."
Ooh, see, I don't
And
like
he said
hearing
it
that.
with a sum of, "Hey,
Pressure.
if you got to do this, or we're not going to pull this off safely."
Pressure.
And I wish he wouldn't have said it like that.
Yeah.
Because the way I was gripping the handles and leaning, I felt like I was driving it and in control, but I wasn't.
Oh boy.
It wasn't like I was holding on to him and I kind of feel what's going on.
Yeah, well, we don't want that
Wasn't
either.
that at all.
Yeah.
So,
When you're not
and no, we didn't want that either, Rick.
But you didn't have to wrap your legs around it.
Greg, nobody wrapped their legs around
And
it.
when you stopped, y'all,
But I'll
you
say
coulda
this,
let go when y'all got off.
That was probably top 3 of the most uncomfortable situations I've ever been in.
Sure.
Oh yeah. Oh,
For
yeah.
many
Yeah.
reasons.
Well,
Greg.
Speedy. I like when Greg told you he wasn't hanging on you, but I
Right.
can't believe I heard that statement. But
I was being serious.
I had to have a minute.
But one of the times we did the driving experience at Talladega, and I don't remember which one it was. I think maybe I had took in a breath at the wrong time or whatever, and they cinched me.
Yeah.
And they cinched me in that chest protector thing, and I think I wasn't breathing right when they did it, and I had to ask them, could they disconnect it and let's try again.
Rick, that was with Dale Jarrett, I think,
Yeah,
driving
yeah,
school.
yeah.
I
Remember,
think.
I thought I heard a baby crying, and I didn't realize it was Rick.
Well, Greg, thank you for not hacking on me. That's my favorite part. Yeah, that's good.
As I examined what happened to me, I had the headphones in, but they were connected to the phone. And I think the strap was like pulling on
Something
my
got
neck
you.
like this, and I was like, I got to get out of here.
Yeah.
I had to tell the driver, give me a second.
Hang on.
Just
Need to
one
get out.
second.
Let me get out. Get back in.
Yeah.
We'll take your phone calls next on any topic. 866 We Be Big. We go phone trolling right after this. 629 We Be Big. I'm sorry.
Rick and Bubba.
She gets back in there. Well, how'd y'have think that go? How that went? Well, other than them saying no when you asked if America's ready for us, I thought it went good, I guess.
Could have been better.
Yeah, that shouting of no hurt.
Yeah.
But
talking about that
know
sound
what?
bite
Yeah,
you giving everybody?
but I corrected that.
Speaking of being a yes man, you know what that reminds me of when you said that the Seinfeld episode where George gets hired by the Yankees, and you remember he went out and he just chewed Steinbrenner out for all he's worth. You ruined it. You're an embarrassment to New York. Hire that man. Hire him.
The Steinbrenner character in Seinfeld. How about his head?
Because you never see him. You see his outline, the back of his head.
But who does he remind you of?
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Well, I was going to say George Steinbrenner.
But Donald Trump.
There's some of that.
They're very similar.
A lot of similarity there. on the show, we all have our different personalities and the things we get drawn to. And, I've talked how I just really, really love animal documentaries. And it's a weird place for me to go because it's kind of like, Bubba, I think you have to deal with it sometimes over in science, if it's the wrong group of scientists, is when you and I go into these worlds, we go in with our biblical worldview, and we almost have to filter out what we can't tolerate and enjoy the part that we're interested in and we like. Right. So I have to ignore all the, animals are better than human beings, and it's never the animal's fault, and you have to let all that go, and just and that the world is billions of years old, and we evolved from some of these animals. I have to let all that go, and then I just go in and just try to enjoy. And we've mentioned this before, but let me tell you this: it's very few times that I can watch something and uncontrollably make audible sounds. Oh my gosh. You know what I mean? Oh, my goodness.
Oh, boy.
It's one thing to think it, but I could hear it coming out of my mouth. Oh, for the love. and so it was like, oh, my gosh. And it was the Animal Planet series, I Was Prey.
Ooh.
Now,
I Was Prey?
I Was Prey. Oh, boy. P-R-E-Y.
Yeah.
Now, these are humans talking.
Yes.
Getting attacked.
Now, let me tell you something. We all have our different phobias. Some of them are reasonable. Some of them are irrational. Okay? I don't know what it is, but being eaten by an animal is
that's not a good way.
I don't even like the thought of it. But I couldn't stop watching it. Okay? Oh my gosh. And so these people survived, but the situations that they ended up in, guys, I mean,
Are there a lot of sharks in it?
You got your sharks, you got your crocodiles.
I ran by an episode where of a jellyfish.
Got to be bears.
Jellyfish got a guy who about died. Yes.
Wait for this
Stung
one.
him.
Everybody, wait.
Y'all got to admit, that's kind of, when you talk about a bear, a shark, jellyfish.
Well, it depends on the type of jellyfish, though. There's some deadly ones out there.
Portuguese man of war.
Guys, please. All right, so I just have to. This is one. There's a lot of them. There's a couple I'll share. Now there's millions of them. Okay.
You ain't got time for all of them.
But let me tell you something. And what they do, it's terrifying the way they do it. They give you a little bit of one story, and you're like, "Oh my gosh, what's going to happen?" And then they'll kick over. Then they'll kick over to another story. Wait a minute.
Rick, no,
wait a minute.
That I hate when they.
And then you go, "I forgot about Pal."
Listen. I'm 12. Hey, I'm 12 years old. Not me, but this guy.
Right.
I'm 12 years old. I'm from an outdoorsy family. And we'll be outdoors in a second.
We're one with nature.
Yeah, exactly. I'm canoeing. We're me and my two younger brothers and our parents. Our parents are tired. We didn't quite get to where we thought we were going to get. We're now going to camp out here on the bank, up in a forest area. By the way, I don't know if it was a reenactment, but what they chose for the reenactment did look pleasant. So anyway,
thought, hey, that's a good spot.
Listen, we're all real tired. We're real tired.
I always wanted to be a reenactment actor.
Everybody decided, and you can just hear these bad decisions. We decided to sleep under the stars.
Oh, not under the stars.
Where
Guess
were
what
they
else
at?
is under
Where
the
were
stars?
they at, Rick?
I can't remember.
Boo.
So I want to say something Oregon-y or Washington-y.
Yeah, Northwest.
Yeah, so anyway, so they're sleeping, and he put me there. This was one of
the stars.
This was one of my. I heard myself. Oh my gosh. Hey, folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest. Let's start trolling. All right, here we go. Phone trolling now, and we're going to what we hope is good news. I think that 866 We Be Big is working again, Bubba, and I know you and I have been wanting that since it's in the back of our subconscious, and we have a hard time saying anything else. So it looks like. Will y'all try that one for the phone troll today right now, guys? 866 We Be Big, the one we've all known, the one that's on our business cards, the one that's on the website, the one that's on all the liners coming back from the break. So 866 We Be Big. We think it's back operational.
We will still have to go back to the other number when it gets to the 12 working days of Christmas, but we only have to use it, 12 days a year. So let's just go.
So are you saying the 12 working days of Christmas will have its own special number?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, you are correct.
Because I hate to switch over. We've got so much stuff already branded with the other.
Well, that's just like a guy emailed me yesterday. He goes, y'all realize y'all were coming back from the break with the liner that says 866 We Be Big?
Yeah, I know.
And I'm, you know why? When we recorded that was our number. It had been for years. So 866 We Be Big, I think, is working on all carriers now. So you can go back to that. We'll go back to it, which makes our life here so much simpler. Because I know I keep telling you the wrong number, and now I can use the number in my subconscious, and it worked. All right, to the phones we go. It's a troll, so 30 seconds a pop. You get buzzer, we'll hit it. Boom. Start with Birmingham. Michael standing by. Michael, 30 seconds, and go.
Morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Good. Great.
Good. So for Christmas, my mom made a T-shirt quilt, which is like a big blanket with all my T-shirts and stuff. And the problem is she thought that I wasn't wearing all these T-shirts anymore, so she got my vintage Rick and Bubba shirt and ended up cutting it up and making a blanket out of. And so when I opened it up to see it, I was very shocked to see my now Rick and Bubba shirt on a blanket.
Oh, Mom, come on, check with me. Especially when you're talking about men. We hang on to a T-shirt until it's threadbare and gone.
I got some now that I have no business having.
Come on. We continue. Richard in Alabama, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Mom meant well, though, man. Know that.
Good morning, guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, you did.
I was trying to see if y'all saw the news that came out about Fannie Willis, the one that's charging Trump in Georgia.
I did see you talking about she has a boyfriend who she has hired to work on the case and has already paid him $600-something thousand and a bunch of other stuff. It's all just a little shady. Yeah.
Yeah, and the guy's never even tried a felony case in his life.
Shady. Who would have thought that bunch would be shady?
Yeah, I know. Isn't that crazy?
We continue. Let's go to Alex, Birmingham, Alabama. ZZK. Alex, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love what you're doing. I just wanted to know if has Nat Meyer entered a sad state of depression? Is he on the road home? Can we check in with him, see where he's at?
It's like trying to find him after that overtime loss was virtually impossible.
Yeah, he's just gone AWOL.
I will tell you this: we almost need. What is it when they send over to the house to check on somebody to be sure they're okay?
It's called a welfare check.
Welfare check. We almost need a welfare check on Dickie. I haven't heard from him. Have you?
I have not. It's been very quiet.
Yeah,
very, very
quiet.
I thought he might have entered the transfer portal. I don't know.
Yeah, I've talked to people that have been around him, and they said that he can't believe that people aren't talking about the roughing the punter call that Bama didn't get.
Right. Everybody.
He thought that turned the game.
Yep.
We continue. Skip, Alexander City. Skip, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, yeah, I've got some information on the Montana trip. One thing that you may want to consider is flying into Salt Lake City and then driving from there up through to Wyoming to Jackson Hole and then from there into Yellowstone, Montana. Once you get to Jackson Hole, it's about an hour and a half drive to get to the south entrance of Yellowstone Park. And it's a great drive, beautiful weather.
Bubba, it's the one thing you will have to consider. You're probably going to have some sort of rental car.
Yeah.
So maybe. Let's go to Columbus, Mississippi.
Comes in handy.
96.1. Curtis, go ahead.
Yes, y'all do a lot of traveling. Have you ever thought about mailing your luggage to where you know your actual motel room is? I heard that works good. It's a little extra cost, but if it's going to get you through the airport a couple of 2 or 3 hours, is it worth it? I'll listen off air. Thanks.
I want to tell you, sir, I have done that. For our 20th anniversary, Betty and I went to Hawaii, and we mailed our luggage 3 or 4 days ahead of time. Best thing we ever did. It was there when we got there. We didn't have to fool with it. And it was a hard trip because I did the show. I left, caught a plane in Atlanta around lunch. We had to deboard in L.A., at dinner time, got back on, landed in Hawaii, which our time, by the time we got to the hotel, was about 1 or 2 in the morning. That was a very hard day for me. And for that luggage to be sitting there when we got there and not have to fool with it and wait on it, oh my gosh. And then when we came back, We just carried it to the concierge desk and said, mail this to our house, and we left, and it got there a few days later. It was great.
Yeah, I remember
It does
that.
cost a little more, but it
Yeah.
is super convenient.
Yeah, I heard you talk. I remember you talking about that, and I thought that was a great idea.
It's odd to me, or maybe it didn't. Think about this. They just don't seem to lose packages that are sent through the mail as much as they do your luggage that's traveling with you.
Well, Bubba, have you ever seen the two operations?
Well, but there's some similarities. you
There
know.
are.
Yeah. But FedEx will put it right on the spot.
To Scottsboro, listen to us on 101.7. Let's go to John. John, go ahead. 30 seconds. John? Scottsboro, Alabama. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in Aniana. Sorry about that.
All right, says Scottsboro on the board. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. That's no problem. Hey, my sister has lived in Montana for about over 20 years, and I've been out to visit her numerous times. And so she gives me all the little secret places to go that are the non-touristy places. So the trick is to, get with some locals that can tell you the little hidden gems to go to that.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
Well, here's the problem. That's not Bubba, though. Bubba wants the full-blown touristy. He wants to be on the bus. All the things that we all try to avoid on trips, Bubba won't.
No, Rick, think about this. You know how you like a lock and key on stuff.
Oh, I love
want
a turnkey.
I want a lock and key on this. That and this is a high fly by, and then we'll see the places we want to go back and explore.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. This is it. Yeah. I will tell you this.
I might become some kind of traveling out west, expert. Who knows?
Let me just say this, okay? From someone,
I was thinking about going and riding snowmobiles next week. But
there you go.
That deal fell through.
Really? So, from someone who's been out there, okay, I will tell you, just as you said, shipping your luggage costs more, but is worth it.
Yeah.
Okay, because Speedy's out of the room, we can talk about this kind of stuff.
Right.
Private tours cost more, but they are also worth it.
Yeah. I imagine so. Well,
when
it's
it's just you and a handful of people, or it's just your family.
Well, see, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a bus tour with 100 people.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe I should say van tour. You know.
Yeah.
3 or 4 couples.
Yeah.
I think that.
I remember the first time. I even don't remember where we were. We were on something where you get on the boat, and there was the private option versus the just meet on the bank with everybody else. And when I saw all the people on the bank piling onto that boat, and the other guy was over here waving just my family to get on the boat he was on, I thought, worth every dime. Worth every dime.
Yep.
Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What? At a point that Sherry that was doing some mess says, "What are you doing in there?" I said, "Don't come in here. I'm terrified. You don't want to." And so he said that he remembered he was so tired that he was dreaming. He remembers his dream. He said in the dream he started feeling uncomfortable. He was like something's going on, and in the dream he started going whatever, and he starts coming to, and he realizes that his face is in the mouth of something that's dragging him through the woods.
What?
Oh no.
Rick, that's a deep sleep right there, buddy.
Hey,
I'm telling you what.
He said, I can feel the pressure, and I'm like, what is this? What is this? And all of a sudden, as I'm coming to.
He didn't wake up till he was
That's
being
what he
drugged
wakes up
off.
to.
He wakes up as he's
I'm in the mouth of something.
And it was a wolf dragging him off.
Gosh.
Dragging him off. And finally, he said, because he realized what's going on, he begins to scream wildly. And the wolf drops him like that and actually kind of freaks out. Then the parents wake up and everybody gets to hollering. Of course, there's a 3-year-old. They don't know where it is, and they find him. Thank the Lord he's okay.
Oh,
and all
the
of
dingo.
But no. And then, picture this as a dad. All of a sudden, Dad gets up, and he just starts chasing the wolf, and the wolf runs off. But then you can hear them start circling.
And then,
And they start picking up momentum.
Get back in the boat.
They start picking up momentum.
Let's get in the boat. I know it's dark.
Quickly.
Hey, at one point you're just standing there you're standing at your campfire and you got your sleeping bags laying out and the wolves are coming around. And
the wolves swim?
Hey, you woke up being drugged. Drug.
That's terrible.
And finally they just have to fight them off. And just keep trying to scare them off. And it was not good.
It's a long night.
And then there's the woman.
What kind of injury do you have?
The woman in Africa, off on like a
lot
mission.
of weird stuff can eat you there.
Off to a mission trip kind of thing. Steps off, tries to go swimming in the water.
Not a good idea.
And crocodile grabs her by about right here, about the wrist,
She feels the pressure. When she is describing how many times the crocodile rolled her to try to finish her off,
roll you.
and her talking about
Trying to rip you apart.
Here we go again.
I felt my lungs about to explode as I was going roll 11, roll 12, and I'm just hanging on to him, trying to pull my body close as he rolls me. And then she realizes when she finally gets to where she can get her feet down, the only way out is to make the decision to jerk your hand hard enough that he'll pull your hand off and eat it.
Well, there you go.
When she described standing up in the water and watching it throw its head back and swallow her hand.
Rick, okay, that's enough.
That was one.
Stop it.
The audience
so
can't take it.
She's sitting here like this going.
Yeah, and look, and you know what I said? Good gosh,
Rick, you just fed them breakfast, and now you're making them all sick.
Hey, I just watched an animal swallow my hand.
So she's nub.
So
Greg,
she's
I
watching it.
Y'all in the rolls, and then the
I
guy.
hate said I'd be thankful.
Then there was a
because
guy
I'm
that had a
afraid of it.
cougar attack him, and it turned into a really like a Brazilian jiu-jitsu wrestling match between him and the cougar, and him talking about I'm choking him, and I know since I'm choking him, he's not attacking, but I'm losing strength. I can't hold the choke, and in a minute I'm gonna be so weak I can't hold it, and then what's gonna happen?
That mouse
and then all of a sudden the moment hit where the cougar said, "I'm about to start fighting to live." It's guys, this show I was prey.
I'm about to watch that.
You got to get
How'd the alligator?
You got to get the cougar a good
How'd the
twist
alligator
right there.
throw the hand back again?
What's he eating? Oh, my hand.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And let's welcome back for a brand new.
And thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Many years of the program as we celebrate 25, and a lot of those years we talked from time to time with Todd Starnes. Todd has a new book that just came out 2 weeks ago, Culture Jihad, and it's talking about the silencing of free speech and all the things we've been talking about on the show a lot. He's put it together and makes that case there. In his new book, and we'll put show notes there and the Amazon link, and of course his website toddstarnes.com for you to take a look at that book. But we want some updates from Todd. And Todd, welcome back to Rick and Bubba. How are you,
Todd?
I'm doing well, fellas. I got to tell you, I was trying to figure out how many people get triggered by the intro to your show there.
Yeah, it's an intro full of triggers. Because if you follow all the triggers now, if you are an evangelical white male who believes in the Second Amendment and likes contact sports, then you're out to destroy the whole planet.
we hope it triggers people to listen, Todd.
I think it's brilliant. There are a lot of companies now, and they have these affinity groups for all their workers. They have some for the Hispanics and the blacks and the women and the gays and the whatnot. I realized that there wasn't one for folks like you and me, and so I've actually created, this is in the book Culture Jihad, I've created an affinity group called
$35 past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. 30 years of Rick and Bubba, and we sure are thankful that you're here. As we continue to celebrate the anniversary, our number 866 we be big. So we're done with the other number until we get back to the 12 working days of Christmas, Lord willing. All right, so mypillow.com/Bubba, great American company, teaming up with America's favorite show, the Rick and Bubba Show, to make sure all of you out there are just loaded down with savings. And you can be. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Go there right now. The new year and special offers are ready. 2.0s. The MyPillow just got better. The temperature wicking fabric they found, and now the MyPillow takes one more step forward. The surface stays cool as you sleep. The best pillow ever made. They're 50% off. You can get them right now. Down comforters are 60% off. Kitchen towels are just $18.74. And you can get all this and so much more right now by going to mypillow.com/Bubba. Look for that link, too, at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, you mentioned it when you came into the old office today. Things are lawless in Ecuador.
Yeah, wow.
Descending into chaos.
We have, is this a civil war that's going on there? Is there an attempt to replace the current government?
I think there is a civil war brewing, and a lot of it has to do with the drug cartel.
Yeah, drug cartel, the ones that are coming into our border wide open. By the way, talked to Congressman Gary Palmer on Sunday. We ended up eating at the same restaurant after church, and he said, look, I just came back from the border, and the drug cartel, what they're doing down there, they basically have taken the whole thing over. And he said it is an absolute mess. But this is in Ecuador, and we have footage of this is a TV station, and you told me about this. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, I mean, they were live on the air and overtook.
They have come in, as you said, while the broadcast was going on. I mean, they've got weapons, and they are now running. They don't like for you to move, or do they want him to stand up? The guy's like, I just want to do what y'all want me to do. So we have,
and there is. I mean, this is happening all over Ecuador.
Okay,
it is unbelievable. There's a lot of horrific footage that I can't show, but these cartels are just taking over. The president of Ecuador has said that there's there's basically an open war going on between the government and these cartels right now in Ecuador.
And the drug cartel, they want to place themselves into the government of the whole country. Is that what they're wanting? And I mean, they've gone after the police officers and taken them hostage. They said the mobsters are declaring that the government declared war, so they said war is what you're going to get. And I guess the government probably said, look, we're not going to let the drug cartel run our country, and the drug cartel said, oh, so are we at war? Okay, well, here's war.
Well, you better to win the war, you better be meaner than they are.
Yeah, that is correct. So the president there has ordered the army to neutralize the criminal gangs. Because the gangsters have declared that this is war, to your point, Bubba, and we are in war, you too, Adler, and says that now the violence is, they're threatening that they'll go into Peru and just continue to go on a rampage. So I know a lot of you in our audience, I've talked with you, and some of you I know, are do a lot of mission trips to this part of the world, and I bet it's not safe to do so right now.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, so this is bad. And so there's like 20 drug gangs, and as you just said, they opened fire in a TV studio, and they have executed prison guards. So it's
a lot of that going on.
It's bad stuff. This is a lawless situation, and this is what you have to be careful of. Some of you out there that think you want a lawless society, well, this is what it looks like. You really don't. I know in your mind, all of you that get out there and start screaming anarchy and all this kind of stuff. I mean, I'm not talking about, standing up for liberty. There comes a time you have to make hard decisions on that kind of stuff. I'm not talking about that. But if we just get to an anything goes and things like demonizing law enforcement and this kind of stuff, it turns into a world that none of us want to live in.
Yeah.
And because then it's going to get down to what Bubba just said. Whoever has the most weapons, whoever has the most wicked resolve to outmean the other side, that's who gets control. That's who gets authority.
Well, and Rick, we try to be civilized. We try to do what's right. None of us think that some of these people could be this evil. But remember, when we won World War II, we had to be meaner than the Germans, meaner than the Nazis, especially when we got down to the Battle of the Bulge to win and to push this thing back into Germany. And we had to be meaner than the kamikazes and the Japanese to win World War II. So we didn't want to go there. We were forced to go there. We were successful, but that's what you have to do to win a war. And we haven't always had that resolve.
Right. Well, and this is what you're facing, and they tell you, here's a statement from the drug cartel. We declare police, civilians, and soldiers to be the spoils of war. Anyone on the streets after 11 p.m. will be executed on sight.
Hey.
Once you realize, oh wow,
that's not living in freedom, is
it?
Right.
Well, wait a minute. So this is who we're dealing with. Well, then you have to the point we've already made. You have to be willing. If you're now the government or you're the civilians or the citizens or whatever, you have to be willing to say, okay, so that's the kind of mindset I have to have because that's the enemy that I'm fighting against. So the only thing they're going to understand is for me to be willing to break their will to continue this. They need to fear me more than I fear them.
Or just break their ability to do it. That means take out leadership, take out supply lines, convince them there's no way out.
Right. So,
and that's a tough deal.
Back at home, speaking of banana republics, back at home,
that's exactly
right. Lloyd Austin. This story is odd. That the Secretary of Defense was treated for prostate cancer during a secret hospital trip, and the Pentagon now says we should have revealed details of this ICU visit earlier, and will take immediate steps to address transparency. And did I hear you guys talking right that the president didn't even know this?
Yeah, the administration was somewhat caught off guard by this. They didn't know that he was not on the job, or at least that's what they let out, or what got out.
I was told they couldn't find him. They didn't know if he was in the Virgin Islands, Delaware, or where on vacation.
Are you talking about the president?
Yeah.
No, didn't know.
They just didn't know where to locate
Look,
him.
I don't have a problem with the Secretary of Defense having to have cancer treatment, okay? I don't even have a problem with we don't need to tell the public that. We don't need to let our enemies know that. But probably the commander-in-chief needs to know.
Yeah,
I would think so.
straight up, yeah.
You know, we're going to find out. Somebody did tell him. He just didn't know it.
And I know he's the figurehead and heads up. He doesn't really do the day-to-day stuff. I got that. But still, I don't think that the Pentagon needs to tell us every time the Secretary of Defense has to go to the doctor. You know?
Right.
I don't think so. Do y'all?
No. Well, I'm with you, though. I think the commander-in-chief probably needs to know.
They need to know, or at least they need to act like they know.
Yeah, this is Biden actually just last year talking about Lloyd Austin.
Just want to thank you both, and I want to thank the former general. I keep calling him general, but the guy who runs that outfit over there.
Oh no!
I want to make sure we thank the secretary for all he's done to try to implement what we've just talked about.
And
I'm mad at you, Adler, for
that
playing that.
And you know the problem and why he's addressing it that way is because our military has to be controlled by the civilians. The general had retired as a general, but you cannot serve as Secretary of Defense. I think it's a 2-year period. You have to be out of the military. You have to be civilian material. He was not out of the military that long and had to get a special okay from Congress to roll in to be head of the military. But Biden got confused when he was saying, I'm not trying to say he knew what he was talking about, but he knew he had to be careful how he said that. And that's even added to the confusion, I think.
You think, because you would think he would still know his name, though.
Maybe Secretary Austin.
Yeah.
Maybe just that.
Yeah.
You know,
just call him Lloyd.
Just call him. How about just call him Lloyd?
Yeah.
Lloyd Austin. That'd be fine. It's opposed to the guy that runs that outfit over there.
Right.
I'll just tell you how much it means today to recognize the guy who runs that outfit over there.
Yeah.
I don't know why I keep calling him General. I wish I'd just maybe come up with his name. I might have to say General until I can remember his name. I don't need to say General because of what Bubba said. No, you got to come up with something. All right, well, I'll tell you what. How about this? Guy runs that outfit over there.
But you know, if he'd been a general, isn't that like having the doctor in front of your name? Couldn't you always just call him General?
I thought so.
Even if he's retired,
Yeah.
He's wearing a suit. He's not wearing a uniform.
Yeah. All right, for those of you out there,
I hope he has good luck with his cancer treatment.
That are part of the Ozempic craze. Ozempic. We've got an update from a doctor explaining something.
Rick and Bubba.
Heterosexual Anglo-white guys, or hogs for short.
That's funny. That's funny. You know what? You just inspired me to make our conference room. By the way, any evangelical white heterosexual males, if you feel like you need to get away for a minute and have like a room.
A safe zone?
A safe zone. The conference room is now a safe zone.
Okay.
Well, Todd, you have, you started out as a reporter and you've moved up and you've wrote some books and now you were hosting radio shows and had your own program on Fox's streaming platform. And wow, we saw the news this week that you're not being renewed. Is that the proper term here?
Yeah, I am officially unemployed, fellas. I asked Speedy if y'all need somebody to vacuum or take out the garbage.
Todd, I hate to be selfish in your moment of adjustment,
but this really hit me hard, and I'd love to say it hit me hard because of my deep care for you, but it actually hit me hard because my wife and sons met you, I believe, at Liberty University, and you had talked about maybe my sons being able to come and intern with you, and now I don't know where to send them. So wherever you land, please let me know.
I'll be glad to do that. I got to tell you, you got a great family, and I remember that. As a matter of fact, I was just at Liberty last week speaking at Convocation, and fellas, it's been a blessing. It's 15 years at Fox, and I'm not one of these guys that looks back and just throws dirt or mud. I'm blessed. Because honestly, if it hadn't been for Fox News, Rick, I wouldn't have been able to meet your family at Liberty University, and we wouldn't be talking, on the radio as much as we have over the years. So I'm just pretty thankful for the opportunities that I've been given. A guy from Memphis, Tennessee, being able to live and work in New York City, that was quite a fascinating ride for me.
Todd, can you clarify some of this for us? With your contract not being renewed, was your contract up? And your interview with Dr. Jeffries, was that the reason for this, or was that the reason that they were able to get rid of you?
I think there's a lot I can't say, but I can say that we were in contract negotiations, and the contract was up in October. And ultimately, it's their company, and they get to decide who works there and who does not. And look, that's the way this business goes. But I can tell you that I've just been thankful for being able to tell the stories that matter, to tell stories about people of faith who have been under attack, our constitutional rights that have been under assault. I appreciate the platform they gave me over these years to tell those stories.
Yeah, and you've done some amazing stories, and we've referred to a lot of them here on our program. But I want to clarify. So the way some groups, and we always want the truth and everything, right? If it's good or bad or, whatever, it's the truth, and that's what we want to get to. So in some outlets, it's being portrayed that you were let go because of your interview with Dr. Jeffries, and you're saying that's your contract was up, so that is true. Did that interview trigger this, or is this just, like you said, they decided to go a different way?
I think they decided to go a different way. But to be honest, I don't know. We were just told, this is it. So we said, okay, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. It's been fun. I will say, though, that what Dr. Jeffers said, when you sit down and analyze it, was absolutely correct. I mean, you've got Democrats out there who support, aborting children after they've been born. I think that is pretty evil in my book.
Yeah, and the reason I say that, some outlets were portraying that because you guys had asked the question, that certain people with certain policies and certain Democrats and liberals, can they even be worshiping the same God that we do? And I thought it was a fair question.
An important question.
I did too. Absolutely, and it's a question that I've explored on the radio show in the past without issue. The mainstream media didn't jump onto that. But I think the coverage of this really illustrates the problem we're facing in America, where the left they not only want to go after you, they want to silence you, and they want to destroy you. And we have faced that for years at Fox News. I mean, they have come after me, these leftist outlets, one of them funded by George Soros, and they spread lies about you. They misrepresent your reporting. And the end game here, guys, is
10 minutes to the top of the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us, and we are thankful that you are here. 30th anniversary celebration underway. Be going on all year. Watch some new Rick and Bubba collectible 30th anniversary swag. A lot of it already in the store, and a lot of it already having to be reordered. If you haven't seen the cool items, go get them at rickandbubba.com under the store. And we'd love, well, I tell you what's real popular is those playing cards right now. because it's got all of us on the various face cards, but then you go into the other cards, and they've all got a Rick and Bubba phrase or historic moment, and then all that. You almost get Trivial Pursuit, Rick and Bubba version, and ability to play cards all in one little deck of cards. So we did reorder those. They are in stock. You can still get those along with our shirts, and we got the retro lunchbox. We've got the collectible glass series. We got those socks and all that there, and there's other stuff that'll come throughout the year. But grab those at rickandbubba.com into the store if you desire or haven't already. All right, so Ozempic. Ozempic! You know, this is all the craze now. I've noticed that if someone, it just happened recently over the weekend, someone will look to me, and you can tell they'll ask me how I've lost weight, and they expect me to say Ozempic or one of these other drugs. And when you don't, they almost just turn away and walk away from me. I mean, it's like, but we've got, it is a craze right now. They think 9 million prescriptions have been written in the last 3 months of 2022 alone. At the end of last year, can we not get an update on 2023? But they said that was in 2022. I'm sure those numbers are very similar even now if they're not growing. Now, I'm still a little confused, but this is going to be about what they call the Ozempic effect. But there's other drugs that compete with Ozempic that basically do the same thing, right?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
yeah.
Ozempic, their weight loss version of that is called Wegovy.
Yes.
Right.
And then then of the other category, you have Mounjaro.
Yeah,
And their weight loss version of that is called, it's new, I can't remember the name of it. Some of you are pounding your steering wheel right now. It's something pound or pound something.
So it has to do with pounding and you're pounding your steering wheel.
Yes.
Yeah,
It
right.
is exactly the same drug. It's just marketed and labeled
Right.
for
I don't know how to
weight
Google
loss.
that, Bubba.
Well, that was the point I was going to make. All of these drugs are the same, but the weight loss versions of the diabetic drug, they changed the name of it because people were getting mad that diabetics couldn't get their drugs because a bunch of fat people were getting it.
That's right.
And so they said, oh, no, this is not the same drug, but it is the exact same drug.
I'm not
you're
laughing
right.
at this, and I don't want to start anything other than talking about this, but I'm getting tickled because I'll look up when Bubba's talking, and sometimes his vest is activated, and sometimes it's not. It's almost like it's almost like Iron Man, and he's got that thing, and so when it's activated, I'm like, wait a minute, I better dial in.
Heated vest.
Well, the bottom line is they found another use for these diabetic drugs, and of course that is to make the body feel like it's already full when it really isn't, trying to help you to eat less. And so these are these fullness signals between the gut and the brain. And so we have a doctor that says, now some of you may be concerned about taking this medicine, and really that your doctor is telling you, and I'm sure the pharmacy company is thrilled, that you'll need to take this the rest of your life, or you'll just put the weight back on. And which is very convenient for all who make a lot of money off this drug. But if you're getting the response you want, then it's a win-win. But are there potential of side effects? We know that we've had people who have a hard time with it. They get sick, they get nauseous, they struggle. Sometimes that's to what I've always said was my problem. See, my problem isn't that I stop eating when I'm full. My problem is I didn't stop eating when I was full because I like the taste of food, and I'm kind of addicted to certain foods, and I just like to eat, and I like to eat socially, and I eat whether I'm hungry or not because I just like the taste of food.
I saw a quote yesterday. I started sending to everybody. It was excellent. It said, I don't need a personal trainer. I need someone to walk around with me all day and slap food out of my hand.
right. The Mounjaro version is Zebbound. Z-E-B pound.
Right.
Bound.
Yeah.
B.
So here,
Greg, I don't think that's how you say it.
But
I think you worked a cuss word in there.
No.
He just likes it.
But here is a doctor on the very reliable TikTok.
Yes.
You don't stop.
That is going to say, as a medical doctor, Dr. D. Deck, is that right? I better be careful with that.
Whoa! Are you sure we're not being pranked?
Hello, Ron Burgundy.
I think I just realized I'm a victim of a prank. But but this is on Daily Mail. But anyway, she is saying,
Dr. D.
that patients who, and I love this. I love the thing about once I get you on these drugs when they say one of the biggest problems is people come off of them too quickly.
Yeah.
But anyway, so she is going to say what these drugs are accomplishing with your digestive system pharmaceutically can be accomplished with things that are more natural. which I know none of us ever like
Like
to
dirt.
hear. Right. But anyway, so here she is. Let's let her talk, and let's see what she says.
So
Okay,
Dr. D's got it.
All right.
All right, it's not her name, Greg. Dr.
I've
Dick.
had some patients ask me how they can get the effects of Ozempic without having to take it. And there's two main ways. One is through the gut microbiome, and the other is through diet. Ozempic works by increasing GLP-1, which in turn slows the movement of food from your stomach through your intestines. There's a certain bacteria called Akkermansia that's been shown to naturally increase GLP-1 levels, and you could get that in certain probiotics. Also, the probiotic VSL3 has been shown to increase GLP-1. And second, you might have known this was coming, but eating a diet with a ton of fiber has been shown to increase GLP-1 levels.
Tons of fibers. There you
So
go.
how do you get tons of fiber? What is some high in fiber food?
First of all, who is that?
That's
Dr.
Dr.
Why do you got to be
Dr.
in your
Dad.
car
Dr.
to give
Dad.
the message out? I
Dr.
had to wait till
Dad.
I couldn't hear that she had her music still going, by the way, when I screened that audio, because I'm listening on a little mini speaker
It's
here.
Dr. Deck, DECK.
Sorry about the background
Is it
music.
really?
I thought she had put
What
the
is the
background
DE
music
for?
in there for effect.
I think she did.
What's
I
the
think
DE?
she did.
Okay.
Yeah, I
That's
think you're right.
that's on her Twitter handle or whatever.
Okay.
If you flip over,
I
it's
got
got
you.
her name.
TikTok.
I got you.
Okay.
She decided to get in her car and share all that knowledge with
Yeah,
us.
right. Well, Greg, I mean, she's saying that some probiotics do it, and of course, eating a diet high in fiber. Bubba wants to know, Adler,
died and let her-
the
let
things
her.
that are high in fiber.
Lentils, those the beans,
He'll never
super
eat that.
high,
He'll
super
never eat
high
that.
fiber.
Right.
And then hey, there you go. Right, I got a can of it right here,
How
buddy.
about spaghetti?
No,
some
not too
no,
far.
that's-
fiber
not a-
powder right there for you.
It doesn't have it.
Yeah, that's what caused that problem you had the other night.
Yeah, right. Sure. Greg.
Yeah.
No, I was violently ill, is what.
Yeah.
caused
So,
that.
brown rice, Bubba,
I did.
you like
I
that?
did
Brown
take
rice?
I did take Ozempic during the latter half of last year,
Yes, you did.
and lost 31 pounds on it.
Yeah.
Oh,
But I did get toward. We got right at the beginning of December, and I got dehydrated 2 out of 3 weeks,
Right.
and just had to come off of it because we had too many things going on, and I couldn't, try to dance around all that. So, but it works. There's no doubt about it.
Oh,
Bubba, you
yeah.
got
Well, of course it does. Yeah.
Blackberries, raspberries,
Almonds. You like almonds?
avocados.
Ooh,
If it's
almonds
covered
will
in
get you.
chocolate.
Yeah.
Almonds, apples,
yeah.
apples, Bubba.
Oh
Ooh,
yeah,
I love
apples.
apples.
That's good.
Artichokes you don't like.
No, that's
Asparagus.
no.
That's just broccoli long form.
You like pumpkin, don't you?
Avocado.
I like asparagus.
I don't know if I need
Bananas.
enough- I don't-
Bananas.
Yeah, I like bananas.
Bananas are good.
Eat potato skin.
Yeah.
Barley you're not going to eat.
A lot of people though.
Beets you're not going to eat.
A lot of people did not believe what the doctor said. They said that Dr. D's nuts. She's crazy. I mean, she's bonkers.
Remember what I said?
A lot of time in the airport.
Hey, time with Greg and time with Luke cut in half.
That was good.
I'm sorry.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To silence any dissent, and that's what they try to do. They've been doing it to the president. They've done it to the vice president. They've done it to the vice president's wife. I mean, any conservative out there that has a platform, they're targeting.
And Todd, we've talked about it here. It seems like for a lot of people on the extreme left, especially, that there is nothing in the world that is off limits. There's only one sin, and that is disagreeing with them.
Oh, absolutely right. As a matter of fact, we have a story up on our website, toddstarns.com. We've been following the story of the Dallas police officer who shot and killed the neighbor who, she was in the wrong,
Right.
She was in his house. Anyway, after it was all over, the judge, who is a born-again Christian, left the chambers, came back with her Bible, gave the Bible to the police officer and shared the gospel of Christ with her right there in the courtroom. It was all on video. And now the Freedom from Religion Foundation has filed a formal complaint with the Texas judicial system saying that the judge broke the law by doing that. This is the kind of country we live in where anyone who affirms the teachings of Christ, they're going to face retribution.
Well, here's the thing, Todd, that's confusing about that. And we did that story yesterday, too. And it was a very moving story of people, just as you said, living out their faith. So, and I don't know anything about the rest of their life. I'm just saying in this particular moment, they lived out what the Bible said, should be done. But here's what I don't get. So then, like Bubba talked about, so they're screaming, well, y'all don't need to force this God on everybody. And really they're saying we reject what you believe about
this God you guys have. So then you turn around and you say, well, by the way they're living their life, they don't worship the God we do. Then they get mad about that. Well, I thought they didn't want to worship the God that we worship. I mean, it's like nothing. There's no appeasing them, which goes back to what we're talking about. They want to be allowed to inconsistently, delusionally, whatever, to define some sort of world where they are correct in every aspect of it, and there's nothing in their life that is incorrect. And, you know, on one hand, they're saying, don't bring this God down on us. Then we go, yeah, y'all don't worship the same God we do. Wait a minute, you can't say that either. So, I mean, where do you land?
You know, the vice president pointed all of this out in his convocation address at Liberty University back last summer. And he said that we are moving into an era in American history where Christians are going to face persecution for practicing their faith in this country. And I think one of the reasons why the left really targeted me is because we were exposing, you know, what they were doing, and we were shining a very bright light on that. And, you know, we're still going to do it. You know, I'm from Memphis, Tennessee. I've got a little stubborn streak in me, and you know, we're not going to be intimidated. I'm not going to be bullied by these guys, and we're going to be happy about it. I write in the book about we're supposed to be happy warriors because we are ambassadors for Christ. But we have constitutional rights, and I believe that, you know, we ought to engage those rights.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology, hello there. It is Rick and Bubba, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. Catch us on America's boldest radio stations. There's a live option. That's the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Find it at rickandbubba.com under radio. You also can catch us live on our TuneIn app. If you don't have a radio affiliate, there's a live option. Just go to TuneIn, get the app. It's free. And then search the Rick and Bubba Show, and you got 24/7 Rick and Bubba, including the live show. Another live option, watching us on YouTube. Hello there, tubers. So there's all your live options. Your archive options also include YouTube. There's an archive every day. Most every day, there's a best of hour on Blaze TV, unless Adler's trapped in an airport. But normally it's there. Another archive option is the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. Audio archives every day, also including a best of hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day, and we enter hour number 5 as of now.
Bubba, do you believe that our country is becoming a lot less civil?
Yes, Rick, I would have to say yes to that.
We cannot agree to disagree. There's got to be all kinds of. If you don't agree with me, I have to just disrupt. I have to destroy. I have to burn. Well, apparently Fox News they were going to have another one of their town halls, and so they had Ron DeSantis. He was going to pitch to Iowa voters, and unfortunately, when he was at the town hall. He was taking some questions from Brett Baer and Martha McCollum, and protesters sparked chaos by jumping up, waving banners, and shouting, and it ended in chaos.
It did.
And these are climate change protesters.
Oh, yeah.
No shock there.
Yeah, chanting.
Because, I think it is important to stand for a culture of life. I'm the only one running that has actually enacted protections for the sanctity of life. I'm the only one that's been able to do that.
Hold on. No oil money! No oil money! No oil money!
You live and you learn with these people, right? All right. Well, you guys, that was a mistake. You guys didn't get that one right. Okay.
Do you think this? Can they still be against just Republicans if your whole plight in life is you don't want any oil money? Well, we were just corrected by a Democrat yesterday that apparently America is still sending oil all over the world, and we are taking oil money.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the Biden administration.
Well,
oil money.
Let me tell you what's funny too. These people protesting,
right?
All of them had on clothes that had plastic in them.
Right.
They had coats that had
Sure,
plastic.
sure
Their
they
shoes had plastic rubber in them.
Yeah.
They probably got there by driving. I doubt any of them walked from their home to that auditorium.
Right.
I just doubt it. So they, by them protesting, being there to protest, are showing that oil is essential for our society right now.
Oh,
now
big time.
do you want to limit pollution? I will join you in that. Do you want clean water? I join you in that. Do I think you ought to be interrupting these things? This is some kind of right of yours to do so? No. There's a lot of people in the audience that wanted to hear what the governor had to say and was
on
there
abortion,
to hear it.
and the topic was abortion.
Yeah, and they have interrupted that experience for a lot of people. I don't think they have the right to do that. Now, do they have the right to protest? Go outside, go down the block, have you protest, say whatever you want to. But again, I think the way they're going about this is going to turn a lot of people against their cause. It would turn me against their cause if I was on the fence. Because I just don't want to see somebody interrupting that. Nobody. I don't want to see them interrupt Joe Biden. I don't want to see them interrupt Trump. I don't want to see them interrupt anybody who's out speaking, because the people in the audience also have the right to hear what they have to say.
Well, the good news is no one has to interrupt Joe Biden. He can't navigate a point all the way home anyway.
That's a good.
He interrupts himself. But I agree with you. And then the other thing is, when you're screaming no oil money, you should just change the chant to I'm so stupid. To Bubba's point, it would be like me being on some campaign that I think that our world is going to be destroyed by butter. Okay, and everywhere I go, you see me standing against butter, and you ask me, Rick, when you go to eat out at restaurants, do you ever ask if butter's in the meal that you're enjoying? And I go, never do. And so you don't even know the things you consume that need butter. I don't.
Right.
I'm just against butter.
Right.
Well,
while eating toast.
Yeah. So if you get rid of butter, Rick, can I give you a list of things that you won't be able to enjoy? And I'm like,
Well, I didn't know that. So really, I should be chanting, not "I hate butter," is that I'm so stupid.
Yeah.
That because I haven't taken the time to really be educated on all the products, to your point, that must have oil. And you got to know that. And if you want, like Bubba said, hey, we're conservationists, but we're not earth worshipers, and we're not in a religion. And what some of you don't know is that these people that have duped you into thinking that some of the things that you're trying to stand up to stop, that they're really going to destroy the earth and that we will all be dead where they are, they live grotesque life of inconsistencies that we've pointed out over and over and over again. So sir, can't you have the ability to reason out that they don't really believe what they're convincing you? They're trying to terrify you and then tell you that they'll save you so you'll continue to empower them. Can't you figure that out? It's not difficult to figure out.
Rick, this is the thing.
I mean, I'm a good one and I can see it.
This is the thing I really don't get. If I truly am an environmentalist and I think that oil is destroying the world, that we must stop the combustion engine or it's all over.
Right.
There's things I need to go about, but getting rid of oil is not the answer to this because I'm going to need the plastics from oil to build battery cars. Okay. Without that, there is no battery cars. There are no Teslas. There are no whatever your flavor that may be without plastic. Plastic comes from oil. Sorry to inform y'all. And if you're a good liberal leftist, you want universal health care. Well, guess what? We can't have all those IVs and bags and all that stuff without plastic. You know, the medical community is one of the largest users of plastic we have. And so you can forget battery cars. You can forget universal health care if you want to get rid of oil. So, you know, I think they're just barking up the wrong tree. I think they should be screaming, get rid of the combustion engine.
Well, and they're going to have a problem there. I was just about to say that. So if you would take it to where you should be, I'm against the combustion engine, not oil, to all the points you've made. But then you still got to answer the question, what do we do about the grid? What do we do about, as we've said again, getting rid of the batteries and we're done with them? Where do we take them?
Right.
You still have got, if you're against the combustion engine, it has its own things you got to work out.
Right.
And you got to figure out what we're going to do about plugging all these vehicles in and how do we transition and the cost of it all and how that comes back to you and me and, like taking every single vehicle. Some of them, as we know, our battery technology is not advanced enough that gives it enough power to do the work that they do, some of the work equipment that we have. So you got a lot of problems just by being, first of all, you can't be anti-oil. You need to come off that for all the reasons that we've brought to you ad nauseum in honor of Mark. And but you also have got to take the combustion engine, and you're going to have to walk it all the way out too, so you don't get stumped on looking stupid on that too. Right. You are going out and you're jumping up and down, and you're screaming, hollering like you want a pony, and you have no idea what a pony costs. You have no idea what it takes to set up the structure to house a pony. You don't know what it takes to feed a pony. You don't know what you do with the waste that the pony produces and how you get it out away from you where it won't be dangerous. You don't know any of that, and so you are out there jumping up and down like a little child, and you are highly uninformed, and it's all out of emotion, and frankly, you don't know what you're talking about. That's it.
Yep. Bottom line.
And just because you scream and yell and disrupt things, it doesn't make you smart.
Yeah, I can meet with you to talk about lower pollution, air, water, land. I'm with you on that. I think that's common ground we can all work on.
Yeah.
Blocking roads, interrupting meetings. I'm not with you on that.
No. And like you said, it doesn't win people over.
No,
either.
it doesn't.
We'll be back. 15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up. Lord willing, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But it's just a weekend, but cooling the game misled. To me, that's an overlooked cooling the game song.
Oh, I love that song. That's a good one. That's a dandy.
I like it really better than any of them.
It's good. They got a good catalog.
I mean, the others.
I'm a big fan of theirs.
Maybe because it might be because I just the others got so much airplay, and that one stayed a little more. And I hate to use the word fresh, but
right. No, I like fresh too.
I like it all right. Yeah, I mean, I like. I like cooling the game, but that's one of those when I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, well, oh, misled, and I'll reach in there, and I found that one yesterday on the ride back from the beach, and I said, yeah, I gotta
have that.
I gotta have that in the morning.
Yep.
So we will unpack what was an active weekend, and as we told everybody, we will have guests right out of the gate today. Pretty quick, so we'll have that for you. I don't really know what happened over the weekend. I was very limited because we were invited on a little beach trip, very short beach trip, but it was just a weekend. But it was great for my birthday, and we just had a really great time. So when you're in beach life mode, you really couldn't care less what's going on in the world. So I really don't know.
Yeah, well, that's usually the best beach when you're not paying attention.
Yeah, I will have to be updated as I start grabbing and looking through the stories of the day because. Are we at war with anybody? Has Trump been impeached yet?
Well, Rick, we've got so much going on there. It's almost too much, too fast. Sometimes we got a second whistleblower now.
Is Antonio Brown playing for anybody?
That says they have firsthand
suing
knowledge.
Anybody? Huh?
But we have a second whistleblower that has firsthand because I think everybody was beginning to go, this secondhand thing's not holding up. So mysteriously, one with firsthand comes forward.
Well, the first whistleblower.
It's like whatever you need, they just suddenly appear. It's like having a political genie.
Yeah, the first whistleblower kind of got out of hand when he got up, before a panel and began to say, well, here's what here's kind of what he was saying. Well, now we need to know exactly what he said. You can't.
Well, that's what somebody told me he said.
Right.
Yeah,
and what they told me he said, I'm not sure exactly what he said, but here's what the intent of it all was.
Yeah.
Whatever I need to say here to get him in trouble, that's what that guy told me he said.
Yeah. Well, it just looks a little bit like you got a genie in a bottle.
Yeah.
Boy, I wish we had somebody firsthand. Bing!
Yeah.
There he is.
So I see Kanye West is defending Trump. That ought to feel good. So we'll look at some of this.
Had some good ball games over the weekend, especially some of the pro games. And I usually don't get into the pro games this early in the year, but the Cowboys and the Green Bay game was really good. I watched it, and I watched as much of the Kansas City Colts game as I could before I passed out, and saw the finish of it this morning. And wow, what a game!
Didn't see any of that. I told Bubba though, because when you go to the beach in the fall, and again this time it was still pretty hot. It felt like summer. If you were out there at the wrong time, but the evenings felt really good. Because you got the wind coming off the Gulf, and it was dropping down a little bit, but it wasn't as cool as if you go later in the fall. But still, the Northerners see this is their time. This is when they shine.
Yep.
And so I looked up, and walking through one of the beach communities was just a pack of Packer fans. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about it was green and yellow, wearing jerseys. They couldn't care less if that sun was beating down on that jersey. They had their Packer jerseys on, and their Packer shirts, and their Packer hats, and cheese, and I was like, why in the world? And I thought, I bet it's Sunday. That's right. All right, the Packers are playing today. So they had their game day attire on down at the beach, which was very funny.
And on the big nightcap, the Chiefs were hosting the Colts, and the Colts have been all over the road for the past few years. They lost Andrew Luck a few weeks ago, and due to retirement, and it just looked like they were going to have a terrible year, but they've actually played good. And then you have Kansas City with Mahomes, who is the reigning MVP. He's already putting up MVP numbers again this year. The Chiefs are undefeated. They're at home. And, of course, guess what happens? The Colts beat them.
Yeah, it's funny to watch. I have a Colts fan in the family, young Broderick, the Tasmo, and it's funny to watch his emotional self right now. He doesn't know what to do with this because he knows to get hopeful is for them to be destroyed in the very next game.
Right.
But because, when Andrew Luck went off, he said, well, there goes the season, and like you were talking about, and now they're like, doing they're really exceeding anyone's expectations.
Well,
20 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Thanks for being with us. A couple of man churches tomorrow night, 2 Rick and Bubba markets. I'll be in Dothan, Alabama, News Talk 103.9 at Ridgecrest Baptist Church. They'll be moving into year 2, but if you have not in one of the small group curriculum classes, you can do that because we're starting off a brand new curriculum this year. It'll be a perfect time for you to plug in if you're in that area, even if you're not a member of that church. Also, Hope Hull Community Church. We got Kevin Derryberry there. He'll be at Hope Hull Community Church in Hope Hull, Alabama. Bubba, very familiar with that community?
I am.
And
passed through there quite a bit.
And Greg just rode through there not too long ago.
That's right, not far from Penlala.
So let's talk about a couple of things. This almost will be dog talk. Bow wow, yippee yo, yippee yay, hey hey. Those of you that are familiar with the movie A Christmas Story, the dad in his ongoing battle with the local dogs. But the Bumpus' dogs. Yeah. I don't know how many of us, all of us to some degree, if you live, it may not happen as much if you're in more of what I'd call a civilized, gated community. But if you live out in the rural country, you're going to deal with a version of the Bumpuses. I mean, the Bumpuses dogs are going to be in your life. Okay, it's just a different attitude.
I'm the Bumpuses.
Yeah,
well, I wasn't going to say it,
Greg can be the Bumpuses.
Well, I'm also the victim of the
I know you're the and I know the kickoff hour was a long time ago. Some of those that Bubba talks about really do give us 5 hours a day. It may not be live, but they go back and catch it on the archive. So some of you already heard this story, and then Bubba, you've mentioned something I want to ask you about. But so you start your day, you get out of the bed at 2, talking to Greg now.
And I leave early on purpose because I give myself time in case something between there and here holds me up.
You mean like the Bumpus' dogs?
The Bumpus' dogs.
Hit a deer.
The time
flat tire.
Rick, the time I was 5 miles into my trip and I realized I still had the trash can in the back of my truck. And I had to turn around and take it back to the driveway.
Oh, 5 miles. All right, so anyway, we have had a tremendous amount of wind where we live. I know some of you have had really bad weather, but the wind just has not let up for about 48 hours.
It was roaring. It was like,
yeah, and our power even blinked out one time, but it came back. And I always know what to look for.
One blink you get.
Yeah, but anyway, so
3 blinks, go find a flashlight.
Get the flashlight and candle.
You're up, and you're in the middle of the night trying to go to work.
I'm coming to work.
Yeah.
It's cold.
Yeah.
Coming to work.
Chilly.
Oh boy,
it's chilly. Just look at Bubba's vest.
Yeah. The driveway is about a quarter of a mile long. So as I'm getting close to the end of it, I'm going, what is that? Something don't look right. And as I get closer, I notice, and like I was telling the guys, if you've ever been to the landfill before the bulldozer pushes the dirt on it, everybody backs in, you know how it looks. Yeah. It's just look left, look right. It's just stuff everywhere. That was the end of my driveway.
That was the end of your driveway?
I look, and the wind must have, and a little bit's on me because I missed trash pickup last week. So I had the can a little tight.
He left that part out in the kickoff.
But I mean, the lid was closed, maybe a little gap. Well, the wind blew it back. Well, I had some bags, I guess, high enough that the Bumps' dogs could get to them because there's a few.
So these were not your dogs?
Y'all ain't gonna believe this. No, you can take. Well, Millie, maybe not. I really hadn't tested her. You can set a bag of trash in the carport and Buddy will not touch it.
Really?
Now you put your shoe out there. That's another story.
Okay, so
it's amazing.
Why is
so
that?
It's not.
Why do you think?
Isn't that funny? Isn't that weird?
He won't touch it.
He must have had a bad experience with trash cans.
But whoever found this trash can will touch it. And I'm gonna say at least 4 bags that were ripped open. Now I'm dealing with not just 4 bags, but the contents of 4 bags that have now been spread out.
Oh my!
You got like a soup can.
What time in the morning?
Oh, it was about 2:35 to be exact.
And the fact that you missed it last week, this stuff is nasty. Let's not forget that.
Yes, and a lot of it was food, and that means get on my hands.
Was there ever a side of you that says drive on like you didn't see it?
Yes. But I was like, well, that's impossible. At least they'll think I'm blind.
Right.
She'll say, how did you not see? Or I could act like it happened after I left, though.
But then you still got cleaned up.
Still got cleaned up. It gets worse for the day. By the time I get home, every dog in
you're right.
North Calhoun County is there.
Right.
And so I'm out there picking what's left of the bag, and I'm stuffing it in there. Got the headlights on it.
How long did it take?
I will say I was pretty timely. I probably had 10 minutes.
How nasty was some of it?
Oh, it was terrible.
And wet,
nasty.
It's cold out there too.
It's cold. So then
maybe brother's a little bit cold.
So this time I just crunched everything way down in there, and the lid closed all the way. But
you got your mess for the sanitation.
You know what you need?
I haven't had to deal with that in a lot. I used to have a dog do it, and what I would do then, I'd dump Clorox in it. And he didn't like that, and he'd leave it alone.
Okay.
You know what you really needed was a little guy from Mountain Brook who would jump down in that trash can and pack it down.
Yeah. Not an urn, but a can.
Nice callback.
That's good.
So
he squash it right down.
Yeah.
No. I was mad. And to be honest, there were some. I think it was real dark out of the headlights. Out in the middle of the field, I think there's still some out there. I'm probably have to get when I get home.
Oh no!
I didn't want to go out there in my new white tennis shoes.
Bumpus!
I didn't want to get too far.
Bumpus's dogs.
The Bumpus.
Well, this goes. Were you talking out loud the whole time you were picking it up?
Oh, I was. Y'all don't understand it. I've had a couple bags drug out before.
Yeah.
I've never seen it like this.
Well,
like I said, I'd look left and right, and wherever I looked, it was just everywhere.
Right. Well, it's a different world out there. People dogs are a little more free roaming out in the real world.
Yeah.
And
I don't have a problem. There's some dogs at the end of the road I see every now and then, but I don't have a problem. Buddy don't go down there much. He'll follow me sometimes. They chewed him up a couple times.
Right.
Greg, let me ask you this, and you may have mentioned it over the years. How do you get your trash cans? Because you have this long driveway.
I normally
like an airstrip.
Sometimes I'll push it down there just for a little exercise.
Yeah.
And then, but I'll just
Hook
get
it
up
to
in the
the
back.
bumper?
No, I just get up in the tailgate and pull it up into the back of the truck, and then drop it off.
Wow.
I used
That's
to
a big
hook
driveway.
mine on the tailgate a lot. I mean,
Yeah.
not the tailgate, but the trailer hitch.
Yeah.
And
When
just kind of pull it.
when
you
I
had
was
to be
still
careful.
working for the power company,
you can get
when I-
out of whack there.
When I was working with the power company, I had a little bucket truck, so I couldn't put it in the back of it. So I would flip it over, and I'd get me like a grip that I use for services, and I'd catch that grip around it, and
Greg, you might
want
want
to roll right behind me.
You might want to speak to something since your daughter has one. Bubba has now started this new thing, and he's announced it to his family that he's going to have a beagle puppy. Have you heard about this?
You all about the beagle puppy?
Yeah, Bubba says that he's going to.
Chandler's got one.
There's
Cleo.
there's an undetermined day that Bubba's declared to his family. And
They
to,
are cute.
And to all of us that he's always wanted to have a beagle puppy, and he's going to have one that's just yours, right?
That's right.
And it's
Your
just
little- your little
mine.
friend.
It's just
My
you
little
and
buddy.
him. You're going to have you a
I
beagle.
may be like Herb Street. He just rides with me everywhere.
So that's what I'm worried. Is that in our future? Now, look, I've been around your daughters, and we raise beagles. They're spirited.
They sure are.
Yeah.
They'll bark.
Do you want to take that on?
Is there anything?
Hey, you know what
is
else
there
they'll do?
anything on this planet cuter than a beagle puppy?
No,
I mean nothing. The old coloring's just
There's
right.
nothing. But
They're
then they
just
grow
love
up.
on you.
But then they grow up.
They'll dig. They dig.
They dig.
love to
They
dig.
chew. They
Climb.
bark.
Very venturous.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they are. Cleo's
Is
kind of
it-
laid back
It's
now.
funny to me how some of them have the gift of climbing and some don't.
Right.
Oh yeah, we had one that would climb the fence.
Yeah,
Get out.
we had one too. And even when you put the fence leaning back,
mind.
they would go around it too.
Yeah.
And I
Unbelievable.
thought,
Are you serious about this endeavor, or are you just announcing it?
no, I've wanted one for a long time, but and I'm not saying I'm going to get one this week, but
Right.
it's on the list.
Right.
And as I move into king mode, where
Right.
I just don't
Yeah.
care anymore,
Yeah, sure.
Look,
I'll
right
probably just do that.
right there.
Right. Yeah.
Before or after Montana?
I'll probably carry it with me.
So can I please ask? So you're not in king mode now?
Probably.
I've never
to some
known
degree.
you. I've never known a Bubba that wasn't in king mode.
I've been in Prince mode somewhat.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
I'm moving into king pretty quick.
So could we expect a beagle puppy? I mean, in your future?
I don't want you to tell us. I want you to come in with it one day. Surprise us.
Bubba, I could have hooked you up with some of them puppies I had if I'd have just known. They ain't beagles.
He wants a beagle puppy.
Yeah, I want a
It's all
beagle.
about a bagel, Greg.
I don't know what these are.
Phone calls are next on any topic. 866 We Be Big. Let's talk to you, America, right after this. And the number does work now.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And even to sweeten it, because we were talking about some of these odd storylines over the weekend, you have a guy for the Colts that was cut by the Chiefs. The Colts pick him up. He's like a defensive end, defensive tackle, and he has an unbelievable game and ends up making the play on fourth down to stop the Chiefs and end the game.
Yeah.
And I mean, he all along was saying, "Hey, I want the Chiefs." I mean, he was declaring, "I'm going to show the Chiefs they made a mistake," and he did pretty much the whole game.
Sounds like P-Ron.
Yeah, I know. There was a lot of that this weekend. Seems like.
And I will do the back-breaking 88-yard run, and I'm done. There's always those wonderful stories, aren't they, where you get to come back and say, well, so that's too good.
Great motivation, isn't it?
15 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Our number's 866 We Be Big. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. We'll start unpacking, as we just did, the stories from the weekend and chatting with you as we get later in the show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. We have, we talked for years on the program about growing up in the great state of Alabama, and when it comes to being a NASCAR fan and the state of Alabama, so much history about Talladega Superspeedway. And like I said, we have a lot of childhood memories of that, and the memories continue to be made year after year. 2 stops
there at Talladega. But, boy, the next stop will be a whole new experience, and that's coming up. And we have Grant Lynch with us for what could be the last time.
Yeah, it'll be my last race. I've had a great career at Talladega and got to work with great people like Hannah and the whole crew we have out there and everything. And it's I never knew when Francis sat me down in Daytona one morning and said, have you ever thought about running a racetrack? And I said, well, no. And they said, well, Mike Helton may be leaving Talladega, and would you consider going there? And I said, well, my wife's never lived 2 miles further from her mother, and I don't think she's going to Talladega.
Oh, boy.
And but turns out her mother was my biggest champion.
Really?
Yeah, she said, you know, when he got his big raise and he told you didn't have to work anymore, he said you could be a mom. He said you need to do what he needs to get done, and so. She stuck with me and came down here, and she's more than held up her side of the bargain because I was gone, as y'all know, a lot of time during that time frame. So it's been a great relationship, and I think one good thing about me, you know, I like to hunt and fish and everything. And so I'm sure she's going to tell me, you go find something to do and get away from me.
Clear out.
No, you would definitely see that. And
so how long, Grant? How long have you been there?
25.
Wow.
25 years. So I don't want to get too personal in your life. I mean, you open that up, but I just think it's always interesting for anyone because, you know, there's people all over the country listening, and, you know, they may whatever field they're in, they're thinking, I'd love to know from anybody who retires, when did you know it was time to retire? I mean, when did you say, I think it's time? I think what was the biggest?
Well, I'm older now. I'm 65, and I've been gone for 35 of my years from the family.
Yeah.
And I just decided that it was time. Our sport is changing. Our company is changing. And so I just decided it was a good time for me to say, okay, I'm 65 now, can retire. Going to get get some of my money back from Social Security.
Yeah,
finally,
a little bit,
finally.
a little bit.
And I'm only going to get a touch of it. Let me tell you that.
Yo, it's just
y'all know what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, if that's your retirement plan, get another one.
Yes, exactly. That's right. But so it's been a great career, and it's been fun, and I've got the strongest team that we've ever had to leave behind, and they're in good shape. Brian Crichton will be taking over as president of the Speedway, and he'll take over, and he's been right beside me for eight or 9 years now and making all the revenues that we do. So it's in good shape.
And you look healthy, like you got your health. It looks like you'll get to enjoy, you know, when we say retire, all that means is, you know, what you're going to do with your time will change.
Yeah.
You're certainly
I'm building a big man cave down at East Point, Florida, right across from Apalachicola.
Yeah.
A 40 by 100 metal building with 3 big roll-up doors, and got boats in there and everything. So I'm gonna be busy.
That sounds like a good project
busy
to have.
having fun.
Yeah. Well, that's great. You've earned it. So, but and it's kind of cool that, you know, before you retired, we're gonna be, you know, offering something to fans. This new Talladega Garage experience. You seemed so excited about it when we were talking about it at the last race, and you were saying now the fall race is it's going to be the debut, and it's ready.
It's awesome. Its featured place is Big Bill's. You know, when he decided 50 years ago to build a racetrack in Talladega, Alabama.
35 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Wednesday Bible study back noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel. Archived soon after. 2 Corinthians is our current series. If you want to join us, if you're not already involved. Also, don't forget you can reach us right now by phones. Coach Helmsy is taking phone calls. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We're back full-blown on that number, so we're good. That's the one we all remember anyway and keep saying even when it wasn't working. But 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can join us now. Lines are available. Cody is in New Mexico. Cody, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, Cody.
Condolences, Rick, to you and Greg.
Thanks.
Hey, I had a question for Greg. Is his hat and hoodie for Moultrie still sitting on his desk?
No, it is not.
Greg, how long's it been gone?
Oh, it's been gone. That
Been
other one,
gone?
Okay. The other one was there a good while, and I've got it. Mossy Oak, I've even got it ready to roll.
You haven't
I may
worn it?
wear. I will though.
Yeah.
I may wear it for this.
I
week.
saw your Moultrie hat in some beach pictures, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Moultrie hat.
Oh, that's the one I wanted.
No, you're thinking about the Mossy Oak one.
Am I? Okay. Yeah.
You got the same Moultrie hat out there.
Did I?
With the new one with the M in the square.
Oh yeah, a little boxy.
Yeah. Oh, man, it's
Oh, I
perfect.
like
My
that
big old
hat.
knob.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But that the hoodie pullover, I actually, because I knew, I said, if I'm gonna get this out of here, I actually carried it to the beach with me.
Did you really?
So laugh at that.
What about this shirt you got on today?
This is my daughter gave me for my Christmas.
It's
I
a good-
started saying my birthday.
It's a good color on you.
Yeah. We call that teal.
Mm-hmm.
Careful, here it comes, Greg.
No.
he said-
I didn't know you been pulling for the Jaguars.
That's good.
I got
Or
another
maybe,
one just
or
like
maybe even the Dolphins.
you know how
I got me a little teal shirt. I like it.
yeah, I don't mind teal. I ain't
I don't
scared
either.
of it.
I ain't either.
That's
That's
about where
a dark teal, though.
Yeah, that's about
the
where I
Dolphins
stop.
would be more light, I guess.
Yeah, it'd be more
It would be the Jags, yeah.
Jags.
We continue. Let's go to
I'll tell
Jeff.
Chandler you really like it, Rick.
I do like it. I wouldn't mind it. Let's go to now that we weren't the same size. Hey, Jeff in Tennessee. Jeff, go ahead.
You can bury it.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
I'm class of '81, so I'm right there with you guys. But my dad used to have beagle pups.
Of
He and
course.
some of his hunting buddies in pens down behind the house in Central Virginia.
Yeah.
But the bark is really distinctive. But every time you guys play that grape lady that fell,
Yeah.
she starts yelling. She sounds just like a beagle pup right at the beginning when they locked onto a scent.
You know
right.
what? You're right. You're right. She really does. Yeah.
Oh yes.
She does.
I can't breathe.
That's one of the. I wish I didn't like that. So
I
much.
know. It's a little too much.
I feel
fun.
bad for it. Caleb in Georgia. Go Dogs. Caleb, go ahead.
How we doing, boys?
We're good,
Great.
man.
So my comment had to do with something that the Good Time Gang brought up yesterday about the college football playoff.
Mhm.
And I think I heard Helmsy talking about that the first date of the first playoff game is like December 21st, right?
2021,
Maybe I'm
somewhere
right,
in
maybe
there.
I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
somewhere in there.
Well, I mean, I think we can all agree how amazing the 12-team playoff is going to be next year.
Can't wait.
But, can we also agree that the NCAA is just full of geniuses that know exactly what they're doing? Because you've got the only sport in the country where kids can leave during the season. So after that last game,
Yeah.
they can enter the transfer portal, and they're just gone. So, what are they going to do when National Signing Day is on December 20th, and these kids can leave their schools, but you also have playoff games coming in? I don't have an answer for it. Obviously, they don't pay me for this, but I just wanted to see what you guys thought about it, see if y'all had an opinion on it.
Well, they're going to have to adjust the
Yeah.
schedule and the calendar
Right.
to work with all this. And I'm like you. I wish they would adjust it so that coaches can't leave, coaches can't be interviewed, players can't transfer till after the season.
Right.
After it's all over, then you open up your window and let everything fall where it may. But I think the NCAA, and by the way, they're not some cloak and dagger organization as much as they get painted. Remember, schools wanted someone to run sports, and they created this. And they answer to the schools. So a lot of times it's not as behind the curtain as you would like to think it is. But they were gutted by this Supreme Court decision, and I think they are scared to death to make a decision on anything.
Yeah, I know they moved some things because of the way the season will go. They need to go, to your point, caller, and move that too, and maybe they will. But you make a good point. They and Bubba said too, they need to move it, really. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Perry, speaking of college football, listening to us out of Birmingham, Alabama. Go ahead, Perry.
Hey, guys. How are y'all doing today?
We're good, man. Hope you're okay.
Doing good, man. Doing good. So on the college football playoff, y'all are talking about the new system for next season. The Power 5 conference champions are getting in, and the highest ranked Group 5 champion. So wondering, how is that going to work with the new, I guess you can call it the Pac-2, with just Washington State and Oregon State? Are one of them just going to get an automatic bid each year?
Good question. I mean, are they going to add teams because is that going to be acknowledged as an official conference even next year? How do you handle the one only having two teams there for 1 year?
It's the top six
It's the
ranked
top
conference.
6 ranked conference champions.
Right.
So
Okay.
if they're not ranked,
I see.
ahead of say the American or
I see.
Conference
Then they don't
USA
get in.
champion, then they won't get in.
Okay.
The top-
But are they gonna?
And they are combining and playing a schedule with
Mountain West.
Mountain
isn't it?
West. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's not the top 6 in the poll. It's the top ranked, top 6 ranked, highest ranked conference champions. So it could be the.
So
number
you're
20.
Washington State and you win the Pac-2, but you're ranked 10. Well, then you don't get an automatic bid
Well,
because you'd have to be the highest ranked.
Unless-
Other conference champions, if they're ranked higher than you, would get in before you.
Correct.
I got you. Okay, I got it. Okay, so there's your answer, caller. Let's go to Satch.
So, in a funny kind of way, we are going to the 12-team playoff, but the polls will still have some input.
Of course.
To
Yeah.
On those 6, yeah.
Yeah.
Satch, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Tolga County checking in. Go.
Good morning. This is for Greg.
Okay.
Yesterday, you mentioned your TV was out of sync, your audio and video. Unplug it for 30 seconds, plug it back up, and it should reset.
Okay, you talking about unplug yeah, I've had that problem. What you're talking about? I think yesterday I was talking about a movie that was actually recorded in a different language, but I have also had this problem. So I just unplugged the whole thing and then plug it back up.
Yeah, for about 30 seconds and plug it back up. It should reset.
Okay,
How about that?
Because
Got
every
it?
now and then it'll do it. But I was talking about that movie where they was eating everybody.
Oh, yeah.
And it was a foreign movie that they've,
You know,
they've
will
since put English on.
Will you please stop referring to this story that's been around for a long time as the story where people had to eat each other?
Well, Rick, they did.
I know, but it can be called something else. It can be the story of the rugby team that had a plane crash.
Yeah.
You don't have to always get down to the
This is
worst
the
thing. that
second
happened.
movie about it.
Yeah. Is this what the original Alive was based on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Hugh out of Warrior,
different language.
Alabama. Hugh, go right ahead.
I made a trip out west a few years ago for the elk hunt in Wyoming, and we drove out. My cousin and I went. It was a great drive. If you got somebody to go with you or taking other people along, it was a good easy drive. We got off the interstates. You wouldn't believe the scenery's a whole lot better than what you can see anywhere else.
Yeah. And so, Bubba, here's what I'm thinking. This ham bunch that you drive to Orlando with, you get them back together, and then y'all just drive to Montana.
There you go.
Okay, and that way you get all the beautiful scenery that Hugh's talking about on the trip.
Yeah, but Betty's not in that car.
Yeah, she didn't want to go anyway. So she's waiting on Napa Valley.
No, she may have to suffer through Montana for me to suffer through Napa Valley.
Right. So what about would Napa be first, then Montana?
I'm good either way. I don't.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So, but I mean, would she let you and your ham buddies just go to Montana? She wouldn't have to go.
No, well, I want to go on a trip with Betty. I mean,
that's it. All right.
I mean, I have the ham trips and I have the Betty trips.
Can you think you could drive that far with Betty?
Yeah, I mean, we could, but I'd rather fly.
Yeah,
save time because I mean, at most we're gonna have a week.
Yeah, it's
to put on it.
And plus, I don't know. It seems like that Greg and I have it worse than you do on the backseat driving.
No, I've got plenty of that.
Do you? See, I've actually asked Sherry, and I keep being shot down on
Betty's going with me to the doctor again today, so I got to be very nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Sherry and I keep and I told her, I said, just a proposal. I'm not saying it should be this way, and I'm not even saying it with a tone. As Jerry Seinfeld said, I never even knew I had a tone until I got married.
You're right.
But and that is, I said, are you open to us, since we've been married so long now, are you open to an arrangement where you and I, wherever we go, we just meet there? Like you drive your vehicle, I drive mine, and we're still together. We have great dates and whatever. We just don't physically ride together.
Right.
And
that's the point of contention.
Yeah, she keeps shooting that down, and so it's because I said it seems like my driving annoys you, so it might be enjoyable for you not to have me drive. And then the one that always happens, and I've stopped saying it, is I claim that she doesn't have good depth perception, that she needs to get that looked at.
Right.
And I've been told that I need to stop saying that.
That'd be enough.
I'm nowhere near this car. I've taken my foot off the accelerator.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Actually, east of Boga, Alabama, and in the middle of nowhere. And I tell everybody it's still kind of in the middle of nowhere a little bit, out there and everything. But it has a massive building, Big Bills. It's 35,000 square feet. And on both sides of that big party zone, we're going to have 2 bays of garages, 11 bays on each side. And from this point forward, this race coming up, every time they come to Talladega, the top 22 teams in the sport are going to line both sides of that big epicenter in there. We got a replica of Johnny Ray's truck coming out of the wall into the building up high on the wall, and race fans can go in there and have their pictures made in a little booth, and then they'll put you on the TV, and it looks like you're inside driving the truck. And so it's really cool. And we got a new pit road club that's massive down there as well. Victory Lane has been moved into there as well. There's sitting areas for the kids. There's a kids play zone in there as well. It is a shining example of what you can do with a lot of square footage because we've got it being the biggest infield in motorsports.
Yeah, that is impressive.
Yeah, if you've never seen Talladega Super Speedway, we talk about it because this isn't around the area where we all grew up. I actually remember being in college, and I would use the term East Boga, and my college friends thought I was making a place up. You know how you say something so far and you make up a place?
That's right.
My goodness, it's out there in the Middle East of Boga.
Yeah.
And so they went home with me to college one weekend, and we passed the sign. And they're like, my goodness, Burgess, this is a real place. And I said, yeah, I wasn't making that up. It just sounded like I was. And then they saw up there on the horizon, if you can see how gigantic Talladega Super Speedway, I mean, it encompasses, what's the total size of the entire deal, including everywhere everybody can be?
To the highway.
About 2,700 acres. Yeah. And we only use 1,100 of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I went by there this morning to get the van, and I counted lined up to go in this morning when we opened, I think at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, to let the people that have been sitting there for a day or more out there.
Yeah.
There was 42 RVs ready to go in the dark, sitting there in the dark.
I mean, they're ready to go.
They're lined up.
They want their spot.
They've got their spot. That's why they're sitting there.
You know it's Monday, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's amazing.
I know.
I mean, it really is. And you wonder, how did these people put themselves in this position to be able to just go and say, we love Talladega, we're going to get our spot, and we're going to be there all week.
When I first got there, there was a guy from Paola, Kansas, that would get there like 2 weeks before, and he'd sit out there under one of those pecan trees back over there on the back, before we had all the fences up.
Yeah.
And he'd just sit there and watch us cut the grass for 2 weeks.
And he was just standard. I mean, you knew he was going to be there.
And when we built Kansas, he was one of our ticket holders out there.
I bet he was. Yeah, and he thought to himself, this is much closer.
It is much closer.
So we'll come back. I want to talk more about the actual races that be going on this weekend, and then if you're watching on YouTube, you can see Adler showing you some of the 3D and what it looks like for the new interactive Talladega Garage experience, because this weekend is the first opportunity for you to go to Talladega and experience this. So you'll be the first group of race fans to ever do it. So that'll be historic as well. So we'll come back with Grant Lynch and we'll run down what's going on this weekend. And certainly we've already put in show notes, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Yeah, there he is. There he is, right there.
So recapping Beach Trip this past weekend, we'll run through everybody else's weekends too, seeing what's going on. I know Greg's got an update from the crap run. We'll find out whether he was able to do it or not. And
was it 30-10?
Yeah,
I 30-10 it to death.
So we're at the beach. I was telling you. So we were down with the two other couples that were friends of ours, been friends of ours for years, and so we're there at the beach, and we're all laid back, and we got it just like we like it, and we want to just kind of hit the highlights because we literally are coming in on Friday. We get there Friday evening because we said, look, we're not on the time. Then you have all day Saturday. Then you got about you check out at noon on Sunday. So you don't have a lot of time. Right. So but you want to relax and you want to chill. So you're not trying to make a lot happen. But we made some calls about there's certain things I want to do. Like I only go to the beach when the sun's setting.
Right.
And or go out there.
That's because you care about your skin, right?
Yeah. Well, I just it was still pretty hot. So we did one thing that was really cool.
I'll be honest, that bike would not be my idea of fun.
Yeah.
So on fun, that's not under fun for you, Bubba.
No, maybe a nice gas-powered golf cart.
Yeah.
You're talking.
Yeah. Well, that it was a sad moment when one of the couples said, "So did you get a Segways?" No, bicycles. But anyway.
Thank you, Jason.
All right, so we got a couple of stories we need to still wind down, and we got another phone call out here that's interesting. You know, this is our 30th anniversary, maybe you've heard. So we're rolling into year 31 now. We have completed 30 years of the Rick and Bubba Show. The show was born in 1994, and we have completed 30 years. So a lot of historic things are being brought up this year, as they should be. We should be celebrating the vast Rick and Bubba history this year. And we have someone on hold, and when I see that, I do know that we've had various listeners and people who interact with the show. You know, you pretty much, except for me, oddly, you pretty much get a nickname if you come anywhere near this place.
Yeah, yeah.
And we've had that over the years, and I know, Speedy, you're in a handle in there, but if you can, you don't have to come in here if you don't want to. You can just chime from where you are. Mm-hmm. But we have someone. Does anybody remember the guy we called Squarehead? Not Big Head, but Squarehead.
Squarehead Hatley.
Do you think that's right? Squarehead, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Squarehead.
Was it Squarehead Hatley?
Bubba. It's only been about 28 years since I've called in.
So was it Squarehead Hatley?
Well, let's go with Squarehead. I'm trying to. This is Major Green Acres here.
Oh, okay. I got you. All right, yeah.
But let me just give us
only so many Squareheads out there.
Give us a yes or no. Was that your name when you called in?
Yes, it was.
Okay, yeah, boy, Bubba. We just need those kind of wins.
That's
I'm
very
sorry.
good. Yeah.
I don't. We don't mean to press.
That.
Well, that's what I mean. We don't need to press you, but that's a win for us. We need that.
Because we were having a discussion in the break. It's been 28 years since you called, and I remembered your name. But I went to the bathroom a minute ago, and I couldn't remember what we'd planned to do in the next segment.
Right.
So that's.
So what you claim that you are the reason we started golden ticket seats?
Yes.
All right, so walk that out for us.
Well, I've decided I was going to Jacksonville State, and I'd run into you and Bubba every once in a while at the gas station or whatever. And you guys were just got started good in Gadsden. I don't even know if Speedy had been on very long, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to quit school, and I'm going to go see if I can work for Rick and Bubba. So, that was a very smart decision, right? So I just got up and walked out of biology class and got in my car and went to the radio station, and there was a lady sitting there. And I said, yeah, I want to talk to Rick and Bubba. And she said, they're on the air. Go down the hall.
Ursula.
And so I walked down the hall, and I look in there, and you guys are on the air. And they said, we got somebody peeping in here. So, and you didn't know who I was or what I wanted. You said, well, come on in, have a seat. So next thing I know, I'm on the air getting turned down for a job.
So we put you in that van seat, I bet. And then when we got ready to put you on the air, we just brought you up to the mic.
It was. Yes, yeah. I had forgotten about the van seats. Yes.
All right, so I believe the receptionist would have been Ursula at the time, and we had the real crack security.
I don't even think she looked up at me. She just thumbed me down the hallway.
Oh, yeah. The security in those days, not what it is these days. No. And we know it's airtight when somebody says, I want to talk to Rick and Bubba, and they say they're on the air, which should have been the end of the conversation.
Yeah, right.
But really, it was, just going down there and look through that little peephole at the door.
If I was at a radio station or a veterinarian office.
Well, then you were at the right place, because that's exactly what that building looked like. And, of course, Greg, you being a union fella, and Bubba loves to tell this, the buildings had to be separated by a walkway.
Breezeway.
A breezeway, that's what I'm looking for. A breezeway, because one part of the building was union and the other part wasn't.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah, how about that? That's why I had that set up.
That's tough.
Well, but I've been following your guys' lives all this time. I thought, there's been a million times I wanted to call in, but I'm driving to a conference today, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to call these guys and just to check in. Okay. But good job on your radio show.
Thank
you guys have really made it big. I'm proud of you. I feel like hometown guys made it big, and good job.
Well, Squarehead, I think unofficially you were the first golden ticket seat.
Yeah,
you came in, you plopped down.
What?
Yeah.
I need to come down and get an official golden seat, and maybe like in 2 years it can be my 30th anniversary.
Yeah. Well, why don't you just go to the front desk, let's recreate it completely, and say, I need to talk to Rick and Bubba, and they'll say they're on the air, here, and then they'll show you the door, and you just walk right in. or peep through the window.
our paths cross more than that too. I mean, when you guys were doing Mr. Lucky, I've got a lot of friends in the music business, and they would be doing shows. When you guys doing shows, it'd be like 2 or 3 bands playing, and so I mean, I've been through it all with you guys.
Well, good to hear from you, Squarehead. I hope you're doing well, buddy. Thanks.
Yes, we are. Hey, take care. I really appreciate y'all.
Thank you, bud.
How square head did he have?
Very. You, Rick? Yeah,
you can measure board with.
Yeah. We're talking like those little robot heads when you were little kids.
Yeah.
And you would get that robot with the box head. That's what we're talking about. But a heck of a guy.
Yep, super nice.
So he come down there to get a job and left without one.
Yeah, well, I love the fact that he came right on. When he came right on the air, we just said, "Yeah, come in,
come on in, Squarehead."
He's left biology class.
Right.
He quit school.
He quit school to work for Rick and Bubba.
Just walked out one
But that's
day.
the attitude
You know,
you
I
got to
did
have.
the same thing.
You did, Greg. You did the same. Yeah, but you gave up really a pretty nice retirement plan.
Probably,
Yeah, and walked away.
We moved that van.
How close were you to getting full retirement?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
I've only been there 23 years.
Only
But
23.
It's not like education when you get.
Oh,
Yeah, but that's still a long time.
Gosh, that's a long one.
Look, now he's thinking about it again.
Do you have any retirement with him?
Rick, of course, calm down.
Okay, well, I didn't know because our retirement plan here is not so good.
Our retirement plan here is keep working.
That's right. Just try to stay healthy and coherent.
One reason we fought through 3 decades.
Greg, I'm afraid that if you look at Bubba and I, you go to the movie Officer and the Gentleman when mayonnaise screams out to him, "Don't kick me out of here. I have nowhere else to go."
Justin Brown said that van seat was moved around a lot. At one point, it was in his office.
Did they? Because they took. Let me see if I have this right. Rick and Bubba history. The van, it was the Q van. It wasn't our van.
Right.
It was the Q104 van. They took out that when they made that sound system in the back, right? They didn't want it in there because they put all that. Remember, it had a really cool sound system in the back?
Yeah, it was.
And for equipment and all that.
Yeah.
So they took that van seat out.
Right. And it became the guest seat in the studio.
Yeah, and it just became a bench that moved around everywhere so in case anybody needed to have everybody sit down there. Yeah, and I remember there was some sort of conference room, but we never got to use it much.
No, we didn't.
Was that on the union side?
Well, when they did the community thing where they would record the community stuff that they had to run to be in compliance. And, of course, we would give Dave Fitz just absolute fits while he was in there trying to record it. He'd try to use the conference room. Of course, that's when we put the fart spray under the door and all that.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite days.
God, that's good.
But
somebody's here to going on with the toilets.
See, he had his own studio to do that.
Yeah.
But when it was really what he considered a high level guest, like the mayor, he would want the conference room, and I'd have to set all that up, which was slightly aggravating because I had other things to do.
Yes, it was.
And
a lot more fun things you wanted to do.
Yeah. So that's when we discovered the fart spray.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now you have to pardon me, Mayor. We have obviously some septic issues.
I don't know how they could breathe in that room. We put enough under the door to kill a donkey. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Really,
we really did. Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick